On Wednesday, Aaron Rodgers did fire back.
I think he's a bum. I think he's an absolute bum. He doesn't know me. I don't know who he is. No one knew who he was probably until yesterday's comments. But, I mean, and I listened to the comments, but to say he had his mind made up in the summertime, in the offseason, that, I had zero chance of winning MVP, in my opinion, should exclude, future votes. His problem isn't with me being a bad guy or the biggest jerk in the league, because he doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know anything about me. I mean, I've never met him. I've never had lunch with him. I've never had an interview with him. His problem is I'm not vaccinated. So if he wants to go on a crusade and collude and come up with an extra letter to put on the award just for this season and make it the most valuable vaccinated player, then he should do that. But he's a bum. And I'm not going to waste any time worrying about that stuff. He has no idea who I am. He's never talked to me in his life. But it's unfortunate that those sentiments. It's surprising that he would even say that, to be honest.
The situation highlighting once again the problem with who's traditionally been doing the voting for awards, June Lee, and Around the Horn.
It's emblematic of a larger thing that happens in media where character and how a player's relationship with the media is often impacting the way that media rewards players with awards and Hall of Fame candidacies as a whole.
Your people, Kevin Blackistone. You're a professor of journalism at the University of Maryland. What is this?
Well, what this is a journalist has become part of the news cycle. And this is one of the problems when you have us involved in making these selections for these types of awards. I will say this in his defense. There are no rules. There is no criteria for this very rule. So if you want to say you don't like the way you perceive someone to be, and that's a reason for you not to vote for them, you can do that. If you like somebody's hair because it's blue and you want to vote for them for MVP, you can do that. It is ridiculous on the face of it.
There has to be some rules, Kevin. There
are no rules. There are no rules for this particular award, and that is part of the problem. And to call him a bad guy or a jerk, the only thing we know about Aaron Rodgers this past year is that he was dishonest about his vaccination, which is a mark against him. Does that make him a bad guy? I don't think so.
Dishonest to media when asked about it.
Right.
I mean, the NFL and the Packers knew all along. I'll bring in Bill Plaschke. Kevin has recused himself from voting 10 years ago. Bill, do you still vote?
I do not vote. Our newspaper has a policy against voting, and I'm thankful every day for it. Where our job is to report the news, not be the news. There's too many personal things, and this, I think this happens a lot more than we think with Hub Arkush and what he said. A lot of writers get mad at players. A player blows them off. A player lies to him. I'm going to get you. I'm not going to vote for you. This happens a lot more than we think. Writers and journalists should not vote on these awards. But Aaron Rodgers, clearly the MVP. He's the best player at the most important position for the best team in the league. He's the MVP.
Aaron Rodgers, of course, off the field, has come under criticism for his actions at times. But, says our Keyshawn Johnson,
I do know Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers is not a bad guy. Okay, let's just be honest. If it's about the vaccination, to each his own. If it's about bamboozling the NFL and the fan base by kind of, telling us something that wasn't true, okay, then just say that. But that doesn't, he's not a bad guy. When you use the word bad guy to describe somebody, that's really bad. And I don't think Aaron is at that space at all. Should he be the MVP of the league? Absolutely. But if I had a vote, he would get my vote. There's no question about it. He's playing at an MVP level. They are on a collision course to get back into the NFC Championship game and maybe into the Super Bowl for the second time for Aaron Rodgers. But he's not a bad guy.
Our Keyshawn Johnson from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, weekdays 6 to 10 Eastern Time. You join the show as part of ESPN Nation on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. ESPN Nation presented by Dr. Pepper. The college football championship is here. Fans are pumped. Return to glory with Fansville by Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
We have good seasons year in and year out, but it's time to finish.
They feel like their important goal here is to try to win another national championship.
At the end of the day, this isn't a vacation that we took. It's a business trip.
College football's national championship matchup comes up Monday. Alabama on a business trip as the Tide looks for another title. Georgia has one loss. It's to Alabama in the SEC Championship. ESPN's Marty Smith.
Before that SEC championship game, they had been favored in 92 consecutive games, just in case you wondered. It's interesting how they're using that SEC championship victory now. It's a very unique balance, according to head coach Nick Saban. It is the balance between tweaking deficiencies that you saw in that SEC championship game and not over-tweaking to the point where your players aren't running free and executing with great confidence. He said that yesterday as he began to break this down, and I found it interesting. Bill O'Brien, the offensive coordinator, spoke to the media, and he noted Georgia's generational defense, how they have pros all over the field on that defense. He said you start from scratch. You go back and you watch their entire season, you watch our entire season, and you do everything you can to try to find nuance in ways to take advantage of things that you see that maybe they don't expect that's coming. One good thing for Bill O'Brien is that he has Bryce Young at quarterback, who, of course, played out of his mind in that SEC championship game and ultimately won the Heisman.
National championship game coming up Monday. You'll see it on ESPN. You'll hear it here on ESPN Radio. We don't have players opting out of a title game like we see in other bowl games. Or Kirk Herbstreit taking a little bit of heat over the weekend. Clarifying comments he made when he contended college football players don't love football as much as they used to.
That was an 8-minute conversation. I wonder how many people who had a comment or a headline or one quote watched the entire 8-minute conversation between the four of us. There was a lot of things said during those 8 minutes. The one thing that I said that seemed to capture the headlines for people's own agenda, and that's all they went with, was players don't love college football the way they used to. Maurice came back at me and said, now that's a sweeping comment. Do you mean, are you saying all players? And I said, no, I'm not saying all players. I'm saying some players, that's their lens.
On the ESPN College Football Podcast, Reese Davis adding that Herbie was talking about a segment of players who look solely at the NFL or bust, and everything else is a far second. There won't be a 21st Grand Slam title, at least not in the next coming couple of weeks. That's next. Sports Center all night. It's ESPN Radio.
Kyrie is a master at what he does. And when you think about what he adds to the Brooklyn Nets, even in away games, like he is that additive to the Brooklyn Nets that I think it could be masterful for him to come back.
More Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max Thursday morning on ESPN Radio.
More Sports Center all night. Next.
Gentlemen, now you can find the best brands and fits for you without even trying. Just follow these easy instructions. Step 1. Shop a personalized store that does all the work for you by customizing a selection for your taste and body. Step 2. Level up your closet with the best brands and fits with little to no effort. Not trying has never looked so good. Introducing Stitch Fix Freestyle, your personalized store. We're so you.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-ALANON or go to alanon.org.
Chloe here with Cross Country Mortgage. Against all odds, CCM has just closed the Garcia's dream home in 21 days. I was able to speak with their top loan officer before they went into the locker room, and he said it was a matter of dedication. Ultimately, they leaned on their experience as a team. They've been here before. They've done all types of loans. Simply put, CCM loan officers know how to close as a team for your dream home. Cross Country Mortgage is dedicated to getting it done. Back to you in the studio. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing opportunity.
I've got muscular dystrophy. That means my muscles are weak and it can be hard to breathe.
Now is a scary time for everyone, as we are at a higher risk for respiratory infections. In good times and bad, the Muscular Dystrophy Association helps kids live with neuromuscular disease. The pandemic places more than 200,000 adults and children with muscular dystrophy at a greater risk.
Breathing is often hard when you live with a neuromuscular disease,
but the Muscular Dystrophy Association is here to help.
MDA is what ensures they receive critical medical care at one of over 150 care centers across the U.S.
During COVID-19, kids like me are at a greater risk.
The Muscular Dystrophy Association needs your support now more than ever.
COVID-19 won't stop us. To learn how you can help, please visit helpmda.org. Thank you.
The Flyers. 7:30 Eastern and 10 on ESPN. 97.5 The Fanatic. Sports Center All Night continues with Jay Reynolds.
We're presented by Progressive Insurance. Small business protection just got easier with more than 30 coverage options available. Progressive has you covered. More at progressivecommercial.com. We're taking you to Key, Jay, and Max, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Guests are on the Goodyear Hotline. You join the conversation on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. Australian Open champ Novak Djokovic denied entry to Australia this week. His visa canceled by border authorities as he arrived after he had mentioned he'd been offered a medical exemption on PTI. Our Tony Kornheiser.
This story stinks to high heaven, which I said yesterday. And the antagonist in it is Novak Djokovic, who has never helped himself in this regard. He has been laughing at the Australian people for letting him in. He has been a public anti-vaxxer. He has not ever disclosed what the nature of his medical exemption is. Rod Laver, of all people, Rod Laver said, you've got to tell people what this is about or this thing could get ugly. Rod Laver, the most important tennis player in the history of tennis.
Yes.
And now we're waiting for Nicole Kidman to weigh in and for Greg Norman to weigh in. Novak Djokovic is a haughty fellow. He is a dismissive fellow. And as you say, he thought he was going to get away with this and they'd have to let him in because he would set the record there. I didn't like this from any angle that this thing came from. And to amplify your point, Australia had the most severe and longest lockdown of any country. And the Australians looked at this and they said, we're not letting this guy waltz in here to play tennis.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're in quarantine. And I read that a doubles player had said, this smacks of just catering to a famous guy, because if I asked for this exemption, I would not get one.
Djokovic was issued a letter by the Australian government saying his visa had been denied and he would be deported. Djokovic looking for an injunction. Rafa Nadal reacting, saying, quote, it would be good if Djokovic gave some explanation. He does not have the obligation to give information regarding his privacy, but at the same time, he must be aware that it's a world reference at a time of serious health crisis. Make it 500 wins for Jay Wright. No relation. I'm Jay Reynolds at SportsCenter All Night, ESPN Radio.
Justin Moore turning the corner, layup good on the finger roll.
Ryan, you talked about it earlier. We're seeing him do that more and more. 22 points now for Moore.
That's how it sounded on Fox Sports Philadelphia. Villanova, a 75-41 win over Creighton. Jay Wright with his 500th win as Nova head coach. Third largest win against a conference opponent over the last 40 seasons. On the women's side, number 6 Indiana with a 23-point win over Wisconsin, 76-53. Ninth-ranked Texas, meanwhile, losing to Texas Tech. Longhorns have their 7-game win streak snapped, Tech getting its first win in Austin since 2013. Tech's men's team in action as well as we bring in Kevin Winter for the best of what we heard Wednesday.
The top 5 plays of the day. Number 5.
Jay, let's start in college basketball. Top 25 matchup from the Big 12. Number 25, Texas Tech, 10-2, visiting number 11, Iowa State, which entered with a 12-1 record. Jeff Haxton at the call from Learfield.
Passes out to Brockington. He moves to his right, backs off from the arc, now looks to attack. He'll pull up and try the 3. He hits it and a foul. Wow.
We said looking for the alpha dog. And Isaiah Brockington
He's barking.
Number 4.
To the association, and the biggest story Wednesday night, of course, was the season debut for Kyrie Irving. Why so late? Because he's not vaccinated. Why was he able to play now? Because Brooklyn was on the road visiting the Indiana Pacers. Chris Carino with the call on WFAN.
Nets up by 7. Irving dancing up top. Driving left, down the lane, falling away, banks it in. Kyrie Irving with 21. And the Knicks by 9.
Number 3.
This game did not start off well for the Brooklyn Nets because the story in the first quarter was Lance Stevenson. Yes, the dude who once blew in LeBron James's ear. He's a few watts shy of a light bulb, Jay. But Lance Stevenson went absolutely ballistic when he came off the bench in the opening quarter. He scored the final 20 points for the Indiana Pacers. The calls at 107.5 FM and 1070 The Fan.
Here it comes. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. The bench has cleared. Stevenson is urging the crowd to get to their feet, and they are more than happy to comply. This guy's like the Pied Piper.
Back like you never left.
The quarter ends with Indiana leading by 5. Stevenson off the bench with 20.
Number 2.
Jay, we're going to stay in the NBA. The Charlotte Hornets are playing host to the Detroit Pistons. Kelly Oubre Jr. had a fourth quarter for the ages. He had 8 3-pointers in the quarter. The call on WFNZ.
Oubre to Martin. Give it back to Oubre. Goes for it again. You betcha! This is insane. 8 threes for Oubre.
And the number 1 play of the day.
And finally, Jay, how about the week for Kevin Porter Jr. of the Houston Rockets? Leaves a game at halftime, gets suspended for conduct detrimental to the team, and in his first game back, he wins the game at the buzzer. Craig Ackerman at the call on Sports Talk 790 KBME.
Step back 3 for the win. He got it! He got it! It's a Rockets win in our nation's capital! KPJ with the game winner!
From maybe throwing something at a coach to throwing up a game-winning 3. Quite a week for Kevin Porter. That'll do it for Sports Center all night. I'm Jay Reynolds. Shout out to the folks on the other side of the glass. Our producer, Chris McGlynn. Associate producer, Chris McGlynn. Our technical director, Chris McGlynn. Production assistants from Chris McGlynn. Solid work by the entire team all week. It's Thursday, January 6th. Happy Three Kings Day, 12th day of Christmas. Birthday of Keenan McCardle, current assistant coach with the Vikings, former wide receiver, played with the Jaguars. Their fans planning a clown out at the season finale this weekend to protest their owner. Much more from Week 18 coming up. Key, Jay, and Max, they're coming up next. It's ESPN Radio.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max starts next at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
Hello, this is Discover, and we take customer service very seriously. We know that if you have a question or concern about your credit card, that's a serious matter, and you need to talk to a real person about it. So we offer around-the-clock access to seriously talented representatives in the USA. Again, it's a serious endeavor. The only funny thing about it is Bob. If you call us and Bob answers, you're in for a treat. Get 100% U.S.-based customer service and talk to a real person day or night. Discover. Exceptionally common sense.
CSX Transportation is an industry leader on the move. The railroad company has immediate openings for freight train conductors. Join the CSX team and start your paid-on-the-job training today, earning nearly $25 per hour with no degree required. If you're safety-focused with a passion for great service, you've got what it takes to move your career forward at CSX. Apply at csx.com/careers. That's csx.com/careers. CSX is an equal opportunity employer.
Chloe here with Cross Country Mortgage. Against all odds, CCM has just closed the Garcia's dream home in 21 days. I was able to speak with their top loan officer before they went into the locker room, and he said it was a matter of dedication. Ultimately, they leaned on their experience as a team. They've been here before. They've done all types of loans. Simply put, CCM loan officers know how to close as a team for your dream home. Cross Country Mortgage is dedicated to getting it done. Back to you in the studio. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing opportunity.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gordon Christensen, and if you're a dentist as I am, or you know a dentist, please take a moment to listen. When I became a dentist, I learned how quickly poor oral health can lead to other serious health problems. And for people without access to care, these problems can spiral very quickly. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how I could until I joined Dental Lifeline Network. It's a nonprofit that has helped us literally change the lives of people in our communities. DLN asks dentists to volunteer to see just one of the many patients in need in your area. It's very simple. DLN screens those in need and coordinates an initial appointment that takes place in the comfort of the dentist's own office and on their schedule. Right now, there's a wait list for patients in need in your community. I'm asking fellow dentists who will join me in seeing one patient per year.
Learn more about Dental Lifeline Network at willyouseeone.org. That's willyouseeone.org.
HVAC contractors and techs. Want to be sure the system you're repairing or installing is running efficiently? Then test it with Testo. Heating, cooling, air quality, electrical, and more. If it can be measured, it should be measured with precision with Testo instrumentation. Testo is a world leader, headquartered right here in Westchester, Pennsylvania. For accurate results, ask for Testo by name. To see Testo's full line of measurement instruments, products, and job site solutions, visit Testo.com. That's Testo.com. Testo, be sure.
Mom and Dad used to argue about everything, especially about Dad's drinking. It drove me crazy. It got so bad, I couldn't do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. I absolutely refused to let any of my friends come to our house for any reason. I would have been humiliated if anyone found out how much my dad drank and how loud my mom screamed at him. My family went from totally crazy to quiet, calm, and even peaceful. The only thing that happened is my mom started going to Al-Anon family groups. Her relationship with my dad really changed. I asked Mom if she would take me to her Al-Anon meetings or to Alateen. I wanted to see if I could have a better relationship with my dad. I'm sure glad I did. If someone's drinking troubling you, you might be surprised at what you can learn in an Al-Anon or Alateen family group from people just like you. Call 1-888-4-AL-ANON or go to alanon.org.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
The show starts. Your Thursday morning begins with The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hopefully you had a good night's sleep. I had a great night's sleep. Like, best night's sleep I probably had in forever that I can think of.
Forever? That must be really cool.
I'm talking about having to get up at where you have to get up at 4 a.m. But that was the best. Over the holidays, it was just incredible. I mean, sleeping.
I don't know what good sleep is anymore.
Really, at all? Are you gonna have to get rid of this second child?
Yeah, I can't wait till she sleeps through the night. It's gonna be amazing.
I mean, it's what's.
I'm gonna come skipping in one morning.
Well, what's the time that usually happens? See, we were blessed with only one child, and she was a great sleeper.
Typically, like by 4 months, there's a milestone.
Is it about eating?
Yeah.
Remember, right?
These little kids are hungry.
Yeah, like my last two kids were big fat pigs when they were born, and they slept like champions.
They sleep like champions.
One
right.
was like, I hope Donna's not listening. One was like 9'6", and another one was like 8'13" or something.
10'4".
And they slept like angels.
Same with me. I was 10'4".
Yeah.
My wife Donna. I still sleep.
Easy there, cowboy.
I still sleep like a baby.
Yeah.
Like most of the time, but I'm worried tonight will be a bad night's sleep.
Nah, don't even worry about it.
Now that I've got the weather forecast, I'm saying, oh, geez.
You're fine.
I haven't slept well in about a year. A year and a day.
Why
Roughly.
would it be a year and a day? Let's try to think.
Roughly.
What could potentially be the reason
What's
for
keeping
that?
you awake at night?
I don't know.
Were you heading to D.C.?
Oh, man. Did you know? Coach told us today that people do not go to work on Thursdays in the small European country called Estonia. Can you imagine not working 1 day a week? Like having it be a 4-day work week?
Didn't a hot prime minister, the one that got COVID from clubbing, Clubbing.
Clubbing?
She just proposed a 4-day work week in... I forget what country that is, but she's hot.
All right, let's see if we can come to agreement
The
here.
important thing is she's hot.
Yeah, that's the moral.
The second thing that pops up is 4-day work week.
If it was going to be 4-day work week.
She's young. She's like 33 or something.
What day would you take?
What day would you
Monday.
want it to be?
Monday.
I'd want it to be Monday also.
See,
but not in our business, I wouldn't want it to be Monday.
Yeah.
In our business, I'd want it to be
just-
Friday.
I used to have a work schedule where my 2 days a week off were Wednesday and Saturday.
Okay, that sucks. Wait a minute.
Well, it didn't. It wasn't bad because your week not having 2 days in a row off sucked, but having the work week broken up with a day off wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
not
mind
too bad,
it.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea, though, of the 3-day weekend, 3-day weekend's a beautiful thing.
Finland.
Finland.
That's the one, the prime minister.
She's a chat. Yeah. What's her name?
What's up?
I don't know.
So she's the one who's
Finland
proposing
prime minister?
this.
A 4-day week, yeah.
And you know what? There will
She's
be
got
people.
my support.
There will be people who have no idea about the size of Finland or their
not
economics
important.
that will say the United States should do this too. See, Finland can do it.
Yeah.
If Finland can do it, we can do it.
We should get a hot prime minister. That'd be cool.
Be really interesting. We had good. Imagine if we had good-looking politicians. We'd like politics more. If we had good-looking politicians. What?
Ralph Nader.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Sex symbol.
Handsome
Absolutely.
man. Handsome man. Bradford White Water Heaters brings you the 6 o'clock hour. Bradford White is here for the pro. By the way, if you don't know, January 6th is Little Christmas. Today's the Epiphany, Little Christmas. Get the Christmas decorations down, please. Today's the last day.
Oh.
Christmas tree should be down. Christmas lights should be down.
That's happening
today.
Saturday.
Today.
Could you guys see John walking around the neighborhood knocking on doors saying,
Yeah.
excuse me, it's the day after Little Christmas. Can you please take this down?
No,
I could.
No, I just look around and go, see, now that's where you have, that's the one thing is I cannot believe you've known me for a year. And you guys have the complete misconception of me. I am the wave, keep walking person.
So you're the guy who like you wait for them to walk out and they say hi.
No,
and
I'll just look and go.
You
I'll just
wave.
look at these people.
But then you see the Christmas tree and you just.
No, I'll just look and I'll go, okay, these are the laziest individuals that I've ever met. But I'll just keep walking. I won't be
Maybe
the
they just
person
had a baby. You know?
No one runs further away from like HOAs and crap like that than I do. No one in the world wants less to do with that than I do. Keep it away from me and keep the people. And if you're on the HOA, I'm probably never going to want to even say hello to you because I know that there's going to be some. Did you know that Mary Green? We want a new rule in because Mary Green likes to leave her lawn a half inch longer. Danny Green is the one I want to talk about, though. He steps in it again. By the way, fine performance last night, Danny.
That's a beautiful stat line.
That's a great performance from you last night.
That's almost impossible.
It is.
I'm not kidding you. I like
0, 0, 0, 0. Zeros everywhere.
No. He had one foul.
If you put me on a floor, an NBA floor, like when I was 22, 23 years old and still playing ball and all, and I played 24 minutes, honest to God, I could get a stat.
Right.
Like a rebound might fall to the floor that I would go and chase down something. Danny Green last night had 0, 0, 0, 0, zeros across the board, 0 for 2 from 3.
Zero turnovers.
Which is similar.
Tell the whole story.
Similar,
oh my God.
Similar to the numbers that his Sirius XM show gets. But just being honest, Danny Green, though, stepped in it again. The man who blindly defended Ben Simmons. Remember when he tried to falsely tell the entire country that this fan base was too tough on Ben Simmons? Which was a total line of bullcrap, where this fan base was giving Ben Simmons standing ovations even through Game 7. Now he's doubling down on dumb. He depicts the Sixers fans booing Tobias Harris in the midst of a horrible game as disrespecting him. Complete crap. Absolute garbage. First of all, the boo, again, a boo is about the performance, just as the cheers for him in the same game are about the performance. It's not about the individual unless the individual makes it about themselves, like telling the fans to, not effing clap. We'll hear from Tobias on that. Look, Danny Green, I can't say it anymore. You're an ass. You really are. If you're booing somebody in a supermarket, if you're that guy, you boo somebody on the street, you're the ass. You're the idiot. But to boo a crappy performance during a terrible season, and yes, Tobias Harris is really declining terribly, stop it. And Danny Green, again, though, for whatever reason, wants to depict this fan base in a way that isn't. I would tell you, I believe the Sixers fan base is the most supportive fan base in the city. If you tell me the 4 major teams, I would tell you the Sixers fan base is the most patient, the most supportive, and the most, I think, positively energetic consistently about their team.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful to call Danny Green an ass. That's what I will say, disrespectful.
About that.
I don't know the guy. I can't call anybody an ass. No.
Really.
What he said may have been asinine.
Well, that's fine.
But, yeah. No, but what he said yesterday, if you take out one word, John, I'm okay. Like, if he's backing up a teammate, and Jamie had a riff on this yesterday, but if you're backing up a teammate, okay, I have no problem with that. Sure. But booing to me isn't disrespectful. Booing is a reaction to your play, much like cheering is. Disrespectful is a little bit too deep of a word for me for booing. But again, having your teammates back, I'm okay with it. I don't know why he felt the need to jump in on it. And when we hear what he said and when we hear what Tobias Harris said, Tobias Harris handled it very well last night, I thought. But yeah, it's just head scratching. I don't know why athletes all of a sudden are so, I don't want to call athletes soft as a whole, but I don't know why
individual athletes are absolutely soft.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so in tune with what the crowd is doing.
You know why?
It's
the freaking phone that nobody can put down.
It's in their pockets.
It's in their face. It's in their hands.
Well, yeah, at all
They walk around with their heads in it. You watch them going into games. You know when they show on the pregame, when they show the players walking in, the players' entrance, and they'll show sometimes on NBC Sports and everything, you'll see the players, they get their heads down in their phones.
Yeah.
They never get out of it.
I'm on my phone a lot.
They're living in it.
Yeah, but like if I'm walking around the grocery store, I'm picking out songs, I'm looking at my shopping list, I'm texting my wife. It's constantly in front of me. So it's not like they're always tied to Twitter, but it's there if they want it. Back in the 90s and 2000s, players could turn off the radio, put down the newspaper, walk away, and seclude themselves. Now these players can't as much anymore. It's a whole new world. So I think that's why they're coming off softer than they are. I ultimately didn't have a problem with what Danny Green said.
Why?
Booing is disrespectful. No, it's momentary disrespect. The definition...
Disrespect for what?
Disrespectful isn't that bad of a word.
What is disrespectful?
The definition of disrespectful is showing a lack of respect or courtesy. In the moment when you are booing, you are voicing your displeasure with their performance.
Correct.
It's a sign of disrespect.
No, it's a sign of disgruntlement. You're not pleased. It's not disrespectful. You're not calling his wife a whore. You're not attacking his children. You're not doing any of those things.
A lack of courtesy.
That's not courtesy.
That's the point of a boo. It's disrespectful in its nature. Yes.
It's not courtesy.
That's exactly what they're doing. When you're booing somebody, you're being disrespectful towards them.
No, you aren't.
It doesn't mean that you hate them. It doesn't mean that you loathe them, that you don't want them a part of your community, that you don't respect them as a human being. You're disrespecting their game.
You're disrespecting the performance.
I don't think disrespectful is a bad word, and to watch all of Philadelphia get triggered by the word disrespectful yesterday kind of had me chuckling.
No, it's not being triggered, Jamie. It's the fact that this guy...
People were triggered.
It's the fact that this guy, for the second consecutive time, has depicted this fan base incorrectly. Like when he told the national...
But what was incorrect yesterday?
When he tried to tell the entire country that we had been so terrible to Ben Simmons and tried to depict us as somehow the villains in that story when Ben Simmons was getting standing ovations through Game 7. Danny Green had an agenda. Whatever it is, I don't understand.
He's having his teammates back.
But no, there's a difference between making someone else the villain and taking the focus off your teammate. You can support your teammate without making the fan base the villain.
He did yesterday.
And again, he's making the fan base the villain. Saying that a guy getting booed is disrespected.
Why is disrespectful this like god-awful word all of a sudden?
Because it's not
as heavy as people are making it out to be.
It is not disrespecting and then the snicker of the home fans. This is Danny Green talking on his podcast, which if he yelled out a window, he'd reach as many people.
Yeah, I know it's getting to him. I'm always trying to be the guy, the mediator, the encourager, because I know what the work he puts in. And regardless of how he's playing, he does not deserve the disrespect that he's gotten thus far from our home court or our fans or even outside fans. You know, a lot of people outside of our fans have not given him the benefit of doubt of the things that he's done for his team last year and in the past years and the work he's put in. And obviously, all they see is the numbers. They see what he's not doing and what he's making and what they think he should be doing. And he's a big part of this team. You know, I just try to tell him to just block out the noise. We all do. And we try to encourage him. We try to simplify and make the game easier for him. We know you're frustrated. We know things sometimes are not going your way. And he knows, you know, I do have to play better. And that happens.
He's putting in the work. It's amazing. $100 million, Bob. He's putting in the work. Isn't that applaudable? I mean, he's working hard. That's what you do. That's what the guy does that makes $35,000 a year picking up trash in the street. That's what the guy does who goes to work and puts the roof on your house, or the doctor or the nurse during COVID. For God's sakes, makes $100 million. He's working hard. So you people don't need to be. And where's all the disrespect? Talk radio? Not in this town.
Part of the definition is also impolite.
He's not getting...
Is booing polite?
It's not even any. It's not at all.
That's the point of the boo. Is you're looking for a reaction. You're voicing your displeasure as a paying customer for a paid performer.
Yes,
it's disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful.
It's fine. It's fine that it's disrespectful. Why is disrespectful that heavy of a word all of a sudden?
That's
the point of a boo. A boo is disrespectful.
Well, disrespectful to me carries a little more than like your displeasure or your dissatisfied.
Yes, exactly.
Like disrespectful means to me that you're carrying it bigger into a life thing, into a, like disrespectful is kind of what John was saying, like something about your wife or something about your
but that's not what the word is.
And maybe Danny Green's heard that on the bench. Maybe he has heard a group of fans behind the bench saying, hey, Tobias, whatever, that there could be some form of disrespect that he is hearing that we haven't heard. Booing to me, is just a reaction to displeasure of a play. I don't think it's overall disrespectful.
You're going to regret pointing to me because I'm in Jamie's camp.
No, I'm not. I think it's good if you have something good to say. It's great.
I look at this entire argument like we are the Spider-Man gif pointing at Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like we're sitting there like, we're soft. No, wait, you're soft. Like this is the softest argument that we sit here. We can boo and we can say all of that. But they can't get pissed off about it.
No. He can be pissed off about it.
And then what's
it's not disrespectful
to say it publicly.
To him.
Okay, all right, whatever. I mean, but the disrespect thing is subjective. What's disrespectful to you isn't going to be disrespectful to Bob, and what's disrespectful to Bob won't be disrespectful to Jamie. So when a pro athlete who is busting their ass out there is getting booed, they might take it as disrespect. I can't tell them that it's not disrespectful.
Do you think
if they're taking it as that? Well, all right, that's the thing.
The idea is that he makes it more. He says within the fan base, within the country, all these other people are not respecting Tobias Harris. You know what you have to do? You have to freaking right now. Here's the deal: you got to when you're paid $100 million, you're expected to perform at a high level.
Absolutely.
And he's acting like, has talk radio killed Tobias Harris?
No.
I'm missing it.
No.
I'm missing it. Is he being disrespected? Is he being called a dog? In fact, most fans always preface anything with Tobias Harris with, he seems like a great guy. He's great in the community. He's a nice person. Everybody couches any kind of critique. So in other words, I think they go out of their way to show him respect, but to criticize his performance. And his performance now for the second consecutive year is on the downslide at $100 million.
Everything you said is correct.
I mean, and that's where I just don't. This guy has an agenda. Danny Green, for some reason, has an agenda.
He's the 3-time champion in that locker room that's trying to have his teammates back and be that veteran guy.
You can do that, but you don't. Again,
why is
because this guy
disrespectful?
Jamie, I explained
that's what it all boils down to. All this comes down to one word.
What explains it before is that this guy was the same guy who has egg on his face because he was the guy trying to tell the country that we had run somehow Ben Simmons out of town.
Yeah, and we all found that laughable.
And he perpetuates. So now he's going to double down on it. Now he's going to double down on it. Now he's going to continue to pick the fan base. He was completely wrong.
It's okay to boo.
Egan has a great point with the Spider-Man.
It is. We have to take it.
The players are soft for saying it, but we're getting mad that they said disrespectful.
That's my only point.
Yeah. It is.
See, now you're getting hung up on disrespectful. I'm hung up on Danny Green trying to falsely depict a fan base that has been wildly supportive. This is a fan base. The Sixers fan base is the most supportive in town.
But they are being disrespectful to Tobias. That's the irony of all this.
That is, you see, but you're getting hung up on a word. I am hung up on Danny Green. Obviously, hates.
You're hung up on the messenger.
He hates the fan base. He hates this fan base. He hates the fan base.
He wouldn't have re-signed here if he hated it that much.
No, he wants a paycheck.
I mean,
he wants the paycheck.
I don't know about you guys, but if I get 100 tweets and 99 of them are very complimentary, I'm focusing on the one that's negative. And I think
Are you really?
Yeah. I'm
Why though?
Because I'm soft, as Danny
No,
Green
you
told
aren't.
me. No, I do. I focus on the one negative one, and I think that for a large majority of people, they're probably like that. They won't admit it, but I think for especially pro athletes. So while you're right, there is a very large sect of the fan base that has been very supportive. But the people that go out there that boo them, those are the ones that the players focus on.
I'm going to completely disagree with you, and I can prove my point by your Twitter feed.
What do you mean?
When you get somebody that is an absolute ass to you, nasty, rude, whatever, you answer it with humor.
Yeah, I try to.
I answer it with humor.
But it still bugs me. I muted all notifications.
But you answer it with humor.
Like, as soon as I went on vacation, I muted all notifications. I might never go back.
But
It's
you
great.
answer it with humor.
He's the laughing maid crying behind
But that doesn't... Yeah, exactly. No, I am.
But you respond positively. You don't respond negatively.
I have the laughing mask, but behind it, I'm listening to Enya, and I'm crying in a dark room.
You answer it with humor.
Yeah.
I love to just say, find the guy who's the most vicious, nasty person and go, oh, and then I'll go, oh, well, thanks for following. And put a smiley
thanks for
face.
listening.
Thanks for following.
It's okay to boo. It is.
It is.
For all eternity. If you go back to Rome and the start of the Olympics.
Were they booing the line?
I hope so.
No, they were booing they were booing the person that, and then that's how they
What was the Lions' reaction?
They booed then, they'll boo in 100 years from now. Booing's okay. It's fine. But if an athlete tells you they feel disrespected from the boos, just take it.
I can't. No, I'm not going to take it from that messenger.
But it's
because I know
it's
he's
the messenger
yes,
with you.
and
It's
that's
not
what
the
I'm saying.
message.
Because he's a false messenger.
But
he tells lies.
He's speaking for the locker room.
He tells lies.
That's how athletes feel.
Not all.
Wait, he tells lies. What do you mean he tells lies?
Did you go back and listen to him? And I did it again yesterday when the Ben Simmons story came down. He depicted it as Ben Simmons was being run out of town by this fan base, which is a load of crap. And he perpetuated that. And he said it on a microphone on a national stage. And he tried to make it seem like these people in this town ran Ben Simmons out of town, which is complete crap. This town gave him standing ovations in Game 7, the last game he ever played
agree
here.
with that. I
So
agree with that.
so that's what I'm saying. He's lying.
There were
lies.
groups that organized down at the Sixer facility.
No, that was
him at training camp.
That was that puppet.
They marched over the bridge.
Hey, the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of the inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. So what we found is, Jamie, is that you're talking more about the disrespect, and you make some great points there. Pat talks about that. I'm talking about Danny Green.
Your problem is the messenger.
My point is him. Yes.
The message to me was a big nothing.
My point is that he is a guy who has an agenda for some reason. Some reason he's butthurt. He hates the fans here. And he tries to depict this fan base falsely. And then national media members run with it and say, see, Danny Green's telling us what it's really like, which is crap.
Well, he got death threats in L.A., so it's stupid. He's trying to be the voice for the locker room. I don't view it as him hating the fans.
How about performing? Well,
that's a difference.
Why would you tell fake stories about the fan base?
I mean,
why would you do that?
Ben Simmons gets dragged online.
Ben Simmons.
That's part of it.
Ben Simmons in this town got standing ovations.
In stadium. Yeah.
The fans. That's the fans. They're in the building. They paid. And they're
There's-
very wildly supportive of him.
I would say 25% of Sixers Nation, quote unquote, does not like Ben Simmons and is pretty nasty to him in social and media environments.
In social media environments.
That's a big part of the picture today.
Oh, I've been at games where Ben Simmons is getting booed, and this is when he was playing well. I mean, there's a certain part of the fan base that is mad that he never became Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And those people are the one I think that Danny Green talks about.
The Sixers beat the Magic last night in a game that I found totally boring.
Magic stink.
I found that game.
I bet him at halftime. That was good.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, 7.5. I laid it at halftime.
That was a snooze fest.
Yeah, Doc Rivers did something to try to wake his team up a little bit by going with two bigs.
Two power forwards, two centers.
Wasn't that what you're supposed to do in these games, right? Experiment a bit and
experiment a bit, yeah. Yeah, so it was interesting. He had to do something to wake his team up. They could have sleptwalked through a win in Orlando, which they mostly did. But Joel Embiid, again, was really good.
Oh, my gosh.
His 8-game stretch, and we'll go over some numbers later, his last 8-game stretch has been absolutely phenomenal.
5 wins in a row for the Sixers, and that's good news. Continue to try to climb your way back in to a higher position in the Eastern Conference. Tomorrow morning on the show, we are going to give away a pair of tickets to the Eagles-Cowboys game on Saturday night, and those are going to be courtesy of our friends at Miller Lite and in the flight deck. Tickets at Miller Lite. You got to love them. They're absolutely awesome. We're going to let you know Friday morning how you're going to win, but we will tell you, you've got to pay attention to the show starting at 7 a.m. And it will not be a know the show question tomorrow. It's not going to be one of those ones where you got to listen and then answer a question at the end of the show. But you got to be listening at 7 o'clock to figure out what is going to go on. And you could be going to the Eagles and the Cowboys on Saturday night. It's going to be a little chilly after the big snowstorm comes through, or the one that they'll tell us about that never comes, sort of like the other day.
It came. I don't know why Jersey you don't think it came.
They told me I was going to get 2 to 4 inches.
They didn't. They said you were going to get a coating at most, and you didn't get anything.
No, they told me Sunday night before going to bed that it would be 2 to 4 inches in Chester County. We got nothing.
Changed.
We got the lines are always moving. That's why I need the Park Sportsbook. All right, we've got a lot coming up, including another person who covers the Eagles thinks that conspiracy theories may not be conspiracy theories. We'll get to that. It's John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic. I love the Park Sportsbook app. Talk about lines moving. The Park Sportsbook app gives you an opportunity because the lines are constantly moving. If you want to bet on individual player performances, you want to bet on whether, you're going to see Jalen Hurts pass for a certain amount of yards, rush for a certain amount of yards. By the way, always bet the over on the rushing yards. It tends to work a lot. You will love the Park Sportsbook app because you don't have to bet like your dad. You don't have to just bet on over-unders and point spreads. There's so many different ways to go. And with the same game parlays in effect, you have ways to multiply your knowledge into multiplied winnings. The Park Sportsbook app, custom made for you, the real Philly sports fan. Sign up now and you're going to get a risk-free bet of up to $500 by using my promo code Kincade. Go to parkcasino.com/PA and use the promo code Kincade. Your risk-free bet will be refunded in site credit. So come join me at the Park Sportsbook app. You got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Listen, I like kids, but this is not a kid's environment. This is like HBO. No limits.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. That's how much you could lose when you join NJ Diet, because NJ Diet only takes 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Now, since NJ Diet is a contractually guaranteed money-back program, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. NJ Diet is 100% tailored to you by using bioenergetically personalized supplements based on your hair, saliva, and blood work. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. 40 days up to 40 pounds can be a real thing. Unlike other weight loss systems, NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no surgery. With offices close by in Princeton, Cherry Hill, and King of Prussia, or from home with live online video consultations. Call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
In business, days don't just come and go. Every day counts. Whatever your day brings, with Comcast Business, you'll have the solutions you need to make the most of it. Like the power of the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses, the freedom to control your network from anywhere, and advanced cybersecurity to help protect every device on it. Every day in business is a big day. We'll keep you ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Call for details. Jackson Hewitt needs you to know 3 things about filing taxes this year. 1, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits on the table. 2, you have to file for them to make sure you get the right amount. 3, A Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will help track down every credit you deserve. Tax credits for being a parent, taking care of a parent, going to school, and so much more. You don't want to miss out on thousands. Jackson Hewitt knows that. Discover thousands in tax credits and get your biggest refund guaranteed. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
CSX Transportation is an industry leader on the move. The railroad company has immediate openings for freight train conductors. Join the CSX team and start your paid-on-the-job training today, earning nearly $25 per hour with no degree required. If you're safety-focused with a passion for great service, you've got what it takes to move your career forward at CSX. Apply at csx.com/careers. That's csx.com/careers. CSX is an equal opportunity employer.
When it's time to get paid, why should you wait? BetRivers Online Casino offers its players the revolutionary Rush Pay service. When you want to cash out your winnings, you don't have to wait 2 days just to get the go-ahead to withdraw your money. That's why BetRivers created Rush Pay. With Rush Pay, 80% of withdrawal requests are approved instantly. Rush Pay is just another reason to love BetRivers Online Casino. Go to betrivers.com today and play with a winner.
Presented by Rivers Casino Philadelphia. Must be 21 or over to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, Discover here to explain our cash back match. Here's how it works. We give you cash back for using your Discover card on the things you were going to buy anyway. Then we match that cash back in your first year. And that's why we call it Cashback Match. Now to recap and say cashback one more time. We match all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year automatically. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
70% of the Fortune 100 choose Zoom. With phone, chat, workspaces, apps, events, and video in a single platform, Zoom powers all your communications. Large enterprises, small businesses, and individuals use the secure Zoom platform to enable new ways of working, learning, hosting events, and supporting their customers. And now you can save 15% on meetings, chat, and phone with a Zoom United bundle. Visit zoom.com/bundle. Zoom, how the world connects.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ready for an oil change? We can help get the right protection at the right price. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Daily Protection or Valvoline Max Life High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP oil filter for just $28.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello? Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now.
DraftKings Sportsbook has an unbelievable offer to get fans in on all the action for this exciting time of the year on the football calendar. New customers can bet just $5 on any football team to win their game, and if they do, you win $200 in free bets. So let's wind down the season with a big win. DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on football with same-game parlays. Combine multiple bets from the same game for a bigger payout. The more legs you add, the more money you can win. Best of all, you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FANATIC. Bet just $5 on any football team, college or pro. You hear that? And win $200 in free bets if they're victorious. That's code FANATIC this week at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. In partnership with Meadows Racetrack and Casino. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I miss my baby, someone stole my baby. By the way, my baby is my landscaping truck that was literally stolen from a job site. Baby, won't you please come home?
Owning a small business isn't always as lovely as it sounds, but with 30-plus customizable coverage options, Progressive Commercial keeps your business humming along. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
I love my sweetheart. By the way, that's my riding lawnmower.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions apply.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. That was Jamie and Bob singing. I didn't realize that.
It's a little something we did yesterday.
You guys are half of a barbershop quartet.
Yeah.
Was that Connor in the background? Was there Connor
Connor was playing shuffleboard.
Connor was too busy. Connor gets boosted today.
Oh, does he? My daughter got boosted yesterday.
He told me he's getting boosted. He's giving me the warnings that, now remember, tomorrow I'm getting boosted today. Tomorrow I may be a little off. I'm like, first of all, Connor, you're a little off on a normal day. Second of all, seriously, buck up. Suck it up, Buttercup. For God's sake. My gosh. Unbelievable. Hopefully you can get involved in the discussion with us. Bob, your phone was blowing up with that early discussion we were having over the Danny Green thing. People were intrigued by the thing, and you have friends in the media and everything.
Yeah,
they were probably very intrigued.
Yeah, they were saying that the prime minister's from Finland.
Yeah.
Oh, they were telling you that the hot.
I said, seriously, that's what you got out of that first conversation? They said that's all I cared about in that first conversation.
Yeah, shot. She was clubbing.
So, yeah, she's not that hot. She's just not ugly.
For a world leader. Yes, for a world leader, she's off
top
the
3.
charts.
For a world leader.
What
do you like, Angela Merkel?
Wait a minute, top 3. Who's top 3? Why would you put
top 3 politicians?
Yes.
The chick from Alaska was cute.
No, world leaders.
Oh, world leaders. So it's mostly dudes, which is
she's got to be. She's got to be up there. Don't tell.
She's probably number 1 then. If you're a male.
I mean, look at the guys who are
heterosexual male.
Look at the guys who are world leaders today.
No, I'm all right.
Seriously, there's but if you look at guys that are world leaders today, it's not
Your boy Matt Carone's handsome.
World leaders of 50 years ago would be
Justin
looking
Trudeau.
and going, Siri, let's
really, he's a beefcake.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, he's really he is. He's tough. That's unbelievable. Pat, Coach said something in the break, took issue with something I said. Well, I had a difference of opinion. And I want to run it by you first.
Oh no, he's cursing you out in here.
No. We were just disagreeing.
I'm just telling you what I'm hearing in here.
Well, then he's cussing something up. I believe of the 4 fan bases that the Sixers fan base are just the most positive for their team, supportive of their team, cheer them almost blindly. And I used to think the Flyers were that way. He believes the Flyers fans are still that way. I've got to tell you, I've been to 3 games since I returned. And I'm going to tell you, when I go to the building, I think that the fans don't do a great job of making noise and riling things up and being wildly supportive.
I think they are the most blind loyalty. And the majority of the fans for the Flyers are cockeyed optimists. Like, we joke about Billy Mumphrey, they're Billy Mumphrey. They'll sit here and go, "Oh my God, we're only 3 games out of a wild card spot." And
okay, but I'm talking about the fans that are in the building. When I worked for the Flyers, that building rocked night after night. Now, they were much better teams, but they rocked.
So it was a much better team,
quiet.
And it was a cinder block column in the Spectrum, which I think made it louder.
Okay.
So I think the attitude has just changed in the Philadelphia fan base as a whole.
What do you think, Bob?
As a whole.
I would say Sixers fans, it's funny. Obviously I went through the process, so seeing 3,000-4,000 people in there didn't tell me that they were cockeyed optimists. It's what Jimmy Rollins said. Every fan's a front runner. Let's not kid ourselves. I agree. I'll go Flyers though, John.
You think Flyers?
I think they have that group of 15,000. We haven't done anything wrong. And I'll tell you what, if there's one thing the Flyers organization has done well, it has brainwashed its fans into and it's just like I said to you the other day. The Flyers played, I think, 6 games in a row, and they had 4 overtime wins and maybe an overtime loss, and it was they've gotten a point in their last 7 games. At least a point. It's always the optimistic side with the Flyers. I think I'd lean towards Flyers.
Okay, yeah. Jamie, you agree?
Sixers is turning. I think you're in a transition period where the patience has run out. Especially double that down with Ben Simmons' situation, which nobody respects really. It's getting ugly. It's the tides are turning. Because Sixers Twitter is borderline miserable at times, and rightfully so. A lot of times it's fair. I still think it's Flyers, but Sixers are getting a little more miserable in terms of fans.
Because to me,
patience is running out.
To me, I've been very shocked that I think the Flyers crowds are it's like a morgue.
Yeah.
It's like people are watching the Jumbotron and watching little videos between stoppages in play.
Well, that's more entertaining than the action on the ice.
And I know that,
but it's not anger,
to
right?
Me, Sixers
it's just
games,
apathy.
To these Sixers, I'm going to tell you this: getting my daughter exposed to it. Now, Shay, so an 18-year-old girl, she's like, Dad, Sixers all day, every day of the week, and she likes both sports. But she's like, the energy of a Sixers game, the crowd, was to her drew her in more.
Yeah, well, the Sixers are good now, and they have one of the most exciting players in the league.
So
and that ups it. The Flyers, it's a great point you make, though, John. What are you watching? When you're there, what are you watching?
Who are you watching for?
I don't think the core 15,000 Flyers fans even knows what the identity of this team is, not only now, but what has it been through the years.
And your most exciting player is a goaltender.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard.
Mike was all over young Carter yesterday.
For his comments?
Mike Missinelli was all over Carter Hart yesterday.
What?
Mike was telling Carter Hart that his dumb comments and that I don't understand that there's a lot of indecision. There's been a lot of wrong information, everything. Mike was killing Carter Hart yesterday.
You see, Giroux couldn't even get the game in his quarantined room.
Yeah, how about that?
That's
so
crazy.
Stupid.
That's the dumbest thing ever. Now, how do they not have
and
some
by the way, and they're
league
fine.
pass?
And they're fine.
Yeah. But how do they
fine.
not have some kind of pass to watch it?
Check out PJ Willihan's. PJ Willihan's. I'm going to try to go out. I think we're going to go out with some of the cousins and watch the Eagles game on Saturday night.
Nice.
PJ's is the best place to do it. Visit pjspub.com to find a location near you. So Tim McManus was on the aforementioned Mike Missinelli show yesterday.
What do you say, Timmy?
Tim McManus.
LaSalle High finest.
No, you don't say. What'd you say, Mikey? It's Mike. You don't say Mikey too.
What do you say, Mike?
What do you say, Mike? Tim McManus was on with Mike Missinelli, and he also found what I said to Adam Schefter. I had to go back and listen to when I presented that to Adam. Adam got speechless when I said to him, Adam, you don't think there's anything suspicious about all these players ending up on the COVID list this week and prominent players that they're going to use in the playoffs? Tim McManus comes on Mike Missinelli's show yesterday. He believes the same thing. He believes that, it's highly suspicious.
Yeah.
That all these players, because you volunteer to be tested.
When I saw the list, I went, good player, good player, good player.
Correct.
Good player,
I think.
Good player. Oh, okay.
And you know
I see
what?
what's going on here.
I have no knowledge of it. I'm going to believe that I have enough common sense to think that they said this week's game means nothing to us. Let's make sure that all of these guys will all be guaranteed to be available for the game.
It's like Howie Roseman finding a flaw in the CBA and being able to sign players to contracts that nobody thought about before.
Yes.
That's what I equate it to. Yeah, I think they absolutely said, hey, here's something we could do to make sure that everybody, because you can't test again, is available for that first playoff game.
Yes.
Let's get it all done now. Boom. One shot and let's do it. It's not against the rules.
No.
There's nothing wrong with it. I think you did catch Shefty off guard, and if he had more time to think about it, I think he probably would have said, yeah, you know what? And if it's not illegal, if it's not against anything that the NFL has put out there, it's a smart move.
And here's what I'd say is, if Tim McManus, who's in the trenches, who does the legwork, who talks to people actually on a daily basis 1,000 times more than I ever do, if he believes that, then it just reaffirms to me that I believe that it could be true. I don't want to depict it as Tim saying it's 100% true or reporting it. But he believes there's some smoke to this. This is crazy.
Absolutely.
But it's smart.
And it's brilliant.
And it's
By the way, I believe that's what Micah Parsons did.
There's a good chance.
I think the Cowboys made sure that Micah Parsons goes yesterday into the protocol, and he's guaranteed to be able to be ready for the first round playoff game.
It was funny because when we talked about, when you brought up your theory, and Jamie and I both said, as soon as we saw it, something went off in my head also saying, wait a minute here. I think it's just a genius. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not a conspiracy. It's nothing. It's smart. It's a smart move by the Eagles to ensure that they'll have a full roster come playoff time.
Now, also, too, reportedly nobody's sick, which is, again, it's just they're just going to get in, they're going to get out, and they're fine.
I know a guy in South Philly that can sell you a negative test and a positive test. Which one you want? What do you need?
Is it the P? Do I have to carry around the P?
Well, let's not get into the details of it.
I don't want it to carry around the P for it. The Flyers and the Penguins tonight, 7 o'clock on the Fanatic. Pat will be here for that one?
Yeah, I will be.
Yeah, all right.
Pat will be here.
Uh-huh.
So you'll be talking to Coatsy down the line, not distracting him, though.
No.
Okay.
No, you can't distract.
You can't distract.
He's a
Coach.
professional.
He's dialed.
You,
By the way,
you need to come in once and listen to a period or two with Pat and those two.
I would love it.
It's-
And more
the
important,
things that are
except
said.
I'd have to be here at at 8 o'clock at night.
I don't know.
It's entertaining.
I don't
though.
know who's been told to go F themselves more, Larry Brown by Allen Iverson or me by Tim Saunders.
I would love. Those two do a great job, and
They're funny.
So
would
does Pat.
When is Coatsy? When's Pat? Remember, we have an open invitation. Coatsy comes in and hangs out with us. I promise you, we'll have food. We will have an adult beverage, and we'll have Coates in here for some fun. And Coatsy can talk about anything.
Really remember because I drink.
Coatsy can talk about the Eagles.
Coatsy's fun.
Coatsy can. He's He's a great.
Love working
That's a
with those
great.
guys.
It's a great broadcast. They do a really.
They
nice
play
job.
off each other very well, and I think my favorite part about it is if the game is boring, they will tell you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they will be brutally honest and tell you, no, you're not missing much. This game sucks.
They don't sugarcoat it.
No.
And no blue paint.
No.
No blue paint. In the linchpin, Jamie wants to take us back a year.
This is the linchpin.
Yeah, it hit me yesterday. It was the 1-year anniversary of our show. The first thing we were discussing on the show was Doug Peterson tanking with the Philadelphia Eagles.
First topic ever. We're never going to forget that first day because of that.
It's wild to think now, a year later, they're heading to the playoffs. A coach got fired, not because of the tank, but because he refused to maybe fire some of his guys or do some other things.
What's up, Press Taylor?
Yeah, maybe he wanted to be fired. Who knows? Who cares? That was a year ago. And now they're heading to the playoffs. I've said it before. The NFL's weird. You can turn it around a lot quicker than the other leagues. Holy hell. I mean, they turned this around. Not that I think they're a true contender, but think about where we were 1 year ago. We were firing a coach and tanking a final game to get a better draft pick. Now we have 3 first-round picks, and we're headed to the playoffs. It's just wild to me that in 12 months, all of that happened.
It's incredible.
The cool thing to me is this isn't a much better football team than we anticipated in reality.
No, it's not.
So they
really,
have
yeah.
right. So it's not like you caught lightning in a bottle or year, or oh my God, they're falsely we're going to think they're better than they are. No, they're pretty much who we thought they were. We got some questions answered. You still have some questions to go. It just so happens they were able to win 9 games, make a playoff, and all the things you said, James. You still have the 3 draft picks. You still have money to spend. It couldn't have been a better scenario than what you got this year.
It's probably
it could not
more
have been.
indicative of how bad it was last year than how much better they are this year.
I'm so impressed, though.
That's a good line.
And I honestly, to me, it's the idea that it's incredible. It's incredible what they all accomplished as a team because there's so many members of the team, front office, coaching staff, to celebrate.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit goes to the coaching staff because, they were left with a tough situation here. A lot of the same players, like you just said. The front office stayed the same. Maybe Howie had a better draft and some decent cheap signings. But outside of that, I mean, the coaches get a lot of the credit for turning this around. It's pretty remarkable that just a year ago we were talking about. We didn't even know at that point that Doug was about to get fired in 2 weeks. But
because
we
he
were talking about
the
tank.
first week.
Yeah, we went, he tanked, so he's clearly safe for next year. Otherwise, the ownership wouldn't have allowed him to tank. And now here we are.
I love it.
It is amazing because of all of the positivity that is right there out in front of you, and yet I don't think there's going to be any fool's gold from the fans, from management of what this team is about. I think it's still plainly clear what you need, what you don't have, and you're still making a playoffs. I mean, it is the best case scenario that you could have absolutely hoped for this season.
Everything that Howie Roseman did, other than the Eric Wilson signing, has played out perfectly.
And even that was minimal money.
Exactly, it doesn't even really matter in the long run. But every single move he seemed to make has worked out to the point where we're sitting here and 3 of us have egg on our face for how we projected this team to finish the season and how the season to go. And Jamie's the only one that looks decent, and even Jamie
he said 7.
And even Jamie said 7. Exactly.
And got called Sunshine Mary because of it.
But no one called you.
Anthony does not pick on you like that. Stop it.
Oh, Anthony, yell at you?
Anthony doesn't heckle you like that. Come on, Danny Green. Come on. Anthony usually comes in and just throws his arms around you and smiles.
Yeah.
Or punches you.
Yeah, exactly.
And he smiles when he punches you, too.
Yeah.
He does like that.
Snarls
Stick your piety up your ass.
growls.
Grouses at you? He says that to you, too. He grouses at you a little
Quite
bit.
frankly, I think you're an a-hole.
Not the first time I've heard that.
I mean, he says that. He says that to you. But he says it fondly.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's not like
brotherly.
He doesn't
Like
think
a
you're...
bitch.
Yeah. He doesn't. It's not
That
like...
drop actually was about Jamie.
Probably.
What?
Yeah.
The like a bitch drop? That was
I didn't
about
know
Jamie.
that was... I didn't know
I
that
forget
was
the
about
context
Jamie.
of it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
No, I remember. It was you tweeted something that Bob said.
Oh, yeah,
Bob said something on the air. You tweeted it out. And
he
tagged
Bob in it.
Yeah, he said you tweeted it like a bitch.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember what it was.
Yes,
at
it
all,
was.
but
No,
yeah.
Bob had said something off the air, and Jamie used it
Oh, yeah,
as like...
that's what it was.
Somebody asked me a question about something.
And did not attribute
No,
it
I
to
did
Bob.
attribute it. Bob just didn't like that I took his off-air
Intellectual
words and put it out on the online existence.
Bob, you're right.
I know.
But I tagged him, so I
really-
clearly didn't think it was something
Well, I mean, that
I was
doesn't...
doing wrong.
There wasn't...
Yeah, that was. I don't know if I'd label it as wrong, but it was. I would say, as my dad would say to me once in a while, and it would make me feel bad. It was sneaky.
It wasn't honorable.
But I
No,
tagged
It
there
wasn't honorable.
It's not sneaky if I
It
tag
was
you.
Trey Youngish.
It was Trey Youngish.
Sneaky.
Wow.
By the way, that building is burning down.
That hurt, Pat.
That building is burning down.
Oh yeah, Nate McMillan on the hot seat.
Oh no, that place is falling apart.
It's amazing what happens when you can't lunge into a foul.
And they're losing their minds because they thought that wasn't. Look, I put it out there as look that carriage turned back into a pumpkin because it's still so terrible what happened last year that they ever lost to that crew.
It's a joke.
Oh my gosh, how did you ever lose to that crew? It's terrible because now they thought they were on the verge of doing something. Yeah, sure. That was a cute little story for the 4 weeks that people really got excited about Hawks basketball. That was really nice.
So the stores are stocked again?
Walmart sold a lot of Hawks gear for that month.
They're
that was
back.
great. Yeah. I think you can find it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can assure you. You walk in, you can find the Hawks gear anywhere. You can find it anywhere you want. And it's stacked and piled high anywhere you wish. Bob, you talked about, though, the fans being here a little bit different. Maybe a little bit different than before.
Yeah. Well,
and I've always pointed out, like, to me, I feel that there's been a change.
Yeah, well, I base it on the fact of what you said. So you were here, you saw the fan base, 20 years ago, and then go away, and you came back. And you've said over and over again how much you thought the fan base has changed, and that it's become more maybe compliant.
Some ways better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, exactly. Not in a bad way at all. I don't want to say soft. I want to say less hard on players, or however we want to say it. But I wonder, John, since you were away and came back to Philadelphia, do you look at the players as being different?
Absolutely.
Like, could you see back in the day this controversy going on about booing, about the way the fans react to players, about players commenting on it all the time? Now, I was asking you that in a generality, but you kind of answered it in the first segment where you picked up your phone, and you think that's probably the biggest reason?
I think that people live in a 24-hour existence where they care what an anonymous person thinks about them. And they're obsessed with it. And they're obsessed with affirmation. Look what I had for lunch. Look what I'm doing right now. Look what I'm doing. Please affirm me.
I had a free shorty yesterday.
Tell me that I'm happy.
Was I supposed to tweet that?
No, there are people who do.
Yeah.
There are people who do.
It was on my app. It was a free
Going
shorty.
into
What a surprise.
Starbucks, getting my pumpkin spice, baby.
Yeah, I haven't been on
It's
Facebook
affirmation.
in probably, 5 years or so, and what turned me on to it.
My friend request.
Yeah, what turned me off to it was just that. Somebody posted about looking for a dress for my daughter for her big dance recital or something. And I just thought, I don't need to know that. I just don't. It's
a waste of my brain energy.
I was just going to say, I'm not going to say it's a waste of my time, but it's a waste of my time.
Yes.
But
I think
it is different. Like this whole thing yesterday that went on, I kind of just sat back like an observer, and it went on with Jamie, with Jamie and Tyrone on Anthony's show yesterday, and then
highly entertaining.
A lot of people, not to Jamie, a lot of people talking about the reaction of Danny Green and how he treated Ben, whatever it may be, and I just kind of sat back and I said, wow, times have changed, and of course times are always going to change, but I don't know if it's for the better.
Oh, I would tell you that Ron Jaworski, absolutely Ron Jaworski.
Sensational.
Absolutely Mike Schmidt. Two legends in the town, legendary names, were treated far worse than Ben Simmons has ever been treated, Tobias Harris has been treated, or any member in today.
By the way, did you see Bryce wants to recreate that famous picture of Doc, Jaws, Tug?
I love that.
That would be really cool. That would be cool.
I mean,
yeah, they got it worse.
Who's your Eagle?
It's a great question. I guess you got to put Jalen up there, right?
No, you can't do that.
Jake Elliott.
No, it can't be Jalen.
Jason Kelsey.
I would put Kelsey in there. Yeah,
I'd put Jason Kelsey in there.
Yeah,
It can't be Jalen.
You want to put Jake Elliott?
No, I love
Rick
Jake.
Lovato?
I love Jake Elliott though.
No love for the special teamers, huh?
You were a little off on Jake Elliott.
Oh, I was way off on Jake Elliott.
Yeah, what have you been right about?
Jordan Mailata. That's it. No,
yes, you were on Jordan Mailata.
I'll
Congratulations.
be the first to tell you, I was just catching L's left and right this football season.
You were, but you know what though? You've come back strong. Pat.
It's been a rough 365 days for
Is
old.
Fulgham suiting up on Saturday or Sunday?
He is.
Yes,
for somebody.
By the way, Terrence.
Probably not.
Terrence,
actually.
one of our listeners, says,
you say Terrence?
Pat absolutely answers negativity and hate speech. I hate speech. I hate that.
Yeah, no,
hate speech with comedy.
I tried to,
and that's what I do too.
I also got sick of arguing with people, and I muted all notifications, and I feel like I'm a better man.
Okay, better with it. By the way, the less you're on it, the better. The less the phone's in your hand, the better.
I tagged you yesterday in something you probably didn't even see it.
No, I did. I get it from people.
No, okay.
From people like you.
All right, coming up, we're going to compare and contrast. It's sort of like going back to a science class or something. John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic.
College Football Championship, it's here, and FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge, is hooking new customers up with 30-1 enhanced odds on either team to win it all. Bet $5 to win $150 on either team to win it all. Now, Kincade and I are going to have a bet on this because I know who he likes in the national championship. I'm going the other way. Give me Alabama. Give me the 3 points. But you can look into a whole bunch of other things. You can look at individual players. There's so many fun things to do on FanDuel. I love that FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and they pay you in as little as 2 hours. FanDuel is hooking all customers up with $50 when you refer a friend. Plus, the friend will get $50 also. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up using promo code Bob to get your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. That's promo code Bob. Don't miss these incredible enhanced odds. Must be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max bonus $10. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Uh-oh. Looks like I'm in for a bad hair day.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. That's how much you could lose when you join NJ Diet, because NJ Diet only takes 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Now, since NJ Diet is a contractually guaranteed money-back program, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. NJ Diet is 100% tailored to you by using bioenergetically personalized supplements based on your hair, saliva, and blood work. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. 40 days up to 40 pounds can be a real thing. Unlike other weight loss systems, NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no surgery. With offices close by in Princeton, Cherry Hill, and King of Prussia, or from home with live online video consultations. Call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Making Moves is brought to you by LinkedIn Jobs.
The 2005 Texas Longhorns began the season ranked number 2 and stayed there all season. Their defense allowed only 16 points per game, while their Vince Young-led offense averaged 50. The Longhorns went on to face USC in the BCS National Championship game against top-ranked USC, winning 41-38 in what many consider one of the greatest college football games ever played.
Build your winning team today. Go to linkedin.com/sports.
Teams that win college bowls have great recruits, and great recruiting starts with great conversations. That's why when you post a job for free, LinkedIn Jobs taps into a network of over 770 million professionals to find the right people for your role. LinkedIn Jobs helps you narrow down to only the most qualified candidates, which means you can start hiring the right people faster. Go to linkedin.com/sports to post your job for free. That's linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ready for an oil change? We can help get the right protection at the right price. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Daily Protection or Valvoline Max Life High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP oil filter for just $28.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Natalie. It's football season, and don't forget to bet with the best. The Park Sportsbook app, based right here in the Delaware Valley. The Park Sportsbook app is a game changer. They have live in-game betting. New customers can sign up right now and get your first bet risk-free up to $500. Your risk-free bet refunded in site credit. Just download the app or click parkscasino.com/PA and use promo code Natalie.
Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's pros need today's tools, and nobody understands that better than the Home Depot. Our app makes it simpler to get supplies ordered and delivered. Our online project calculators cut guesswork and last-second supply runs. Job site delivery puts what you need where and when you need it, and rental puts the right equipment in your hands, but not your overhead. That's how today's pros get more done. New tech, new tools, old-fashioned hard work. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Welcome to Allstate, where saving on your auto insurance is kind of like a joyride. You, your car, and an open road. Maybe your best friend, too. The music is chill, and so is the traffic. You and your friend both look over at each other, and then he puts his head back out the window. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Allstate and affiliates offer products and services subject to availability, terms, and conditions.
Hey, it's Mike Missinelli here for Landis Block and Concrete. There is nothing like having a beautiful backyard. Think of many things you can do with it. You can sit outside on a nice little patio, have a nice glass of wine, have a few friends over to cook on your Landis Block outdoor kitchen. Turn your backyard into a personal paradise with Landis Block. They're the resource center for all outdoor living. All you need is imagination, space, and a budget. Check out the photo gallery at landisbc.com. That's landisbc.com for Landis Block, jaw-dropping outdoor paradises.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger.
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was Stripes.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NJM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just called them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you could save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
If you bet on sports, you're always hearing the word lock. Everybody thinks they have a lock. Well, BetMGM has the lock of the year. You can wager every sport on BetMGM, but this one right here is for all NBA action. All you have to do is log into BetMGM, sign up, with BetMGM and use the promo code PatEgan200. Then make sure your first wager is a $10 money line wager on any NBA game. And if either of the teams in that game hits a three-pointer, you'll win $200 in free bets, regardless of your original bet's outcome. Look, this is an NBA game we're talking about. One of these two teams is going to hit a three, which means that when you enter the promo code PatEgan200 and you pick your NBA game, you are virtually guaranteed 99.99999% to win this bet. You're basically guaranteed 200 free bucks. So take it. Sign up today with BetMGM.com, and when you do, don't forget, you got to enter the promo code PatEgan200. And one of my favorite parts about BetMGM is every time I wager, I'm earning points with my M Life rewards that I could use to bet online for some online play or use in an MGM resort nationwide. So sign up today with BetMGM, and don't forget the promo code PatEgan200. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued to non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. Free bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you wish to know this gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Morgantown.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Back to the John Kincade Show.
It's spelled Kincade, Kincade. Just so you know when you're writing your complaint emails.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hour of the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. 7 a.m. hour brought to you by my sportsbook app of choice, the Parks Casino Sportsbook app. Download at parkscasino.com/PA. Use promo code Fanatic. I could do a good name drop here, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. That used to be the goal song for the Atlanta Thrashers back in the day. That was the goal song, and maybe Lil Jon did some dancing with somebody that you know. Maybe.
You danced with Lil Jon?
Lil Jon was a big Thrasher fan.
Yeah?
Yeah, season ticket holder, great seats, like right against the glass, and would come often.
Huh.
Was a actual big fan. So you did corny,
So
corny,
is this your name drop, Lil Jon?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're saying
you danced with him?
I may have.
Did you see Adam Schefter from doing the Gritty tore his meniscus?
What?
Yeah, he's got to have surgery.
Oh,
well, yeah, he has to wait 2 weeks for swelling to go down.
How'd we miss that one yesterday?
Yeah, I saw it last night, and I was like, damn.
How'd we miss that
He said his gritty days are over.
His gritty days are over.
Yeah.
Pat dances. How Pat doesn't hurt something dancing is a whole nother issue.
I was actually saying the other day that if I'm 65 or 70, I have no problem being out for 3 days with an injury if it meant that I went really hard at a wedding.
Yes, exactly.
No problem.
No, not at all.
So Jack's wedding.
Yeah.
You won't be that old, but at Jack's wedding.
Who knows?
What? Jack,
might
you
take
think's
him
gonna,
some time? Who
Jack's
knows?
going to be a playboy?
He might have a bad personality. I don't know.
No, he's more like his mother. He does not have a bad personality.
Yeah.
He's
he
lovely.
Take after me.
Lovely child. Hey, I'm going to ask you to compare and contrast. Last year, the Eagles were a 4-11-1 team. Jamie was talking about that earlier.
Wild.
It's crazy. They were a 4-11-1 team with Carson Wentz at quarterback and Doug Peterson as coach. The Colts were 11-5 with a retiring Phillip Rivers at like 85 years old at quarterback. Fast forward to this season. So Carson Wentz inherited a 11-5 team with Frank Reich, and they are currently just 9-7. They've stepped back. Jalen Hurts inherited a 4-11-1 team, and they're 9-7. It's not like the Eagles went out and spent a ton of cash to bolster their roster. Hurts is winning with the Wentz roster. And he's got a new head coach. Wentz is not taking the Colts further. He's taking them backwards. But it tells two stories. One, to me, the Hurts story, in my mind, just got a little more impressive. The Sirianni story also being more impressive. But secondly, it appears the indictment is on Doug Peterson and his staff. How bad a job did they actually do? You guys swam in it. I came in late. I came in for week 17. how bad a job did they actually do? Because Nick Sirianni's got the same roster for the most part.
It was pretty awful. I mean, Doug and his staff had a really bad year. It was predictable, boring, vanilla, milquetoast, whatever the hell you want to use to describe it. It was all that, and then you threw probably a top 5 worst quarterback in the league on top of it. It was a disaster.
And
it was really bad.
And an offensive line that had 15 different starting offensive combinations, throughout the year. I think last year was so bad in ways that we don't even know. We can look on the football field and we saw, not good passing and not good catching and not good running and all the obvious things that as a football fan you see and you can dissect. I might die on this hill, and I could be wrong, but I still think there was a lot going on behind the scenes that were really, really bad. Yeah. Total
more than we knew about.
But I mean, it's and look, we don't have to say it. Just go to the Indianapolis media that covers that team. They're also saying, "What the hell happened with this team?" They thought they were a Super Bowl team.
Yeah,
and they're disgusted, Pat. They're disgusted, and they're disgusted with Carson. Disgusted. And it's overwhelming. And it's not just one media guy. It's like all of them.
Yeah, but how much of it, though, has to do with the fact of, like, Carson was annoying to the media when he was here.
So you think they're taking it out on him?
I don't know if they're necessarily taking it out on him, but he wasn't... He never gave you a great quote. He's kind of annoying. The vaccination thing, I think, rubbed people the wrong way. Then he was out. The fact that he cost the team a first-round pick, the fan base is looking at it like, wait, I shaved my chest for this? So I think a lot of it led to kind of the situation where if they weren't going to be a Super Bowl contender, people were going to be mad. And
they're talking about his performance, though.
Yeah, his performance has been.
Oh man, they're not. I mean, I just say they're not happy.
I think there's a aura around him of some kind of locker room drain.
I've watched Hard Knocks. By the way, I'm all caught up.
I have to catch up on one.
I'm all caught up.
I like the in-season more.
I really think in-season is
it's awesome.
10 times better.
Yeah,
because you know more of the context. Of what's going on,
and it's not like the 6th round pick fringe guy that is going to get cut or not.
It's more about the people that you know.
Yeah.
There's something about, what is it, Coach? What do you say?
Don't be a fountain,
not a drain.
He's a drain.
He's an
and I don't know what it is.
See, I'm going to tell you that from the looks of it, and anybody who's watched Hard Knocks, you can say it for yourself. I believe he's an energy vampire.
Yeah.
Like there's something about him where his interactions
are awkward.
Yes, it's awkward.
Yeah. It is amazing the fall from when he first got here, John, of the stories of the great guy and this and that and the work ethic and everything. It was almost like if you could have stepped back at that time and said, wow, the only place this guy can go is down. Well, that's true, and it was faster and harder than I ever imagined. It really was.
He has not been the same since John DeFilippo. Since him and John DeFilippo parted ways... John DeFilippo got the offensive coordinator job, obviously, but he really has not been the same.
Minnesota, right? He went to Minnesota.
He went to Minnesota.
He lasted a year.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think now he's with the Bears.
Then he went to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And then didn't get...
I think he's with the Bears now, but he just hasn't been the same.
It is whatever it is, if you haven't watched Hard Knocks, watch it. But again, this brings me back to Nick Sirianni and his staff look much more...
They look great.
Man, and it's incredible.
And maybe, the making fun of the stuff that he did, a little bit of what we, talked about, wearing shirts with guys' faces on and all that. Maybe that was a conscious effort of, wow, I really have to change what this locker room is about because of what they went through last year.
Positivity.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was so dysfunctional and so bad, and he heard stories or talked to players about how it was just an unlikability among players, coaches, whatever it may be, that he had to go over the top, and maybe he consciously did all of those silly things in order to get it back to just a good atmosphere.
I had an Eagles employee who, I will not throw under the bus, but they said to me point blank, it was a conscious effort of him to say, it's about them, not me. It's about the players. It's about the cornerstones of this franchise.
Right.
These are the guys, and I trust them, and I believe in them, and I'm fans of them. Get behind them. That it wasn't in any way like this person took issue with me saying pandering.
Yeah,
that he was saying the agenda was look at Brandon Graham, look at the leaders of this, and also that was his agenda.
You got to fix Jamie Tart if you're going to get the team to get rolling. That's a Ted Lasso reference.
I get that reference.
Thank you, Pat. I do think it was pandering. Okay, maybe.
Well, all the Sixers and the Flyers and the Eagles. And,
that's definitely pandering.
And I'm a big Villanova fan too. Oh, and I also like Temple. And
but when he's wearing Kelsey and Brandon Graham shirts at
it was
practice,
about look at them.
Yeah,
I believe in them.
I do think there's something to getting the veterans to buy in, and you get those guys to buy in, everybody else will buy in.
And then he started buying them ice cream and ice cream sandwiches.
And Taco Tuesdays.
Taco.
After LeBron invented Taco Tuesdays, Andy Reid did it.
Yeah.
Remember?
He followed suit.
So Andy Reid followed after it was invented. LeBron invented that back in middle school, and then Andy Reid copied it, the Taco Tuesday. And again, though, on that whole T-shirt thing and the pant, the whole that I was critical of, that I thought was a little corny, it shows you once again a million times, it doesn't matter what a guy behind a microphone thinks or cares, as long as the guys in the locker room like it.
Yeah. Exactly.
As long as they like it, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's irrelevant. What I think, what anyone else thinks, it's irrelevant. And I believe now, in retrospect, his approach was the right one, and my opinion was the wrong one.
It smacked us in the face. It was something we hadn't seen before, and it was kind of weird and silly, but that's what a good coach does. And I don't know but a good coach looks at the overall picture and says, okay, what do I have to do to get things where I need them to be? If it's out there being silly, your first couple of press conferences and wearing shirts and all of that stuff, so be it. Is it over the top? Yeah. Are we used to it? Absolutely not.
No.
But it appears to have worked.
No, it did work.
So far for Nick Sirianni.
We're getting ready for a playoff game next week.
Yeah.
Hey, kick off the new year at your favorite neighborhood pub. Visit pjspub.com to check out what's on tap. Then call your buddies and tell them to meet you at PJ's. I had someone on social media yesterday tweet me a picture of deviled eggs at lunch.
Love deviled eggs.
Not a deviled egg
guy. They're delicious.
Deviled eggs are just spectacular. What? Okay, here.
Do they go with beer?
Yes.
That does. Okay, because I know back in the old days, they used to have eggs behind the bar.
Pickled eggs, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, now,
I'm out on that.
Now, here's the thing is, I am not I'm learning how to cook. I'm cooking now.
Connor made mac and cheese last night. He's
with hot dogs.
Homemade? Homemade?
No, it was probably a box, but you got to start somewhere.
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm not one to throw rocks, but I'm getting better and better.
He's coming up on you.
I'm learning how. I am learning how.
He did mix in. Oh no, he had hot dogs on the side.
Yeah.
But he
gets no credit for hot dogs.
But what? Here's what I don't understand is, okay, what for those of you? What makes the delicious filling of the deviled egg?
Oh,
what is it?
There's vinegar.
Pat's looking blindly.
I haven't made an egg guy either.
You don't eat deviled eggs.
No.
See, I love them.
You whip them.
Whip them good.
You take the egg yolks out. You put them in a bowl with mayonnaise, mustard, maybe a little bit of vinegar,
Just
salt,
mayonnaise,
and pepper,
mustard, vinegar,
and just kind of whip
delicious.
You got to put a ton of salt on it though. Like the deviled egg doesn't hold up on its own all that well.
They put bacon
paprika
on it. At the
maybe a little
at
Old
PJ's
Bay.
Poorhouse. They put paprika and bacon.
A bacon you can put on anything.
Bacon.
I had potato soup last night with bacon.
Chunks.
Yeah.
Pat, we could get you some.
I like bacon. I'm a big fan of bacon.
Well, it's like
put that on a T-shirt.
Is it the old Colin Cowherd's whole thing? We used to be. I like women and I like basketball, but I don't like women's basketball. Do you like? So you like eggs? You do like eggs?
Yeah, they're okay.
And
I
you
don't
like bacon?
I don't like hard-boiled eggs though.
But you don't want to. Okay. Hey, let's wander over to Cooney's Corner, where he's asking if we have any preference. Not by L'Oreal.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
All right, so if I take a poll here of the four of you guys and just say, raise your hand, who thinks the Eagles are going to win a playoff game, I don't think anybody would hurt their shoulders in getting their hands up in the air.
Once I know the opponent, I might.
They can certainly win, but I'm not rushing to get my hand up.
Right.
No.
If you're a betting man, I think we all agree it's going to be hard for them to win a playoff game. So here's why I came up with this.
I'm very curious to see the line.
I want to go all in. Screw it. I don't think they're going to win a playoff game, whether it be Arizona, Dallas, Los Angeles. I want Tom Brady. What the hell? If this team, which you didn't expect to do anything, if this team has to play anybody, Go for the gusto. If you're going to go against anybody and you're going to try to win a playoff game, I want the best. I don't want to beat an Arizona team where Murray might not play well and Connor's hurt and, you're not going up against a really good offense and this, that. No. If you're going to win a playoff game, bring it. I don't expect them to win a game, so why not go up against the best?
Taylor Heineke was within a one score in the fourth quarter of beating Tom Brady, and they never.
And not that Tyler Heineke's anything more than what we think he is.
Yes.
But what do you think that did for his confidence level? What do you think that would do for Jalen Hurts' confidence level? What do you think it would do for a Jordan Mailata, for a Landon Dickerson to go in there? And I'm not saying, they're going to beat the Tampa Bay, but just to go in there and get the experience of going up and seeing a Tom Brady in playoff action. I think that's a great experience. Challenge yourself against the best. Tampa's got a good defensive line. Go against that. Let's see it. I want the best. I do. I'm not being bravado here. I'm saying I think the best thing that could happen for this Eagles team is to go up against the greatest quarterback of all time and see what it's like to be in a playoff game against him. I want that.
Wouldn't you rather have a win under your belt and then face him? Get a little more confidence rolling?
Nah, you're not going to get a win. I don't think they're going to get a win.
To me, I think Jalen Hurts getting a playoff win is more important than going up against Tom Brady.
Obviously. But I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to win a playoff game.
Better chance, in my opinion, against Dallas, Arizona, or the Rams.
Well, look, Tampa Bay's very beat up.
They are.
They're
still Tom Brady, and he's a vampire.
It is Tom Brady. He's a vampire. Winning a playoff game, great.
I'd rather get one under the belt and then take them on.
But you're not going to get one.
But
that's my premise here. You're not going to get a playoff win, so why not go against Tom Brady?
They have at least a 25% chance versus anybody.
I absolutely would agree with you.
You're being disrespectful.
Yes, don't be disrespectful. James, I like that. Tyrone was funny with that yesterday. The James Lynch.
Yeah.
I like that. He was being formal with it, respectful.
They got a shot.
Everybody has a shot.
I'd rather get a win and then
They're not going to be a 6-7 seed to go in and win a playoff game. They're just not. So that's why, in my mind, they're not going to win. I don't expect them to win a playoff game. I want them to. I'll root like hell that they do.
Pat?
But I'd love to see him play Tom Brady.
Pat, where do you wander on this?
I'm with Bob.
Yes!
The argument isn't whether you think that they can win. The premise is, if they're not going to win, because I don't think any of us think that they are, but if they're not going to, then who do you want them to face? Yeah, face the best. Go ahead. What the hell? Let's party. Let's get weird.
I'm gonna tell you that.
Don't say take your pants off.
You both drag me. You both drag me down a little bit.
Drag you down,
Jamie. They're dragging me down a little bit.
Yeah,
when I see the opponent, I'll decide whether they could win a playoff game or not.
Well, you know who it is. It's either Los Angeles, Arizona,
Dallas,
or Tampa Bay,
and it's probably not Dallas. Dallas looks like a
Dallas
really hard
and Arizona are 11% each.
If the football gods came to you and said, no matter who they play, they are not winning, who would you want to play?
Oh, Tom Brady.
Then Tampa.
But I don't believe that it's a foregone conclusion.
But I think that's what Bob's...
Okay.
Yeah, my premise being, if you don't think they're going to win a playoff game, do you get the most out of going against Tom Brady and watching a Super Bowl champion play the next year after winning the Super Bowl the year prior? Yeah, I think you do.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
as far
I do.
As that.
I'd love to see that, and you can sponge a lot out of watching a Tom Brady-led team in a playoff game.
Is it sponge-worthy? I'm not sure. Is it?
Tom Brady's sponge-worthy, yeah.
Tom Brady is?
No, you want that one getting past the goalie so you get pregnant.
And then you get to cash in. You don't know the Sponge-worthy?
He doesn't watch Seinfeld.
I do know the Sponge-worthy.
Wait a minute, Bob doesn't like Seinfeld?
I do like Seinfeld, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But he wasn't Sponge.
It's like the Chappelle skit with Oprah when he gets her pregnant. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Like, seriously.
I'm rich, bitch.
I love.
You're such an idiot.
We love Chappelle in our house.
Oh God, that show.
My wife and I do not agree on a lot of what is funny, but Chappelle, we can agree on.
Oh God,
we don't. Some sitcoms we can agree on, but like comedian, like she thinks a lot of the stuff I like is very sophomoric.
Oh, the Oprah skit kills me.
Yeah, you like us.
Well, we like. Olivia watched a ton of South Park and we have South Park on, and Christina's just like,
Oh my gosh. Are you proud of yourself? She always says to me, you proud of yourself?
Yeah.
Look what you taught your daughter.
It's one of the most intelligently written shows on TV.
She said, look at what you taught your daughter to like that. Christina can't sit in the room with it. Mr. Hanky comes on, she's like, out. She literally picks up her stuff and leaves and goes and sits in the other room because she does think poo-poo humor. Who thinks that's funny?
Oh, it's very intelligent.
I do. Yeah, Mr. Hanky.
6 to 10.
He's just working a little poo humor.
Yeah, a little poo humor
on
will
the
work
side.
There. The idea of our earlier conversation, we're gonna revisit that earlier conversation because I think it went very well. Oh, even though I think we found no resolution on the Danny Green story, but I think the conversation went really well.
We're gonna have a knife fight to decide.
No, but I think that we probably all agree on half of our points.
I don't think it's a smart tactic for him to take.
I still can't believe it with the 0-0-0-0. Him dialing up a 24-minute effort where he did nothing last night.
Could not come at a better time for Danny.
It was great. The timing of it was
awesome. You
awesome.
say that, and then you go out and you have nothing but zeros.
I mean, it's
that's
just
almost
so
impossible to do.
Yeah, the comedic timing.
But
Tony Snell did it 3 years ago.
It tells,
28 minutes.
It tells me something about. It tells me something that he's checked out. That he's checked out. That he's grabbing a paycheck and he's checked out because there's how many games we had Fletcher Cox games this year, 2 or 3 where he showed up 0 on the sheet, nothing afterwards. And we were like, what the hell's going on? Then you see Fletcher Cox, like 3 of the last 5, he's been the guy that you recognize. Danny Green to me just seems like a guy who's checked out mentally. That's almost impossible to do.
Yeah, I don't know about. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if he checked out mentally, in his defense, say, would he care about what fans are doing or saying or booing on Tobias Harris? Or is that his way of showing that he's still in it?
See, to me, that tells me that he's checked out. He's worried about all the wrong things. He's focused on crap he doesn't need to be focused on. Tobias Harris, we're going to hear from Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris speaks very eloquently and very much makes it be known, and I think reinforces everything you need to know about Tobias Harris. We'll let you hear that coming up, so stick around, won't you? It's the John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic. Steven Singer has announced his brand new rose color for Valentine's Day. I watched this over the holidays for around 20 minutes, and I got scared of the flying monkeys. No, it's not flying monkey color. Steven Singer has the Emerald City color. Wow, it's awesome. The brand new rose is Emerald City. It's gorgeous. A real rose dipped and trimmed in 24-karat gold with sparkling deep green petals. Green's my favorite color. It's the color of money. And it's the color of the Eagles, too. And this magical Emerald City rose is going to take your breath away this Valentine's Day. And you will not end up being the guy that needs a brain because you picked the perfect gift. You will get it. Steven Singer gets it to you with free shipping, too, exclusively and online, available at Steven Singer Jewelers. The #1 gift this Valentine's Day, the Gold Dip Rose in Emerald City. They start at just $59. All come with a lifetime guarantee. Fast and free shipping. Real jewelry, real roses for your real love. The jeweler I count on here is Steven Singer. Go. Check it out. IHateStevenSinger.com.
The John Kincade Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's John Kincade from my friends at Window Nation. You know home show season is here, and that's a great way to get home improvement ideas and to save money on new projects. But this year, Window Nation's virtual home show extravaganza is going to show you beautiful ways to improve your home and offer you these limited time savings. You get 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy with no limit. Plus, make no down payment, no payments, and pay no interest for 24 months. That's till 2024. Save thousands just on this alone. And with natural gas prices on the rise, there couldn't be a better time to call or check out online at windownation.com/home show. Window Nation has installed over 1 million windows, 96% requiring no follow-up service. No one is more qualified to put in your new windows than Window Nation, but you got to hurry because this buy 2 windows, get 2 free deal where you're going to pay nothing for 2 full years offer is only for a limited time. Call Window Nation today. 866-90-NATION. Go online, do your window shopping at windownation.com/home show and tell them John Kincade from The Fanatic sent you.
It's a new year, and for all kinds of small businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and advanced security for $69.99 a month for 12 months. Switching is easy with flexible installation times. And you'll also get backing from an expert team 24/7, so you can focus on planning the year ahead. Plus, for even more value, ask how to get free installation included when you buy online. Get a great deal for your business with the Ready, Set, Save sale today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 100 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Early termination fee applies. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details.
Parx Casino, the #1 casino in Pennsylvania, is proud to be the official local casino partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. That's right, the two best brands in the region have joined together this basketball season to bring fans more fun, more wins, and more excitement. Celebrate the wins of the Sixers with Parx Casino. Parx Casino, #1 in the region. The hottest live tables, slot machines, gaming, and the best live entertainment. Visit Parx Casino and get in on the action. Must be 21 or older. Gambler problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family. It looks a little different for everyone. For some, it's mom and dad. For others, roommates who feel like family. And for others, it's your significant other, their golfing buddies, your children, a high school soccer team starting lineup, and oh look, they're all taking you up on the offer to stay for dinner, really testing the limits of that phrase, the more the merrier. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on home and car insurance. Easier than making 3 frozen pizzas and assorted frozen veggies into a cohesive meal.
O'Reilly. Are your wiper blades chattering, skipping, or squeaking? Don't let streaks or smearing on your windshield compromise your visibility. When it's time to replace your wiper blades, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts and see our selection. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades while you wait. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'm Pablo Torre, host of ESPN Daily, where every morning we present the best sports story of the day. And ESPN Daily is presented by Supercuts. Supercuts is the perfect way to get a haircut if you're someone who doesn't have time for a haircut. You just check in on the Supercuts app or you walk in for a quality cut. The highly trained stylists at Supercuts can always give you that fresh cut feeling fast. And it's not just any haircut, it's Supercuts. Check in now on the Supercuts app or on supercuts.com.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
In college football, Goodyear knows a new season means new possibilities, where every Saturday is an opportunity on the road to greatness. No matter if you're out there playing your hardest or cheering the loudest from the sidelines, tailgating in the parking lot, or your favorite spot to watch the game, Goodyear knows passion is what drives us forward all the way to the playoffs. That's the road that moves us. Goodyear, more driven.
I need to be able to work from anywhere, so I need to have supplies, well, everywhere.
It's possible at Staples.
I need the same setup for my home as I have at the office, without twice the cost.
Also possible, because your local Staples store has the tools your business needs to get work done. Now get 40% back in a Staples store bonus when you buy any 2 ink or toner cartridges. Explore what's new at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/15, limit 2 in store only. See staplesconnect.com/store bonus for details.
Hey guys, let's talk about FanDuel Sportsbook because the college football championship is here, and FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge, is hooking new customers up with 30-1 enhanced odds on either team to win it all. Bet $5 to win $150 on either team to win it all. Sorry, I got to go with Alabama. I know a lot of people up here don't want to hear about it, and especially the guy sitting to my right, but I like Alabama getting the 3. Take a look at what you might like. There's a whole bunch of different things you can bet on, and I love that FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and they pay you in as little as 2 hours. FanDuel is hooking all customers up with $50 when you refer a friend. Plus, your friend will get $50 also. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up using promo code Bob to get your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. That's promo code Bob. Don't miss these incredible enhanced odds. Must be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max bonus $10. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Yep, this is really happening. You're listening to us knuckleheads instead of doing something that you could be productive in.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Penguins and the Flyers tonight on The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Pat Egan will be pushing all the buttons, making sure you get to hear it.
He's the best.
The best, Jerry, the best. Bob, you remember that episode?
I do. I love Egan. I was telling you guys during the break, 2 of my kids were just going nuts with Seinfeld episodes over and over and over and over and over again. It was on all the time in my house. Yeah.
Absolutely awesome. Kenny Banya. The best, Jerry, the best.
Yeah.
You have to go to Soup.
Soup's not a meal.
What was it?
Well,
What was the name of that restaurant? Mincy's?
Mendy's.
I thought it was Mindy's.
I thought it was Mendy's.
I think it's Mendy's. I think he's right, Mendy's.
I had soup for a meal last night, so in your face, Banya.
For a meal?
Yeah.
Wow.
What kind of soup?
Potato soup with some bacon garnish.
You should have gotten the swordfish.
That would be, then the bet would be paid off.
Soup can absolutely be a meal.
Just want to send a word.
I love soup for a meal.
I love soup.
Just get 2 bowls.
Now,
give me some salad too.
Give me. I have to have soup. I gotta have salad. I gotta have something with the soup.
I mean,
mine would be a tomato
and veg.
By the way, anybody know where they make a good, where you can go to a place and get a jarred tomato soup?
Couch tomato.
Or tomato bisque.
And Manioc.
Well, there's one in Westchester too.
Yeah, or Westchester, yeah.
So they make it and you can take it home.
Yeah,
in the jar. 'Cause I don't want takeout soup.
It's takeout. Yeah.
Oh, you see, I want to get it where you can buy it, where they make it and they buy it and they jar it, and you can get it.
Just get a jar yourself.
No,
and, pour it in there.
the stuff in the supermarkets is crap.
Exactly.
It's
well,
crap.
this is quality. You're getting hung up on the container.
Want to send out where I just saw a tweet during the last break, and put out a note from my alma mater, Cardinal O'Hara, Mike Koenig. Who many?
What's up, Mike?
Mike can't hear you today. He passed, and they put up a note that Mr. Koenig passed. Mr. Koenig called me a twit every single day I was ever in his classroom. He called me a twit, and I deserved it every single time. And he was an amazing teacher that gave me a great love for literature. And he would say to me, John, you can read something other than a box score. You can read something other than the Philadelphia Inquirer sports section.
He meant Daily News.
And he challenged me to read other things, and he was an amazing teacher. And his brother Bob, longtime football coach at Marple Newtown. But Mike Koenig was a great teacher, and O'Hara put up this morning that he has passed. And Mr. Koenig, I deserved every twit you ever gave me.
Thoughts to his friends and family and community at O'Hara.
I love it. The teacher that just... The teacher that just he couldn't take it. He just go, "Oh my God, you're such a twit. You are such a twit. Do you have to?" And I had another teacher. I would imagine in class sometimes you would have been that way.
Yeah, definitely.
Father Corkery.
But they liked me. I was just an idiot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Father Corkery. And Pat, you were probably the same way, and I know Rooney probably thought that because we crossed with one administrator.
There wasn't a teacher at Doherty who didn't.
But they liked me. But you know what, though? They would like you and still pick on you.
They like you. They just wish that you would shut the hell up during class.
Father Corkery once got so pissed off, he just goes, beginning of the class, Russian history, he slams his hand at the podium and he goes, Kincade, get up here. And he goes, entertain the class for 90 seconds. And then I want you to shut the hell up for the rest of class. And I got up and tried to entertain the class.
I like how you said tried.
I tried, because it's when someone says to you,
"Entertain me, clown."
Go up and exactly.
It's
and that's
awkward.
what he was. And that's exactly what he was doing. He goes, "And now I want you to shut the hell up."
Made me a bicycle, clown.
He was awesome. I want to let you hear from Tobias Harris, because
I hear Anthony, I have no relationship with Tobias Harris. But every single person in the media that I know that has crossed paths with Tobias Harris tells me, exceptional guy.
He's a gentleman.
Real gentleman, smart guy and everything. So I want you to hear from Tobias Harris addressing fans, addressing booing, addressing what happened after the game last night.
I understand that our fan base boos at times. They also cheer for us louder than anybody. And I don't want nobody to get twisted. I love our fan base. I know they are our sixth man in helping us. And I also know that, with cheers, you also, with praise, you also have to be willing to take criticism as well. At that point, I, was completely frustrated for sure. It was just one of those things. But obviously, something that I learned from it is just to keep it cool all the way around and keep being who I am. I've had what you can call it a up and down year, but I don't think anybody in that arena is harder on me than I am on myself. Now, I understand that, and I want to play the greatest basketball that I can play, and that's just me as a competitor person, whatever it is.
Bob, it doesn't get any better than that.
No.
That response doesn't get any better because it's honest. And I think he didn't say anything that was incorrect. Up and down season, he acknowledged it, but that is so classy. That's such a great way of handling it.
And more players should look to handle it like that because guess what? All you did right there was be honest, and all you did was turn a whole fan base around. Not that was what I don't think Tobias was trying to do, but watch the reaction he's going to get now. Oh. I mean, if he would have had that game that he had last night in front of the Philly fans, or if he has a game like that in front of the Philly fans coming up soon, they'll be right back on your side. It's like what we said about Ben Simmons early on when this crap was going on. He could change everything around with a 10-word tweet.
No question.
But, I think that time has come and gone. But, Tobias, from all the people I've talked to and the few times I've interacted with him, has always seemed like just an upstanding, good guy who does work hard and really concentrates on his craft.
What a smart response.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, it was really well executed by him, and he's right. The one thing I kept hearing from fans yesterday in terms of the boo conversation, which is funny because we brought it up yesterday. And
we were talking about it in the morning.
When I was like, this is never going to go anywhere, so at some point we need to kind of evolve from this because athletes don't get us, we don't get them, yada, yada, yada. He just nailed it. He was perfect. The most thing that fans were saying, well, we cheer you all the time. So if we boo you, just roll with it because our admiration is over the top most of the time. And he admitted to that in the answer, which is what made it perfect.
And don't you think that's valid, though?
Yeah. I mean, we give a lot of love.
If you can accept the cheers,
sure,
you should be able to accept the boos.
Yeah. But if they find it disrespectful, we have to accept that they find it disrespectful.
Only cheer me.
That doesn't mean stop booing.
It tells me only cheer me.
No, I don't think so.
So voice your opinion if you think I do well. Don't say anything if you think I do poorly.
I don't think they're saying don't boo. I think
what do you think they're saying?
It kind of hurts us. If we're struggling with our own game right, like Tobias said, nobody's more critical than me of my own play. I believe that. So he's struggling, and he views it as disrespectful. He didn't say that.
No,
he didn't. Danny did. But that's how they interpret it. I think Danny is speaking for most players in that locker room. Like Joel Embiid basically said, bleep you, when he got booed a couple years ago. Then he went out and shut us up. And it's pretty easy. It's, you get the love majority of the time, but you're going to hear it if you don't live up to the hype, especially when you're making $185 million.
I admire the resolution of that so much. That's a textbook.
A perfect response. He covered all areas of question that you might have, and I think his answer makes a lot of sense. I think when they're not playing well, of course they know it. And it's I wouldn't really appreciate it if I screw up something, which every day we're screwing up something here. That's why we had the drop of our perfect show just ended. But if I mess up a drop or I'm late with something, and Joe or Chuck or Coach come in and start booing me for it, it's like, yeah, dude, I know. Like, I'm aware I messed it up.
Well, Coach always has to reinforce that you did something negative.
He's constantly booing.
Yeah. Coach loves to boo.
I invited a guy last week. I was having this conversation on Twitter, and I said, come up to the parking lots. Because he said, well, you guys don't get booed. I'm like, if you want to come up to the parking lot and boo me at 5 a.m., honestly, come up and meet me. If you feel that strongly about it.
You pulled a meet me in Temecula?
Basically, come boo me. I don't care.
Wow.
Now, really, they should boo Jamie, though. Really, they should boo you around 10:45 when you walk out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because then they've heard you.
Can I just get Tobias's paycheck when you're booing me?
I thought one of the best things in that quote, and John, you hit on it, but to think about it deeper, was when he said, I'm having an up and down season. To say that, not to say like, oh, yeah, I was having a bad game or something. He's really aware of what's
self-aware.
going on. I'm not kidding you. I sat here when I heard that and tried to really think. I don't know that I've ever heard a player say that about themselves. I'm having an up and down year. That's really good insight to be able to come out and say that.
It reinforces everything that I've heard about the guy.
Yeah.
That was really impressive. Hey, questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA is a national nonprofit organization that develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info is available for you at positivecoach.org. Pat, maybe you could get Coach to go on that. Positivecoach.org.
He's being a distraction today.
Maybe he could find out how to be a little more positive with us.
He just keeps booing me everything I do.
Hey, thinking back on the conversation yesterday with Adam Schefter, and I went back and listened because I wanted to listen to Adam when I threw the conspiracy theory out there that the Eagles had put all their players in protocol on purpose. And so I'm listening to that. But then I went back to the question about whether they'd be looking for a veteran retread in a trade scenario and hearing Adam's answer. Does it bother you that they may be looking to go that route still after what you've seen this year? Because I've got to tell you, it bothers me. I think not capitalizing on all these draft pick opportunities in a defensive-rich draft could end up setting this franchise back by rolling the dice to try to bring in some veteran quarterback whose best days are behind them. There's not one of them whose best days are not behind them. And Deshaun Watson, he's a mental case. Now, he's been destroyed. He's hiding out.
I don't know if you can say Rodgers' best days are behind him. He's just consistently awesome.
No, Rodgers' best days are behind him.
Well,
he's not
yeah,
physically
because of
the
his
guy.
age.
That's what I'm saying.
But he's the MVP of the league.
But his best days are still behind him. He's not physically.
He's going to win the MVP this year.
Physically,
unless
he's
that
not the
J.O.
same guy.
from Chicago.
Does it bother you, though?
When you word it like a veteran retread, you have to make sure that the guys that we're talking about are under that.
You're buying new cars. What I'm trying to say is you're buying new cars in the draft.
Right.
And you're buying used cars, maybe even high mileage used cars.
How much? So you anticipate they'd have to give up at least one of the first rounders?
I think they'd probably have to give up two for depending. You'd have to give up 2 first rounders, maybe not one of those 3.
Right.
I don't think where you'd be able to get away with. Well, if you're going after an Aaron Rodgers, he mentions Aaron. By the way, Aaron Rodgers is the first name that came out of his mouth. Which I thought was just like crazy talk.
Yeah, it was.
And it was the first name that he said.
And he went right to the Eagles looking elsewhere. That's what, we all looked at each other yesterday. Like, wow, he went right there. When we brought up Jalen Hurts, he went to another quarterback right away. So it's obviously an overwhelming feeling. An Aaron Rodgers makes you better. A Russell Wilson, I guess, makes you better, but he does seem to be on the downside.
Oh, he is
That's
absolutely
the only
struggling.
A Derek Carr probably makes you better, but I mean, the question that you're asking, John, I guess, is has Jalen Hurts improved enough that you don't have to go that route?
And to me, that's what I want to protect the 2022 draft. Yes, this is a defensive-rich draft. You got a lot of capital at the top of the draft. I think you can address your biggest problems and fix it. You can fix them.
I think I'm there. I think I'm there also. I said to you guys before that my first thing to do going into next season was holding on to those draft picks and letting Jalen Hurts be the bridge. He's done nothing to take me off of that thought over the last few games. And some of the things he's done over the last few games has made me kind of anxious to see what more he can do next year.
Yeah, I'm just nervous that we're in the same position we are again at the end of next year. That he's good enough to keep you afloat and keep you competitive, but perhaps not good enough to put you over the top.
But what if your team is considerably better? Your roster, your talent-rich roster,
I think that's
is considerably better.
I mean, it's
you
always
hit on 3 starters in the draft.
I mean,
maybe 4.
That's always a positive. I just feel like it's a harder model to ultimately hoist the trophy with.
I think he's done a great job of upping his trade value. I still don't think he is the guy. I think there's a lot of flaws there. And I think he's done a really good job of upping his trade value so that, like, Schefter came on yesterday and said there's some teams out there that would love to have him. I would have no problem trading him for any of the quarterbacks mentioned. mainly because of the fact that you have to factor in these quarterbacks playing behind this Eagles offensive line. Like, one of the reasons why Russell Wilson wants to leave Seattle so bad is he's never had an offensive line. Do you think the downswing of his career continues behind this offensive line? I personally don't. And I think those kind of quarterbacks, by the way, attract a top-level wide receiver, too, to your squad.
I don't think that he is a broken-down bus by any stretch of the imagination, but I do believe that that I don't look at Russell Wilson the way I look at Tom Brady and the way I look at Aaron Rodgers.
That's fair.
Like, I don't consider him.
Well, the way
I consider them rock star quarterbacks.
Those are two of the best ever to do it.
And, but they're all playing right now in his era, and I've never considered Russell Wilson in their class.
But he's only missed the playoffs once. He's been a top 5 quarterback for pretty much the majority of his career.
Has he been the major reason? Or is that defense carried them for probably 6-7 years?
Russell Wilson to me is as close to perfect as a quarterback can get. Because he doesn't have the talent that Rodgers does with his arm.
He's got fine weapons to use.
Brady's got
fine weapons.
I don't know what Brady's magic is, if it's between the ears or what, but he's just perfect. Russell Wilson is right there for me, like right below them. I freaking love Russell Wilson.
I also wonder how much of the poor play is affected because of the finger. You know, he came back early from that finger injury.
And did you see the video? Man, it was like he was coming back from Iraq.
It was
like he was a conquering soldier.
For like a week, I disliked the show Succession just because of that video. But I wonder if it's taking a toll and he's trying to play through it, because I think that a lot of times when these athletes come back, we think they're 100%. A lot of times they're not.
By the way, I don't want to derail the conversation into a Succession speech, but do you find any of the characters likable?
No, they suck. That's the point of the show.
Every one of them. Right?
I was having this conversation with our sales department, actually.
I like Roman a little bit.
Yeah.
Shiv's the worst person in the world.
Oh, my gosh.
She's horrible. Kendall's so awkwardly...
I mean,
you almost pull for him because he's so, like, pathetic.
He's so cringeworthy.
Yeah. But that's the point. You're supposed to hate him.
Which character do you think you are?
What's the oldest brother's name?
Connor.
He's pretty funny.
Because let me tell you, it was a really tough day in my life when I realized that out of all the characters, I'm Roman.
You sending weird pics?
No, but in terms, yeah, I'm.
So you're saying Connor for me?
No,
I was just asking his name when I was trying to gather everybody.
I don't know, but it's a really good show. Watch it; it's interesting and it's compelling. Hey, in the linchpin, it's compelling too. Jamie knows a little bit more about the state of free agent wide receivers.
This is the linchpin.
Is it a state or commonwealth?
Yeah, we'll find out. You tell me after hearing these names. So somebody, and excuse me because I didn't save the tweeter, sent me yesterday the last 3 wide receiver free agent classes and the upcoming one based off of our sign the wide receiver 2 conversation yesterday. Kind of has me shook a little bit, I'm not going to lie.
I was warning.
Now, this class coming up is the best of these last 4.
The best, Jerry, the best.
When you have a guy like Devontae Adams, Chris Godwin, Mike Williams, Christian Kirk, there's some pretty good names in there. Maybe it's not as Odell. Like, there's some decent names. Cedric Wilson's becoming available. Michael Gallup, Alan Lazard. There's some quality players coming up. But when you look at, I'm just going to take the top 4 or 5 guys from the last 3 classes and tell me if you think any of these guys really worked out. The number 1 highest paid free agent wide receiver last year, Kenny Golladay. Barely even played up there.
Yeah, I mean, and I called it from when the Giants got him. People were banging the drum, and I'm like,
now he was a 1-year wonder because he's been plagued by injuries his whole career, so pretty stupid signing by the Giants in hindsight. Corey Davis went to the Jets. He was okay. I mean, that's with the quarterback play up there.
It is the Jets, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Jets. It's hard. Curtis Samuel barely played in Washington. Nelson Aguilar, minimal contribution up in New England, but and then Will Fuller in Miami. Not really a stellar workout there. Now, the year prior, the top 5 guys, Randall Cobb, Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson probably worked out the best. Emmanuel Sanders, Rashad Perriman, Demarcus Robinson.
I'm telling you.
You want to hear the year before that? Top 5 wide receivers. Golden Tate, Tyrell Williams, Adam Humphries, Jamison Crowder, Cole Beasley. Now, Cole Beasley probably worked out the best of that bunch.
Yes.
The Giants went
until
0
he freaking lost his mind.
But there is not a lot of success in these past 3 wide receiver free agent classes.
Because you can get wide receivers and you can make them work in the draft. It's like running backs almost. You can find wide receivers in the draft. But
this class is better.
This team needs,
I mean, Devontae Adams, Chris Godwin, Mike Williams, Christian Kirk, Michael Gallup, and Odell are all.
That's a better group.
That's a better group.
I don't want any parts of Odell.
No, I don't either.
I don't want any. I don't
Antonio
even want to
Brown
think
will be
about
available.
Well, he's always a calming force.
Yeah,
that was quite.
So he's always somebody that brings brings the calm.
Mike Williams to me I would love. The only thing with
Mike.
The only thing there is he's always hurt too. But as a big body, catch everything type of guy, he would be a perfect complement next to Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
It's just, are you willing to take that injury risk? Because you just saw Kenny Golladay fail for the Giants, at least in year 1. He's hurt the whole year.
I thought that too.
You have to address this second wide receiver
somewhere.
You do.
You can't just go with it again and say, well, maybe.
But there's going to be guys cut too.
Yeah.
For salary purposes or otherwise, maybe that's the way you go. Jamie, that's a scary story you just told us that.
Hopefully it's just a reflection on poor free agent classes and not lack of success translating to a new team, I hope.
It made me think of Alshon Jeffrey. Now, when the Eagles got him and he was the best wide receiver free agent out there and all that, yes, he was here when you won a Super Bowl, but the totality of what he did here, did it equal signing him in your book?
Year 1, yes.
Does the ends justify the means is what you're saying. You're saying, do the ends justify the means?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
like Pat just said, year 1, but no, I'm talking about the total
contract. The first contract, he was great. And I would say he earned the second contract.
Well, the first contract was a wink-wink handshake to get to the second.
Okay.
Because they only had, remember, it was kind of a miracle how he pulled off the first one. They only had like $10 million in cap availability, and he was able to talk them into a 1-year cheap deal.
Here's the only thing, though, and Pat, I'm going to take issue with here. You said he earned the second contract. In football, it's like, has Miles Sanders earned a second contract?
But I swear to you,
arguably he has.
That second contract
but I don't ever want to sign him to one.
It was one contract.
It was a stupid contract.
He convinced Alshon somehow, maybe because of guaranteed money, to sign that 1-year deal. It was really a 4-year deal, in my opinion. They just couldn't swing it up front at the time.
Oh, boy. We will have plenty of time to chat with you, and we look forward to having you be a part of the show. And those of you who stream every day, we love you. We love you. You're streaming. Those of you watching on YouTube, we appreciate it. Those of you letting the force of the John Kincade Show grow, we appreciate you. You're part of the team. And in the second half of the show, let's just say as we start out now, Cuz talks often about a Maury miracle. And I want to address that right off the bat. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Park Sportsbook app is absolutely amazing. And one of the great things about it is it allows you to get knee-deep in some of the fantastic action. Georgia, a 2.5-point favorite in the national championship game. And a lot of people are telling me that's a sucker line. Boy, they're trying to lure you in, and Alabama should be the favorite. I'm ready to pull the trigger. I just don't know when I'm going to pull it. I do believe it's going to be a Georgia win on Monday night. I know this. I'm watching because of the draft. Why? Whatever reason you're watching, whatever game you're watching, it's better with the Park Sportsbook app. You will absolutely love it. Whether you're betting on individual player performances or whether you're betting on team type of activities, you'll love it. And they've got great boosts every day that allow you to get involved in a little contest and boost that take your odds right through the roof. And right now, you can get a $500 risk-free bet when you use my promo code Kincade. So use it at Park Sportsbook when you download the app or go to parkscasino.com/PA, a risk-free bet of up to $500. Join me. Get in on the excitement with the Park Sportsbook app. You got to be 21 and in Pennsylvania. If you have a gambling problem, would you please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. The Fanatic's Business of Sports is powered by Pico for Business.
Football fans across the country still remember how John Madden would diagram the plays and show us just how precise each running pattern, block, and cutback was for a successful play. Now, Madden's knowledge of the game was matched only by his love for it. And while he was a legendary broadcaster with 16 Emmy Awards and Video Game game mogul, he is also among the greatest coaches in the history of football, ranking second on the list of all-time NFL head coach winning percentages. A record, 103 wins, 32 losses, and 7 ties. Businesses of all sizes are learning valuable financial incentives from PECO to save energy and reduce costs in lighting, heating, and cooling systems, and more. Benefit from lower operating costs, less maintenance, and reduced overhead when you invest in higher efficiency equipment. See how these valuable incentives from PECO can make your business more profitable today at PECO.com/business.
Are you one of the millions of homeowners who haven't refinanced yet? If so, I'm here to tell you it's not too late. Hi, I'm Wesley Hogan with Westland Financial. Although the lowest rates may be in our rearview mirror, as the economy recovers from the biggest economic shock of our lifetime, rates still remain near historic lows. In fact, with the dramatic increase in home values, this may be the perfect time to put that new home equity to work. Take advantage of our cash out refi program and pay off high rate credit cards, car loans, or other high interest rate debt. Or finally make those home improvements you put on hold for so long. Best of all, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right, whether it's a conventional, FHA, or VA loan, we'll pay for your title, settlement, lender, and recording fees. So call Westland at 888-455-3669. That's 888-455-3669. It's the biggest no-brainer in the history of mankind. 888-455-3669.
Westland Financial Corp is licensed by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Banking. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
College basketball season is heating up, which means it's time for the Wendy's Wooden Watch. In 2002, I was honored to have received the John R. Wooden Player of the Year Award, which is presented to the country's most outstanding men's and women's player, who is also making progress towards earning a degree. This year, players like Chet Holmgren, Jaden Ivey, Nalissa Smith, and Aaliyah Boston are all vying for the trophy. So who will take it home? The 2022 John R. Wooden Men's and Women's Player of the Year Award is presented by Wendy's.
Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot, buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. Did we mention the part where Wendy's biscuits are hot and buttery?
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, hot and buttery.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
I know you've been waiting a little bit longer than normal.
Jen's manicure spot needs an extra pair of hands.
Who's at the front desk right now?
Someone who's handy with everything from nail files to spreadsheet files.
Deirdre's not coming in today, but we have that whole bachelorette party.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Bet Rivers Sportsbook wants you to experience Rush Pay. When you want to cash out your winnings, you don't want to wait 2 days just to get the go-ahead to withdraw your money. That's why Bet Rivers created Rush Pay. With Rush Pay, 80% of withdrawal requests are approved instantly, meaning you'll get your money faster. Why wait? Get your cash when you want it. Bet with a winner. Bet with Bet Rivers Sportsbook at BetRivers.com. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HVAC contractors and techs. Want to be sure the system you're repairing or installing is running efficiently? Then test it with Testo. Heating, cooling, air quality, electrical, and more. If it can be measured, it should be measured with precision with Testo instrumentation. Testo is a world leader, headquartered right here in Westchester, Pennsylvania. For accurate results, ask for Testo by name. To see Testo's full line of measurement instruments, products, and job site solutions, visit Testo.com. That's Testo.com. Testo, be sure.
This ad for Hellsberg Diamonds has been specifically written for those who'd rather think about football than engagement rings. When free agency starts, your team wants to get the best players they can without spending too much. If your team is you and the players are engagement rings, then your best bet in free agency is shopping at Hellsberg Diamonds, where you know you'll get the highest quality diamonds at prices that keep you from going over the salary cap.
Visit your local Hellsberg store and ask about our price match guarantee or check us out at hellsberg.com.
You know, you got to get ready for 2022 to roll in with the greatest slate of football you've seen. National championship games. You've got all those kind of activities, and you want to throw parties. And maybe you're not comfortable going out right now. So you bring the party to your house with Hooters. You love Hooters food. You love the wings and the burgers, the sandwiches, and the seafood. You know that it's uncommon when you go to Hooters. It's the cure for the common restaurant. It's fun. It's different. Well, you can bring the party home, too. Yeah, for dine-in, to-go, curbside, or delivery, Hooters allows you to bring that flavor and fun right to your home football party if you're watching the game at home. You grab Hooters to go at HootersToGo.com. You order online, and then you will just absolutely enjoy that party just a little bit more. If you join the Hooters E-Club, you get all the Hoot Scoop, plus you get a free appetizer when you sign up, and free wings on your birthday. Visit NortheastHooters.com if you want to sign up for that today. I tell you, right now, you want to bring party home. You don't have to say, well, I can't go out. Sure you can. You can go out. You can go out to Hooters, and you can bring it home. You're going to love it. Check out our friends at Hooters, HootersToGo.com.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You know we really like you when you listen on the radio, but we love you a little bit extra when you take us with you after your ride on the 97.5 app.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Thanks for joining us on the John Kincade Show. We're halfway home on this Thursday morning with a storm watch coming our way.
Spare me. 2 inches is a storm now. Snow.
Okay,
right, we're getting a little sprinkling of snow.
In my life, I thought 2 years was
a
You
What's
take
that, Pat?
What was that, Patty?
That's how I got my first ex-wife.
That's
a 2-inch storm.
That's how you did it? I was wasting my time during the break listening to the potty song from Prudence because you're starting potty training today.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
And I remember Prudence, the potty song.
I don't know that one.
When I was little, I would wear a diaper.
Dear Prudence is a great Beatles song.
Prudence, the potty song. And she'd say, and we're going to the potty. Literally have your kid wear no pants.
That's what we're doing.
And put the potty in front of the TV or whatever. And then get ready to do
the M&M treats.
Get ready to do the potty dance and be like, woo!
We got the big girl underwear she's excited for, and I told her she can't wear it until she goes on the toilet. So we're ready. We're ready for battle.
Did you ever have the Cheerio, Bob, when you were learning when you were doing the stand-up?
I swear to God, I don't remember teaching my kids to go to the bathroom.
That's because Donna did it.
No, that's not true.
Really?
I mean, I'm sure she did have a big part of it. But our schedules when our kids were young and growing up was I had them all during the day. I worked nights. Donna had them at nighttime.
How do you not remember, though? Something as monumental as that. Like Christina did the potty training. I'm not acting like I'm some master at it.
I think I would just like look in their eyes, and if it looked like they were getting a little glassy, I'd say, "Come on, let's go to the bathroom," and they'd go or something. I didn't remember it being a big production. I probably yelled at them a couple of times for going in their pants or whatever. But I don't know.
You yelled at them?
I think that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
That's not how you're supposed to train.
Guess what? They're not in diapers anymore, so we did something right.
You little bastard! You went in your pants.
Oh, come on! Please don't tell me you didn't have a couple times of. Oh, come on!
No, I didn't do it.
Okay.
So honestly, Christina handled it. So I didn't.
I have no idea what we're in for. We got the M&Ms ready though.
Well, you know what though is that I would suggest to you is if it ends up being a problem, the vet.
We have pee pads.
The vet has tried to tell Christina that she needs to write a book because she has trained every small dog we've had to go in a litter box like a cat.
Really?
On like a pee pad. So literally just say to Nikki Foles, knows to go and go. She jumps in a litter box, poops on a pee pad, and jumps out. And so he's like, you need to write a book and teach people how to do this because you don't have to walk your dog. You don't have to do any of that stuff. So you can do that. So if it comes to that, we put down pee pads and Christina flies up. A few days, the kids will be on the pee pad. Hey, you know that as we start this 8 o'clock hour of the show, the Cuz loves to talk about a Maury miracle coming our way in 2022. It's one of his feel-good look-aheads that he's got. He believes that a Morey miracle is coming our way. He believes after the season, because I want to quote it correctly, that Daryl Morey is going to find a way to pry James Harden away from the Brooklyn Nets. That is a tantalizing idea, but I'm not sure I'm buying in. And here's the reason. Why do people in this town seem to have such blind faith in Daryl Morey? And I'm not trying to be really critical of Daryl, because I like Daryl, and I'm glad they have him. But Daryl Morey is an executive. Howie Roseman is an executive. It's not close in accomplishments. But why is there blind faith in a guy in Daryl Morey who's been in town 24 hours while we constantly doubt an exec who has actually already proven it and helped to get us a parade and tons of postseason success? I suggest that a Roseman miracle in 2022 would be far more likely. Isn't he the guy known for making boldest moves? Isn't he the guy that swings for the fences and many times delivers things? We just talked about it like with Alshon Jeffrey, that people think, well, that can't be done. They don't have the money to do it. They don't have the opportunity. So where do you stand? Who's more likely in 2022 to deliver us the miracle? Is it Daryl Morey or is it Howie Roseman? Because, Bob, I am 100% that I would believe that it would be Howie Roseman. That would deliver the home run, the oh my gosh, that's out of left field kind of draw.
Yeah, put the Sixers in the Eagles' position, though, right now, and just say they are where they are. You don't have the Ben Simmons situation. You're just a team that has the ability to make moves. Would that close the gap between Morey and Roseman, in your opinion?
Yeah, that could. Yeah,
because what I'm saying is, I think part of the reason that, and I don't have confidence that Morey's going to pull a miracle, is because of the devalued nature of Ben Simmons. I don't think he has the ability to pull it off because I don't think you have the assets to pull off a miracle.
And whereas Howie has the assets to do whatever he wants.
Exactly. I mean, and then therefore, I don't know if we could even label it miracle if Howie did it.
And and honestly, though, I think that's why Anthony uses Morey miracle. That he thinks there's going to be some water turned into wine.
Well, part of it is that Bradley Beal, Jaylen Brown, James Harden, as you said, with 1 year left on his deal, and Dame, who I refuse to quit.
And it looks like Dame could be shut down for the season.
Yeah, he could. It wouldn't have happened if he just come to Philly, Dame.
Oh, wouldn't have?
No.
He was injured.
That's science. The four of those
trust
guys.
The science, yes, trust
those four guys are most likely going to be on the move. So I think that's part of why there's optimism that he could pull off the Morey miracle. And you forget, even when Ben Simmons is devalued and sitting out and doing what he's doing, he's still probably going to be one of the better trade pieces available. So I think that goes into the equation of why people think Morey will pull it off, because there is going to be a lot of shakeup in the NBA.
Plus, I think Anthony never is going to miss, as a writer, is never going to miss the alliteration opportunity.
Sure.
So he's got that Morey miracle. And every time I hear it, it gives me this warm feeling, Pat, of, wow, maybe something is going to happen that's going to turn the city on its ear.
He got James Harden once.
And that gets me excited. But I think with Howie Roseman, he's sitting there. Howie Roseman's got stuff to deal.
Well, we've seen, to answer your original question, we've seen the bad from Howie Roseman more recently than we've seen the good, in a way. If people are coming around to that 2018 draft class because a lot of those guys got contract extensions.
Yes.
But at a year ago, we weren't saying that. There were the question marks galore.
Goddard's the biggest one that's changed, right?
I would say Avonte Maddox, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, you're right.
But we've seen the negative with Howie Roseman. It's a big negative. It was his draft history. A lot of people looked at the Carson Wentz giving the contract and then having to get out of it as burning the house down and then wanting credit for putting it out. Daryl Morey, there's still a honeymoon phase. And when he came over with a lot of hype. And then immediately his first move was getting rid of that albatross of a contract in Al Horford and getting a piece back in return, which was impressive.
And Anna Horford, too. You got rid of her.
You
that was the best part of the deal.
That is the best part of the deal.
I got a thing for her, but whatever. But his first move on draft night, getting Seth Curry and getting rid of the Al Horford move was great. And then, the trade deadline, obviously, we're still waiting for George Hill to make an impact, and I believe that he will.
Morey is an executive, though. I mean, Howie Roseman has a...
It's not close.
Howie Roseman has a much more impressive...
Yeah, Howie's more likely, but there's factors around...
Because he's got assets.
Yeah, but so So does Daryl. I mean,
Daryl's assets don't look anything to me like.
But there's
like
going to be
Howie's got.
There's going to
three
be
first-round picks.
There's going to be big names on the move in both leagues.
When was the last time Washington had 3 first-round picks? I believe you had looked that up. Was like 2000.
Yeah, like 2002 or something.
That's
like
happened. I mean, Howie's coming in with a stacked deck to the table.
Yeah. That's why I say if they were more on an even playing field with what assets they have. It might be a closer debate here, but I agree with you, John. I think Howie's more likely to pull off something.
Knowing the love of alliteration from Cuz.
Yeah.
Maybe he just couldn't come up with something for Howie.
Well, I'd do the Sacramento swap if these new rumors out there are available.
So you would.
Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield, if I could pull that off. Yeah.
Both? Then what are you giving up?
Well, you'd need Ben and maybe a future pick or something. Right. You'd need Buddy for the money to match, but Halliburton and Buddy, to me, that's a win. That's a big win at this point.
8 a.m. hour, the John Kincade Show is brought to you by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. Visit paworkinjury.com. So I pull into the Chick-fil-A in Downingtown yesterday to grab a gallon of iced tea.
I've still been meaning to do the Giannis drink there, the Sprite and lemonade together.
I don't do soda, so I don't do it. But I'm just picking it up, the fresh brewed iced tea in a gallon. I pick it up to get out. And I pull up, and the young lady comes over to take the order and to, like, ring up the app on her iPad. And she says, "You're listening to Cuz."
Oh, really?
And she goes, My dad and brother never turned that off. And I did not say to her at all. Did not say to her anything. I said, thanks. I said, that's awesome. I said, it's great to listen to.
No,
because you know what? I think she said her dad and her brother always listen.
Yeah, not her.
So I wasn't going to say, well, guess who I am? Just ring me up. Hey, get smarter every day at Ozzy.com. Try a new news site that tells you about the most interesting people, places, and ideas. Try OZY.com. That's Ozzy. It's a latte for your mind. Mike Sealski, is he a latte for your mind? Sealski? Do we give him that kind of like, is because
latte for your mind.
Latte, I don't really associate with Sealski. I would think he'd be more like a Red Bull.
Maybe he's a warm glass of milk.
He's really, you have that cuddly sort of like sit in front of the fire. He's calming.
Yeah, people that read Mike will have a totally different opinion, and understandably so. Mike, to me, who I've known personally for years, is just that warm glass of milk. His writing can be stabbing sometimes, especially to teams and players and
absolutely.
stuff like that. Very thought provoking. Wonderful writer of big long pieces, and his book about Kobe is phenomenal. I'm sure we're all going to dive into that pretty soon. But I describe Mike personally as a warm glass of milk.
I find him incredibly entertaining.
His book is gorgeous looking.
His book is gorgeous looking.
Well, is it Sealski's? Are you talking about Sealski's picture?
No, the Kobe cover
and artwork.
Yeah, it's a really nice looking book.
It's a
it'll grab the eye.
Yeah,
Kobe in that Lower Marion area.
It'll sell around here.
I mean, it is huge. I have not been over to the Greeks, by the way.
What's
the Greeks? Been to the Greeks over in Narberth?
No,
I have not been to the Greeks. I'm hoping it's still open. I was telling you, I told you earlier about the regret seeing the teacher, Mr. Koenig, who died from my high school. He taught there 41 years, by the way.
Wow.
When I saw it today. And I said to myself, bad on you. You talk about the respect you have for this guy. You talk about it, and then you never reached out. You never tried to get an email address. You never tried to take him to lunch. You feel like I think a lot of social media, too, with that is you feel like you're connected to people and stuff, and then you never...
Well, lesson learned.
And you never do anything.
Don't let it happen again.
There you go. Hey, in the linchpin lesson learned, somebody's looking for a fresh start.
This is the linchpin.
And it's not you, right?
No.
Okay.
It's a very talented wide receiver by the name of Calvin Ridley down in Atlanta. Yes. He has sat out this year due to mental health purposes, reasons. You've heard, from some people.
I know a lot about this story, but I want you to get it out.
Some of it is social media related. He became obsessed with social media and the hate and the toxicity and all that. So good for him getting his mind right if it was that important to him or demeaning to him. He wants out. Now, let me preface this with, I don't think Philadelphia is exactly a utopian society if social media is a pain in your side. So I do acknowledge this is a rough place to play if social media concerns you. That being said, he played with Jalen Hurts for 2 years. He played with Devontae Smith for a year. He has a connection here. That helps. Not saying it's going to get the deal done, but according to Steve Weish of the NFL Network,
who I believe is
very
one of
well.
the best.
Yeah.
One of the best. I love Steve.
He said Calvin Ridley might be looking for a fresh start somewhere else. I, without a doubt, if he was willing to accept, would give up a first-round pick this year for Calvin Ridley.
Here's all I'm going to say about the story. Yes, I do believe, and that is something that
He'd only have 1 year left,
I've heard from very connected people that the part of the angst and everything was delving into social media, getting obsessed with critique, getting it. This would be the worst place in America for him. One of them.
Unless he balls out, then he's not going to hear anything.
And here's the thing that I will say. And here's the thing that I would say, and others are sort of hinting it around the Falcons. He quit on them. He quit on his teammates. He walked out. And I don't know that I would trust him to not do it again. I mean, he walked out on a team in the middle of the season, and he's got to do what's best for him, but I wouldn't trust that I'd.
But if he was really in a dark place, it's not quitting.
No. But no. But he did. He walked away on his team in the middle of a year, and this wasn't like, Jamie, this wasn't a situation where he was being hospitalized and being had to go for his own protection or anything like that. It was get his head right, whatever. I think we're dealing with that with Ben Simmons. The Atlanta fan base looks at him very much like we look at Ben Simmons. Like he walked out on them. And it's not, and Atlanta is like, God, it's like player utopia compared to here as far as critique.
Yeah, if someone like Calvin Ridley did want to get back to the game, did want to go to a different place, and it was Philadelphia, take a lesson out of Tobias Harris's book and just come out and say, yeah, I was having a tough time last year. Maybe people disagree with what I did, but I'm ready to play football again, and I want to win with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I apologize for any shortcomings I may have when it comes to such and such and such. Problem solved. I mean, it's like Philadelphia will have your back.
Would you give it one? I wouldn't.
I think I would. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would have to sit down with the guy and figure everything out and all of that.
Hey, you talk to Jalen, you talk to Devontae.
But if he's in a good state and, he's convincing me that that's all behind me, yeah, I would do a first-rounder for him.
Could you imagine, forget the social media aspect of this, Devontae Smith and Calvin Ridley lining up as your 1 and 2?
Do you know, here's what I'll tell you about Calvin Ridley. Calvin, his first 2 years in the NFL, the NFL's best route runner.
Yeah. He's freaky.
He's precision.
Yeah.
And he is a fine young man. Like he really is. He's a fine young man.
Oh.
But I would be anxious about him the next thing that's going to happen, and maybe that's not fair, but I'm thinking selfishly as the Eagles and as an Eagles fan that he could just walk out on his team. And by the way,
but to me he's good enough for that risk.
By the way, there were people around the team that were like, well, wait a minute. You just like it was a sort of a no explanation type of thing. And I'm going away. And people were left to go like, well, what's going on? It wasn't handled very well.
So you're saying trade Ben Simmons for Calvin Ridley?
Yes, right now, if we can do that.
All right, I'm in.
Daryl Morey, you and Howie. And by the way, Cuz says he thinks that there is a Howie Harbinger coming. So he's going to be a harbinger of things to come. So Howie Harbinger.
So you officially wouldn't give up a first, or you would?
I wouldn't trust it. Nope. Wouldn't trust him. If you tell me it's not a first, take a first off the conversation.
Nah, it's probably got to be a first, I would think, right? It doesn't have to be a high first.
I got to tell you, I don't believe...
At pick 19, let's say. Let's say Atlanta said, all right, 19 for Ridley, straight up, because he only has 1 year remaining. He's going to be owed a contract down the line.
Am I allowed to... No.
Wow. Because he's I'm in. He's probably he's definitely a top 10 receiver in the league when he's playing. Him and Devontae together with Dallas Goedert.
There's no questions asked. I just worry about a guy who in one of the softest media markets in the country.
You got to gamble sometimes, John, and
one of the softest fan bases in the country. Soft. Charmin soft compared to this town. This town is one-ply dollar store toilet paper compared to the Charmin-y softness of Atlanta. And he couldn't handle Atlanta.
But I'll tell you what, this town also can be your best friend. And if he comes in, I'm not saying in a lying way. If he comes in and says all the right things and is honest and open with these fans, nobody's going to have his back better than these guys.
I'm not doing it. John, wow. The first thought I had was he was checked out because of social media in Atlanta.
And that was supposedly one of the contributing factors.
Yeah,
is the negativity and dealing with the negativity.
You know, and I think this goes back to like Jamie and Bobby looking at it positively, like it works out. And I'm looking at it more of a Negadelphian, where if it doesn't, I mean, we will be hearing the name DK Metcalf and Justin Jefferson forever because they passed in those guys. I don't feel like having a third name thrown in there of the pick that they gave up to trade for Calvin Ridley.
But where is a situation that's good? Like, social media is going to be
Jacksonville,
everywhere.
Yeah, there's places that are Atlanta.
Jaguars fans are dressing up as clowns in the stadium.
Atlanta is soft as hell.
I mean, I just don't think there's any good landing spot for social media.
I told you, compared to this town, it is Charmin cuddly softness. It's not a rough media market. It's not a rough fan market. It's not. This town is completely the opposite.
Well, maybe he needed love. And no town's going to give you love more than here.
Yeah, but they give you love there.
Yeah, all what, 10 of them?
No, they give you love.
Come on.
What are you talking about?
Crying out loud. This is Philly. I think honestly, if he gets his, and obviously we all care about someone's mental health, if that's what it is. But if he can get himself straightened out and he comes to this city and someone speaks to him and says, look, just be open and honest and agent or something, I think it would be a marriage in heaven.
Let's see what Andre in Northeast Philly has to say. Good morning, Andre. Thank you for holding on, buddy.
Hey, good morning, fellas. So I have two parts here. I'm going to make it real fast. I'm pulling up to my shop. Let's get to business first. I think personally, as far as the nucleus that we have as a team, I like Jalen Hurts. I like what he has with Dallas Goedert, as of late, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith. I think that the defense, definitely we could get some stuff in the draft. I think that Jalen Hurts, for me, has shown enough to I would go ahead and rock out with him for
let's rock with him. What's your other one?
Now, we play a very important football game in 2 weeks. We're in the playoffs. As of right now, I'm done talking about quarterback talk, who should be this, who should be that. We're in the playoffs. We got a chance to go to another Super Bowl. It might not be probable. We
got to find out. Yeah, but Andre, we'll be talking about all that when we find out who they're playing. Talking about a mythical playoff game that doesn't exist yet. We know there's going to be one. As soon as we find out who they'll be talking about, we'll talk your ear off about it. I promise you that. Game time.
It
is game time. Hopefully, Pat Egan and the coach have come up with something really interesting and exciting for you. I know this. You're going to have a chance to win prizes and more. So you're going to want to call 610-632-0975. Get yourself lined up for game time. It's the John Kincade Show. Happy New Year, everybody. Here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I know this. I know nothing about HVAC systems. But I know this. I know the Hoke brothers. I know H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. I know the fact that DelcoHVAC.com is your go-to site on the web to be able to connect it to H&H anytime that you need them. Does your HVAC system need repair or replacement? If it needs replacement, you can get rebates of up to $1,500 or 0% financing for 18 months if you're a qualified buyer right now. And if you've got emergency service necessary, Delco HVAC's got you covered. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, emergency service, live person on the other end of the phone. You will love these guys. And just because it's DelcoHVAC.com doesn't mean they're not going to make a call to Chester County, Montgomery County, Philadelphia, Delaware, South Jersey. You'll love the Hoke brothers. You'll love Delco HVAC. It's H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. And when you contact them, please tell them Kincade pointed you in their direction.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. That's how much you could lose when you join NJ Diet, because NJ Diet only takes 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Now, since NJ Diet is a contractually guaranteed money-back program, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. NJ Diet is 100% tailored to you by using bioenergetically personalized supplements based on your hair, saliva, and blood work. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to create your ideal diet plan and workout regimen to help you keep the weight off. 40 days up to 40 pounds can be a real thing. Unlike other weight loss systems, NJ Diet is all natural. No shots, no hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no surgery. With offices close by in Princeton, Cherry Hill, and King of Prussia, or from home with live online video consultations. Call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
If you need a new car this year, well, start 2022 off right with a Mercedes-Benz. I've said this before. When the winter weather hits, the freezing cold winds, the icy roads, the heavy snowstorms, I'm always thankful I'm in the comfort and safety of my Mercedes. Now, take it from me. You will love driving a Mercedes-Benz, and you're in great hands at any of the dealerships that I've been working with for years. Mercedes-Benz of Fort Washington, Mercedes-Benz of Atlantic City, and now Mercedes-Benz Conshohocken. Now, you can visit them online also at yourmercedes.com, where they're proud to provide the service called Your Mercedes Your Way. It starts in the palm of your hand, where you can research, purchase, lease, even schedule service appointments from wherever you are, at work, at home, or on the go. Now, if your New Year's wish list included a new car, start at Mercedes-Benz Fort Washington, Atlantic City, or Conshohocken online at yourmercedes.com and tell them Mike Miss sent you.
College basketball season is heating up, which means it's time for the Wendy's Wooden Watch. In 2002, I was honored to have received the John R. Wooden Player of the Year Award, which is presented to the country's most outstanding men's and women's player, who is also making progress towards earning a degree. This year, players like Chet Holmgren, Jaden Ivey, Nalissa Smith, and Aaliyah Boston are all vying for the trophy. So who will take it home? The 2022 John R. Wooden Men's and Women's Player of the Year Award is presented by Wendy's.
Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. Did we mention the part where Wendy's biscuits are hot and buttery?
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, hot and buttery.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead. With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and build a straightforward plan to generate income, even when you're not working. A plan that gives you the chance to grow your savings and create cash flow that lasts. Plus, you can start, stop, or adjust your plan at any time without the unnecessary fees. Talk to us today so we can help you go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
At Progressive, we know there's nothing like the feeling of riding a motorcycle with your crew on the open road. That symphony of engines roaring in perfect harmony. It's a feeling that would be impossible to recreate on the radio. Until now. Hit it, Jerry. Oh, my word. Really, really terrible. Was that a glockenspiel, Jerry? Quote with Progressive and see if you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. No, Jerry. It's over.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Fansville, a college football utopia. Fansville. Where the lakes are stocked with ice-cold Dr. Pepper, and the autumn winds rustle with the sweet smell of football glory. And Dr. Pepper. It's a land flowing with onion dip, where even the food pyramid is shaped like a hot dog. Football. Where every yard gained is a yard worth celebrating, and every celebration is beyond excessive. With ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Return to glory this season with Fansville by Dr. Pepper. Grab some today.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger?
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was Stripes.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NJM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just called them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you could save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
BetMGM has two questions. The first one is, do you like free money? And that one's an obvious one. That's a yes. The second one is they want you to think about the last time you watched an NBA game and you didn't see a three-pointer. It was probably 1950, maybe 1940. Well, actually, the three-pointer was invented in like the 70s. But anyway, that's not the point. Right now, because of the fact that you can't really remember the last time that you watched a game recently where you missed one, you listen up. BetMGM has an offer that's too good to pass up. You sign on today with BetMGM, either on the BetMGM app or BetMGM.com, and you register. They're going to ask you for a bonus code. You type in Pat Egan 200. You make a $10 money line wager on any NBA game, and if either team hits a three-pointer, you'll win $200 in free bets. It's an NBA game. Someone's hitting a three-pointer, which means this is a guaranteed $200 in your account. That's BetMGM showing you your love right there. But you have to use the bonus code Pat Egan 200. And one of the best parts about BetMGM is with every bet, you're earning points on your M Life Rewards account. And you can use that for maybe some BetMGM online play, or you could also use it at any MGM resort nationwide. So you're always earning no matter what on BetMGM. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today, BetMGM.com, Pat Egan 200, that's your bonus code. Make sure your first wager is a $10 money line bet on any NBA game, and when the first three ball goes in, you're going to end up being a winner. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards, issued and eligible free bets or site credit. Free bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Morgantown.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Sorry, this is your life right now. Listening to me on the radio.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Hopefully you're having a great day today. We thank the Park Sportsbook app. Sign up now, get your first bet risk-free using the promo code Kincade. You got to be 21 in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Appreciate them on a fantastic Thursday. Got a special guest popping in at the top of the 9 o'clock hour before Mike Sealski. That's all I'm going to tell you. Special guest will pop in with us at the top of the hour before Mike Sealski. Now Jamie's looking at me like, what the hell? Yep, special guest, unscheduled guest. So we'll be ready for it coming up at the top of the hour. But you know what time it is? It's Thursday. It's game time.
It's Thursday morning at 8:30, which means game time. Today we're playing Dumb Things Athletes Say. Now here's your master of ceremonies, the man whose favorite dumb thing to say is anything that comes out of his mouth, Pat Egan.
Hey, mainly we focus on the NFL. That's most of the dumb things that come out of my mouth anytime we talk football. And
a lot of dumb things, yeah.
It's not great. Yes, it's game time. 610-632-0975. This is a very topical game we're playing today. It's dumb quotes by athletes. So the way this game is going to work is I'm going to give the caller a quote, and they are going to try to guess who the athlete is that said it. Now, I'm going to give you multiple choice. I'm going to give you 3 possible answers, all right? Now, the person on hold, if they don't know, they can use one of you guys as a lifeline.
Okay.
Or they could just guess. If they don't use one of you guys and they guess wrong, they're out. They lose.
Right.
Okay? If they're not so sure, they can go to one of you guys, all right? 610-632-0975. The prizes we have today. We have a free massage or facial from Hand and Stone Massage.
Oh, good winner there.
Spa. We have a $25 Wendy's gift card. We have Dune on digital, and we have Clifford the Big Red Dog on digital. So we have a digital movie for the parents, and we have one for the kids as well.
No, that was
Clifford the Big Red Dog's a TV show, isn't it?
It was, but I made no movie.
Yeah,
it's a movie. I did not know that.
Coach said it was really good.
It was a book first.
He became the bigger Red Dog.
And Coach knows.
Watched it yesterday. It was really good.
Coach knows stuff.
He used to be on with that Arthur show.
We're moving on.
The Art
Guys, we're moving on.
Let's do it.
It's game time. And we're going to start off with Chris in Havertown.
All
Chris, you ready to play game time?
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Okay.
Chris.
Chris, I'm going to give you the quote. You tell me who said it. The quote is, "Don't say I don't get along with my teammates. I just don't get along with some of the guys on the team." Now, who said it? Was that Chad Ochocinco? Was that Terrell Owens? Or was that John Kincade? Who said it?
Can I use Jamie, who got reamed out by General T.Y. Hilton yesterday? Can I ask him for a lifeline?
Absolutely.
T.Y. Johnson.
Absolutely.
Not T.Y. Hilton.
His real name is Eugene.
I made him a good receiver.
I'm going to go... I don't know, Chris. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go with T.O.
Let's find out.
That was the correct answer.
All right, Jamie.
There we go.
You
Jamie's
are
out
a
here.
lifeline.
He's a man of the people. He's winning people prizes.
Yes, he is.
What's Chris winning?
Chris, you're going to end up winning a free massage or facial from Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Restore, relax, or refresh with a much-needed massage or facial at one of Hand and Stone's 57 area spas. Book online at handandstone.com.
Did Chris also know there is a back parking lot at the Manoa Shopping Center?
Hey, yes, I do.
Yeah,
you already knew that. Everybody knew that. Yeah, everyone.
Except
good job,
you.
Chris. Yeah, that was amazing.
Let's go to John in the Northeast. John,
right.
you ready to play game time?
Yes, sir.
The quote is, "Anytime Detroit scores more than 100 points and holds the other team below 100 points, they almost always win." Who said it? Was it Doug Collins? Was it Phil Jackson, or was it Bob Cooney?
I think this might be a go. I think we're going to go with Doug Collins.
Wow, okay, Doug Collins. Let's find out.
Whatever happened to Coach Collins?
Was the correct athlete.
There it is.
2 for 2, and he didn't even need the lifeline.
Nice job, John.
Very confident in that quote. And John is going to end up winning a $25 Wendy's gift card for his troubles.
Good job.
Thanks for playing. Let's go
Why would you say that? I don't understand.
It's a hell of a quote. Look, I mean, and he's not wrong.
No, he's factually correct.
Yeah, he's
Very correct.
pretty right. Yeah.
I think my favorite part was they almost always win.
Almost.
I'd like
let's
to meet
go
him
to
sometime, that Coach
Nick
Collins.
in Fairmount. Nick, are you ready to play game time?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, tell me, who said the quote, "I'm traveling to all 51 states to see who can stop 85. Was that Antonio Gates? Was that Chad Ochocinco? Or was that James Lynch?
Let's do Chad Ochocinco.
Chad Ochocinco. Wow, that's a
His
bold
name's
one.
come up again.
It's a bold one. Let's find out.
That was the correct answer.
Yeah. Now, wait a
Nailed
minute.
it.
If it was 57 states, I would have known the answer.
No, well, it's 51. And because of that, Nick, you are going to end up winning Dune on digital. Own it on digital now in 4K Ultra HD January 11th. I for whatever it's worth, I enjoyed it. So
Is it a remake?
It is a remake.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's a
based
remake.
on a book. It's been remade.
Okay.
It's a movie. Let's go to
Where do you wanna go?
Matt in Allentown.
He's living here in Allentown.
He is, but he's living here on the John Kincade Show.
Tough
He's
to
ready
keep a
play
good
game
man
time.
down, Pat.
I'm at work. I live in Percy, but I'm at work.
Oh, that's fine.
That's
fine.
all right,
Okay,
yes.
wherever you work, man. Thanks for calling. Here's your quote. Chemistry is a class you take in high school or college where you figure out 2 + 2 is 10 or something. All right? Who said it?
Oh, wow.
Was that Dennis Rodman? Was that Mike Tyson? Or was that yours truly, Pat Egan? Who said it?
Well, I hope it wasn't you, Pat. I'm going to go Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. All right, let's find out.
No.
John, please.
Well, no, I'm just. No, my
John,
guess.
help me out,
John,
boy.
no, he didn't. My
No, but
guess
you
was
can't
not
sit there
that.
and
No,
go-
he's done. My guess was not that one.
Okay, well, let's find out if that one's correct.
That was not the correct athlete.
It wasn't correct, but my point is, you're stepping all over the game, Johnny. Like, boo. I'm going to boo you.
You're booing me?
610-632-0975.
That's disrespectful, you idiots.
If you call up, boo John.
That's the point of the boo.
Let's go to Jim in Sewell. Jim, the home of Bob
Happy
Cooney.
New Year, guys.
Is that Bob Cooney's hometown?
No. I lived there for a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, anyway, we're moving on. Here's your quote. I'm not an athlete. I'm a professional baseball player. All right? Who said that? Was that John Kruk? Was that Bartolo Colon? Or was that Michael Gary Missinelli? Who said it?
Well, if anybody would say it would be MG Missinelli. So I'll go with Michael.
Wow.
Okay. No, that's not. That wasn't it.
Not the correct athlete.
No, that was John Kruk.
Yes.
Mike, as far as I'm aware, never played professional baseball.
I used to read the MG Missinelli byline. Tremendous writer. Whatever happened to that kid?
I think he moved to Alaska.
Because his brother Mike works here.
Okay.
But MG stopped writing, and I mean, I used to enjoy his writing very much.
What does the G stand for?
Gary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the city in Indiana.
He doesn't look like a Gary.
No, but MG Missinelli was his byline, and you're too young to remember that. That was his byline when he wrote.
I'm sure Tom is also too young to remember. He's next on Game Time.
All right,
Tom,
Tommy,
from
there you go.
New Jersey. Here is your quote. Every time that I have ever tried to help a woman out, I've been incarcerated. Who said it? Was that Lenny Dykstra? Was that Jose Canseco? Or was that Connor Thomas?
Who do I give my lifeline?
Yeah, it's up to you. You can be John,
You
Bob,
use anybody you
or
want.
Jamie.
I'll give that one to John.
All right, John, who said it?
I'm going with Nails.
All right, let's find out.
That was the correct athlete.
It was indeed Lenny Dykstra. You were
Well
going
done, sir.
You were going to
You
end
got
up,
it,
Tom. John over here just won you. Clifford the Big Red Dog on digital. Own it on digital now.
Wow.
It's got Coach Camille's approval.
Coach gave it 5 paws.
Yeah, he did. 610-632-0975. If you
One
want to
more?
get involved. We can do 2 more.
Okay.
We can do 2. Let's go to Jake and Delco. All right, Jake. Your quote is, when asked about what he'd do after retiring from his sport, he replied, fade into oblivion, I guess. Who said it? Was that Dennis Rodman? Was that Mike Tyson? Or was that Coach Eric Camille?
Oh, I'm going to have to use Lifeline. Let's go with my Broomall brother, John Kincade.
Okay, I'm going to say that it was... I'm very confused by this, and I feel like I'm going to let you down. I'm going to go Tyson as the answer, but I thought he said Bolivia. Let's hear it.
He said Bolivian.
Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, yeah, that's the correct answer.
But it's an answer!
There you go. Good job,
Good
Jake.
job, Jake.
Thanks, John.
Congratulations, Jake. You are also going to end up winning a free massage and facial from Hand and Stone Massage or Facial
You're going
Spa.
to love it. There's one in Lawrence Park, Jake. You can go get that facial.
All right, and then final one. We're going to go to Tom in Bristol. Tom, are you ready to play Game Time?
Tommy?
All right, who said this quote?
Yeah, I know it's getting to him. But I'm always trying to be the guy, the mediator, the encourager, because I know what the work he puts in.
All right, who said that quote? Was it Shaquille O'Neal? Was it Kyrie Irving? Or was it Daniel Green?
Daniel Green.
Wow. Went on a that's an interesting choice that you made, and it's the right one.
Nice job, Tom.
That was an audio guess that we had there. Tom, you were going to end up winning a $25 Wendy's gift card. Thanks for playing.
That's like the audio daily double.
Yeah, we decided to go out big on a high note.
By the way, that Ken Jennings, he's awful. He's
What, in Jeopardy?
He's an awful host.
Oh, I don't mind. I like him.
Oh my gosh, he stumbles like he's not at ease. Mayim Balak is so much better.
I've fallen off of Jeopardy.
What? Because of Alex being
No, just because the hours of 6 to 8:30 in my house are chaos. So
I just think he's so stiff and so robotic.
Yeah,
I like that. There's no chemistry.
I like stiff and robotic. I'm just saying.
You're into sex robots?
Really?
I didn't say that. I was talking about Ken Jennings.
Good job, Patrick. Hey, let's get
Way to go, Pat.
Let's get to Cooney's Corner, where Bob wants to concentrate on 22.
Now, let's see what's in Cooney's Corner.
All right, so I think we are pretty well versed on the knowledge that the Eagles aren't going to play all their starters come Sunday. Maybe not a lot of starters at all. Maybe not a lot of regulars at all. But there has to be something that comes out of this game. I mean, you're going to have to play some of the 22 starters, I would assume, or maybe not. Where do you guys fall on this? Is there some starters that you would want to see play? Are there definite starters you don't want to see in the game? How do you feel about, of the 22 starters, who would you not mind seeing and who do you definitely not want to see?
Mailata I want rested because I think he's a little banged up. He got shoved on his ass Sunday by a guy much smaller than him, and I was like, something's not right with that. I want to see Darius Slay sit.
I want to see Landon Dickerson get as much time off as he can.
Okay.
What about Jason Kelsey?
Well, he's going to... I mean, I assume those guys that are on the
They might be off, though, by Saturday.
Right. I was going to say COVID protocol. COVID protocol. They can be back by Saturday, but without a week of practice now. So I consider all those guys out.
I'm all for this being a tankathon on Saturday night because of the draft pick too. You can improve the draft pick a little bit. Make sure you get the 19th pick if you lose in the wild card round. That's what I'm saying.
No starters to you is okay?
If you lose on Saturday night, you're going to be the 19th pick in the draft should you lose the wild card game. I'm fine to be in the teens.
Okay, I'll give you names. You tell me yes or no if you don't mind them playing. Avonte Maddox.
I don't want to play him.
He might have to.
He might
have to, right?
Yeah, McLeod. He's on the COVID, though, so...
I'm okay with Kayvon Wallace.
All right, Harris.
Yeah, he can play.
Yeah, he can play, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Devontae Smith.
No.
Jalen Reagor.
Yeah.
Let Jalen Reagor.
Let him get his confidence.
Target him 15 times
Let him get 45 snaps.
Yeah.
Jordan Howard.
No.
Boston Scott.
You're going to have to.
So, yesterday you were saying that he has a short leash, Jordan Howard. Jordan Howard, you just want to get healthy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Dallas Goedert.
No. Boy, this is going to be...
Give me Tyree Jackson.
Well, Dallas Goedert, too, had no practice this week.
TJ Edwards.
No.
He's almost too important to play.
You can't allow him to play. This is going to be such a bad game Saturday.
Who the hell are they playing?
All I know is
Taron Jackson.
PJ's better.
Teron.
I understand they're having... Taron Hatcher may be playing.
Anybody on the offensive line, or are you sitting everybody? I mean, Herbig was the only one that got hurt last week, and he's probably the only guy that you say, yeah, go ahead, throw him out
and
there.
Herbig wants to be a dentist.
No, I'm sitting everybody.
All 22.
No,
Down?
I'm talking offensive line.
Okay.
Offensive line, yeah. I mean...
All right, wide receivers, you'll go Quez Watkins?
Yes,
yeah,
let him play.
Yeah, he can play, right? You're going to have J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, Quez Watkins, and Jalen Reagor out there.
That's fine.
Minshew's going every snap under center, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I like this.
Yeah.
I'm totally content with it.
Defensive line. Pick. Yeah, defensive line. You're not going to play Hargrave, Fletcher, Cox.
Nope.
I mean, Ryan Kerrigan, go ahead, get out there. But what if he has a snap count thing for his contract? They might not want to throw him out there.
Well,
I don't know if that's the case.
They haven't used him that much.
This starter sit report is brought to you by PropSwap.
Here we go.
The Alabama-Georgia showdown is finally here, and PropSwappers are cashing in. So hurry and download the free PropSwap app today.
Jamie is always known for bringing the hard-hitting stories to the table on the show. And he wants to talk about men being naked.
Guys are walking around naked.
Yeah, so Chris Long went on the Jeff Pearlman podcast yesterday. Chris has his own podcast. Jeff Pearlman, I guess, has started one. Longtime reporter. As somebody, when I first entered a locker room on the professional level, I always found it very odd that you're put in there when guys are naked and changing and lotioning and getting themselves ready after the shower.
Take your pants off.
And you're just asking them questions like they're just nude, and you're asking them questions, and I find it very bizarre.
So did you sit there and say to them, "Oh, you guys must think I'm weird," and did you strip down yourself?
Yeah, I got naked just to say.
That's what I would have done.
Are you comfortable now that I'm naked? It's just a very weird dynamic. I don't understand why it is that way. So Chris Long was asked about it yesterday from reporter Jeff Pearlman, also finds it strange. Chris Long also finds it strange. It's just weird because they're both in their work environments. And here's Chris Long kind of talking about it with Jeff Pearlman.
You are expecting me to be naked as part of my job description, possibly, and get hit with a throng of 30 people that want to know why I wasn't in the B gap, and they don't even know who was supposed to be in the B gap. Not only do I have to ask the hardest questions known to man, but I also have to do it while I'm putting on my sweatpants.
It's just weird.
Now, here's another thing, though. Here's an issue where I take issue with Chris on this. He doesn't have to be naked.
No.
Well, that's my.
Why chooses, if you're in the locker room and the media's in there, you are choosing to be naked.
But if the media usually comes in when a lot of guys are coming out of the showers.
They bring their underwear into the shower.
No, that's weird. They shouldn't be forced to do that.
No, what I'm saying is, if you choose to be naked, if you choose, you're choosing to be naked, because guys, there are guys I covered for years and never ever saw them walk around naked. There's some guys who seem to love the freedom of walking around naked. I think they like making people uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's probably guys like that, but why can't we just have a normal clothed media session?
No, I'm fine
why
with it.
Is it the way it is?
Because guys ditch. They dine and
dine. Don't let them. It's part of their job.
Well, that's what should be. But that
so you have to catch
not
a
there.
nude for
no,
them?
but that requirement's not there.
Look, the way he painted it was like media members are sitting there talking to guys that are totally naked. That's not the case.
So ridiculous.
I think I've probably been in more locker rooms than a lot here.
You've been in the most.
Yeah, in all sports. It's a general rule that all the sports and all the times I've been around, guys come out of the shower. If they shower, they'll go to their locker. They turn their chair. They get themselves composed to the amount they want to get themselves composed to. Then they'll turn around. Boom, here comes the media.
But post-game NFL locker room isn't that controlled. It's kind of chaotic.
Well, the one person is usually controlled. Like if a throng is looking to get to T.J. Edwards. Well, if they're waiting for TJ, I assume, I haven't been in an Eagles locker room in a few years. He comes out of the shower, he'll turn to his locker, get himself prepared, and then turn around, and that's when the media comes.
I think it's a false.
But I've seen guys go to stand behind where the guy's getting ready, waiting.
Yeah, but they're not watching him pull up his.
I'm not saying they
usually
are.
stand 2 or 3 steps away. Give him the space while his back's turned.
But you don't find that weird?
No, it's you choose to be naked in a locker room.
Not really.
Because the vast majority of guys are not. Vast majority. I
don't want to have to bring my clothes into the shower to get ready there.
They just bring a pair of athletic shorts.
They
bring a pair of underwear. Greg Maddox wears tighty whities. There. Greg Maddox would wear his tighty whities.
I always found it bizarre. Both people are working.
I hear you, and it is a weird. There's a way to avoid it. There's a professionalism about it. I understand it. I do. If there was a way that you could hold off media until the whole media thing was because think about it. Back in the day when there was newspapers and deadlines and all that stuff, media had to get to the guys as soon as they could. So that was the reason they would give the players like a 30-minute cool-off period to get their showers, do whatever, and you entered the locker room. A lot of guys, Elton Brand, would be fully dressed, clothed, ready to go. Guys, you need me? And boom. Other guys, Embiid, Nerlens Noel, they take their time. They really don't want to talk to the press, so you have to wait and wait and wait. Then they'd come out in their towel, and you'd have to wait for them to throw on some underwear, get comfortable,
it's just so
turn around.
Stupid.
No, I understand, but I never thought twice about it. In all honesty, haven't been in
if
locker
I was one of
rooms
those
my whole
athletes,
life.
I'd be like, guys, can I get a couple minutes here?
The whole idea of guys.
Well, you do get your couple minutes.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you
but
get time.
I want to be on my schedule.
No, but it's the ideas, and I know many athletes who purposely would just hang out in the showers or trying to delay people.
Oh yeah, Philly's hanging out in the training room
to
all the
say,
time.
We're not going to. You know what? They're going to give up. They're going to give up and they're going to leave.
It's so weird.
The idea, though, of the nakedness, Chris Long's totally overspeaking that. Completely. I've done this.
I've done this and Eagles a bunch, and there's a lot of nudity.
I've done it. Yeah, but it's not a bunch of people walking around naked. It's just not. There's very few guys that will walk around with no clothes on and no towel, no nothing. Very few that I've ever seen in my entire career.
I've seen a bunch.
Wow.
I just find it
You're
odd.
looking for it.
You're looking for it.
No,
I think it is.
It's just standing there, and the guy's naked.
Mike Sealski will join us coming up, and I don't know if he enjoys naked men in the locker room. We can ask him. And there's a special guest joining us at the top of the hour, too. And we got so much coming up more on your Eagles as they get ready for what is a meaningless game against Dallas with little juice. It's the John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic. It is getting so cold, and you know what? You're feeling the cold in your house right now, aren't you? It is so cold. Next week is going to be brutally cold. How are your windows? With our friends from Window Nation, who have installed over 1 million windows, who have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, you can move on this new deal right now. 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy, and there's no limit. Make no down payment, make no payments, pay no interest for 2 full years. So until 2024, Window Nation isn't coming to be paid for this job. It's absolutely amazing. So if you tell me you cannot afford new windows now, maybe you'll afford them in 2024 because of all the savings you'll get from your heating bill being a hell of a lot less every single month. And the comfort of your home, the curb appeal of your home, it's a win-win-win-win-win. Go to windownation.com. Every style, every color, whatever you'd want. Check it out online. Do your window shopping. Then call them at 866-90-NATION to take advantage of the deal. 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy. No down payment, no payments, no interest for 2 full years. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
The moment you've been waiting for is finally here. My brand new rose color for this Valentine's Day. Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yeah, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. Are you ready? Click your heels 3 times and say, I wish I knew what the new color is. Wish granted. The brand new rose color is Emerald City. Picture it, a real rose dipped and trimmed in pure 24 karat gold with sparkling deep green petals. Take her breath away this Valentine's Day as she opens this beautiful gift box to reveal a real rose encased in brilliant 24 karat gold. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com now and get your Steven Singer Emerald City 24 karat gold dip rose. Get yours before they're gone, exclusively and only available at Steven Singer Jewelers. It's the #1 gift for Valentine's Day. My famous gold dip roses start at just $59, and they all come with a lifetime guarantee. Fast free shipping, real jewelers, real roses for the real love of your life. All at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Hi, Leif Erikson in Snow Country. Our closest mountains have maintained their key runs quite well through all sorts of weather these past few weeks. This week has been big with consecutive cold snowmaking nights and more to come. This is where the push is on to add more trails, park features, and tubing chutes ahead of the weekend. Spring Mountain open with some early season terrain as they cruise under the lights until 9. Shawnee Mountain works it up to 12 trails as mountain crews have been working hard there. Blue Mountain, 14 trails for all abilities. Camelback, 10 runs. Lots of family fun and their 15 tubing chutes as well. Elk Mountain, 11 trails, including their signature steep Susquehanna, while Stratton, Vermont runs at least 43 runs from their gondola.
Spice up your winter routine with a trip to Killington, the East Coast's biggest mountain resort. Make it a weekend or even a week-long getaway to experience everything the Beast has to offer. Visit Killington.com to learn more.
More at snowcountry.com.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with my childhood friend, Bob Marino. Bob, rumors are flying that you're the next Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, a two-sport man.
It's true. I still have the honorable position as director on the board of Spring Garden Lending, but I am also now president and vice chairman of Huntingdon Valley Bank.
Wow! Bob knows Bucks. That's a win-win for both teams.
Good call, Ant. I get to stay active with Spring Garden Lending and be an everyday player and president and vice chairman at Huntingdon Valley Bank.
I'm so proud of you, man. That's fantastic. From a lender to a banker, you've always been a player who can do everything. Now I know Spring Garden Lending provides bridge and permanent loans to build or renovate real estate in Philadelphia, Baltimore, and D.C. What's the lowdown on Huntingdon Valley Bank?
And it's a fast-growing, full-service community bank with top-notch resources and products and committed to delivering excellent customer service.
You heard it here. Bob knows Bucks. Bob Marino making moves, stepping up, member of the board of directors at Spring Garden Lending and president of Huntingdon Valley Bank. Good luck, Bob. You're the GOAT.
Philadelphia's hometown sportsbook. Bet Rivers is the official sports betting partner of the Philadelphia Flyers. All season long, make your hockey bets with a trusted local team at Bet Rivers Sportsbook. Get started today with a special offer. Use the code 250MATCH to get up to $250 in bonus money on your first deposit. Whether you watch the Flyers game at home or at the Bet Rivers Sportsbook at Rivers Casino Philadelphia. Bet with a winner at BetRivers.com. Presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The sound of you doing is music to our ears. Order on the Home Depot app and get convenient delivery, so you don't have to stop doing when you need something. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
Esporta Fitness is a new sports club with premium fitness amenities starting at just $9.99 per month. Esporta Fitness gives you access to a workout community with features that include state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, and a functional training area. Get a free 3-day pass to an Esporta Fitness near you at welcometoesportafitness.com. That's welcometoesportafitness.com. Premium fitness for as low as $9.99 per month. Start today, subject to enrollment and annual fees.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts and responds to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. During our lowest prices of the season, save up to $1,000 on Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds, plus special financing, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Reset your wellness goals with savings at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements January 5th through 11th, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
Hey guys, the Tunis. Join me and Bob Cooney for 97.5 The Fanatic Sixers pregame broadcast, Beers with Bob edition, presented by Corona Beer. Check them out live from a location near you. Win great prizes, including tickets to Sixers games. To see where we will be next, go to the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook has an unbelievable offer to get all fans in on the action for this exciting time of the year of the football calendar. Always nice to pad that account heading into the playoffs. I texted my cousin Tim. I said, dude, you got to take advantage of this. Any new customer, bet just $5 on any football team to win their game, college or pro, and if they do, you'll win $200. So let's wind down the season with a big win. DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on football with the same game parlays. I suck at them personally. Don't listen to me, but hopefully you guys thrive. Combine multiple bets from the same game for a bigger payout. The more legs you add, the more money you win. Best of all, you can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FANATIC. Bet just $5 on any football team, college or pro, to win $200 in free bets if they're simply victorious. That's code FANATIC this week at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. In partnership with Meadows Racetrack and Casino. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Warning, if you don't laugh listening to the John Kincade Show, you might end up with resting Bob face.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag, but you already knew that. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's, and for details, go to Bagster.com. Just throw it in the Bagster. We will get you an update on the storm, which is heading our way, which hopefully will be...
Is 2 inches a storm?
Yeah, it's a storm. Because this could be 6 for someone else.
All right.
2, 4, 6.
Where's the line for storm?
I think
I go over 4 is a storm.
I'd agree. I say that's
fair. Is that a good number?
I say that's
so you
fair.
don't believe it's necessarily a storm unless it's
substantial.
Yeah, it's got to be at least 4.
No, I think that would be like a
no storm.
And plus 2 isn't
2 inches is kind of a dusting to me, right? Like you can.
Yeah, 2 inches isn't doing anything for anybody.
So tomorrow morning, you're telling me there's going to be no problems for any of us? I don't trust any.
Know.
I don't trust any of you. In fact, so we'll go right now to our weather insider.
No,
Adam Joseph.
Oh, what a present this is!
Welcome to. There it is. I'm telling you. Good morning.
How are you?
We're doing well. Welcome to 2022. And the other day disappointed us because, like, I got no new snow. I got no snow at my new home. I was expecting some snow.
Well, you didn't pay the right person for it, I guess. I think your check bounced.
Yeah, I think that might have happened now. So for this storm, I want to know that everybody's going to be affected. Is this one that...
Everybody.
Oh, Bob, see?
Hey, there you go.
Everyone's going to be affected.
Who's going to get hit the worst, Adam?
Look. Wait a minute.
Snowstorm.
Connor cut him off. Connor wants to be the weather guy of the show.
Because Connor we'll connect. Adam may have had a bad.
Cut him, yeah.
Because Adam is driving along the road. I'm sure he'll get back to us here, and we'll be able to try to figure this thing out.
Connor's not messing around.
I think Connor outside. He wants to join the Channel 6 weather team. Connor outside will be out tomorrow in the storm. So Adam, Bob asked, where's everybody getting hit tomorrow?
Everybody's getting hit, and you're not going to miss it this go around. But I'm calling it a snow and ghost storm, okay? Because it's going to snow and then it goes. Like it's a fast-moving system, okay? So it comes in overnight. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. You guys are so silent. I love that you're listening. So
you're like a teacher here, Adam.
Yeah, we're listening to you.
We are Catholic school children who are listening intently.
We don't listen to anybody else, but we'll listen to you.
I love it. Yeah, so it starts like 10, 11 o'clock tonight. You guys are asleep at that hour, I believe.
Yeah, we better be.
And then it basically the heaviest is from 1 a.m. to 4 or 5 a.m.
Oh, great.
Right when you're driving in.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
While the rest of us are asleep.
Yes.
And then it's done. I mean, it wraps up between 6 to 7 a.m. and it's out of here. So that's why I call it a snow and ghost storm. I mean, it snows and it goes.
So what are we talking totals here, Adam?
I'm gonna go on either side of 2 inches for most of us. So it's nothing huge.
Okay,
that's
so
perfect.
this is not a big thing, but people still need to.
It's the timing. It's the timing. You know what I mean? It's the morning rush. You know, and the roads will be covered, and I'm sure, you know, plowing wise, I think you have to wait till almost 2 inches falls before a plow goes out. So I think it's just going to be very dicey in the morning, even if it's not snowing anymore, you know, after the 7 o'clock hour for people. But then, I mean, most of the day tomorrow is sunny and windy and cold.
So I go back to the days of Jim O'Brien, even giving me the weather on Channel 6, and he never used the graphic of the plowable snow. Now you guys have the plowable snow graphic.
Right, so we have use a broom, you know, get the snow blower, get a shovel, plowable, minor, you know, major. Yeah, it's all in, you know, we try to make it more in people terms so people can understand the kind of event that's coming.
Adam,
you know, it's more, yeah.
Do they supply you with the rulers? Or do you, when you take your young kids out for their school supplies at the beginning of the year, do you just grab some extra rulers for yourself and for your cohorts?
I mean, all the budgets have been cut everywhere. It's like they're like, find your own yardstick. No, and it's funny because a lot of the reporters now, when they're out in the snow, they're like, I don't have my yardstick, but I think it's this, you know, so I don't know where they disappeared.
Well, I know where the budget disappeared to. You like when you're standing in front of those giant like green screens and they've got storms behind you. They have cameras. There are cameras everywhere. The other day, I think I was in the Wegmans in Downingtown. I think it said Channel 6 weather camera was staring at me. You guys are like surveillance.
Yeah, you got to watch out. But, you know, Big Brother's watching everywhere. So I love the cameras down the shore because there's a lot of them. And I always say this: we're literally watching people on the beach and on the boardwalk.
We want to find out, though. Honestly, the reason we wanted you on. Can you really break down the Eagles' playoff chances? I mean, going into this big Dallas game this week.
Oh, so my kids are listening right now. Okay,
are they?
Nice.
So they're waiting. They're at Carl in the car. He's dropping them off at school. So hi, Hannah. Hi, Jacob.
Hi, Hannah. Hi, Jacob.
Hi, Carl.
Yeah, let's not forget Carl.
No, Carl's in the other car.
That's all right.
So here's the thing. Our son has been watching every Eagles game on his iPad for the last. He's obsessed with the games now. Like, I mean, more obsessed than Carl. And he's constantly watching and asking, what play is this, and who's this, and what team is better, and he knows all the teams, and it's amazing. Carl's in his glory.
I thought he was hanging more towards the baseball side, right?
He was, but he is obsessed over the last week. So he knows, like, he's like, Daddy, we're playing the Cowboys this weekend. Now the Cowboys are better than us, but we really have to win this game. But even if we don't, I think we still have a small chance.
Does he know the Cowboys suck? As long
he knows that the Cowboys, we despise the Cowboys.
Oh, you despise the Cowboys. Okay, I just want to make sure that he's being raised right.
You can't use that word.
I know, but see, now it's a difference because growing up in Delco, that was taught to us in first grade by the nuns.
No, yes. No. He knows that the Cowboys are.
Oh, good. That's good.
Yes.
That is great.
He's like, Daddy, they're playing 8:15 on Saturday night.
He better get to stay up.
Well, his bedtime is 8:20, so maybe I'll give him an extra 10 minutes.
How about taking a nap? How about taking a nap in the afternoon and then letting him stay up?
Well, here's the thing. This weekend, Carl goes on. He's a hunter. So him and his two brothers and his dad, they have a cabin in Ohio, so it's their weekend trip in Ohio for their hunting trip. His dad's 90, going to be 91. He's hunting.
Oh, that's
91.
cool.
Oh, that is awesome.
And so they're going. So I have the kids by myself for like 3 or 4 days. So no, he's not staying up late.
You know, the hunting trip means drinking beer, carousing, and doing
bad food, having fun.
Correct.
While I'm harassing 2 kids all over the place.
Yeah, Adam, we appreciate it. Everybody. Check out Adam on Channel 6. And by the way, you invaded the first minute of General Hospital the other day, and I didn't tweet at you. Please don't do that again. Don't do that again.
I try to get off at 2:59.
If you overstep on Port Charles, we're throwing down, and I think you'll kick my ass. Thanks, Adam.
Good to see you guys, or hear you guys.
Thanks, Adam. Take care.
Bye.
There's our weather insider, Adam Joseph, joining us.
What a pleasant surprise.
I knew you'd love it.
I do.
I knew you'd love it.
I really
enjoy Adam.
He's
I
way
really
better
do.
than the other guy we had.
Yeah,
the guy that we were using like a day ago.
Oh yeah, Connor outside.
What'd you call him a day ago?
Wait a minute.
No,
Connor
Wow.
outside is with us right now. Connor outside. How is it outside, Connor?
What is the big deal, guys? I'm out here in the parking lot in the 97.5 Weather Live station since 6 a.m. freezing my everything off. My hand's frozen my phone, and all of a sudden you get this Adam Joseph guy to come on. I've been looking at the sky for hours, and all of a sudden I get usurped.
Well, I will tell you this. I don't know who wears tighter pants, you or Adam. I mean, it's a tight battle. I mean, if Adam ever drops the mic on the set, I mean, we might get a show. I mean, seriously. So Connor, you and him,
the weather guy now.
Battle of the Bulls.
Well, you're still Connor outside. You can't usurp Adam Joseph.
He usurped me. I was here Monday. He calls in Thursday, and all of a sudden, he's our weather insider.
I know, but he's a rock star. There you go. All right, Connor outside. Connor, be ready for tomorrow.
I'm ready. The good news is the salt from Monday is still left over. So
there you go. There we go.
Okay.
Connor outside tomorrow. Be ready for it. Compassion International. I have no compassion for Connor. He gave me the morning, I'm getting my booster today, so I might not be really up for it. I said, no, you're going to be outside, baby. Compassion International is in Haiti right now, ready to help those devastated by the earthquake. Make your $40 gift by texting the keyword radio to 97646, 97646. We're going to have Mike Sealski joining us here. What did you call? You called him a glass of hot milk?
A warm cup of milk.
See, I do not drink milk, and I certainly
Milk's gross.
Warm milk freaks me.
You got to put chocolate in it.
Warm milk would freak me out.
Well, when we were kids, they always said warm milk was something that would help you sleep.
Absolutely.
Not that Mike puts me to sleep. I'm just
Mike.
saying.
I mean, are you digging yourself a hole here with Mike Sealski?
You want to get out?
I don't care. No, I'm good.
Because I promise you this, in a battle of words, you guys could really go back and forth. Mike Sealski joining us here on The Fanatic on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. Mike, it is a pleasure having you on this morning. Bob says you're like a glass of warm milk.
I always thought of myself as a shot of tequila, but Cooney would know better than I would.
Yeah, I'll go with that, Mike.
I said you were more like a Red Bull. Like you're
I drink enough coffee in the morning that it's probably the equivalent of about 4 or 5 Red Bulls. So that's cool.
Mike, we're going to talk about your book here coming up, and which everybody is. The anticipation for this book is huge. But I just got to ask you here: in this town, do you believe the athletes are different in 2022 than they were 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago?
I don't know if the athletes are different, John, as much as they are more aware of what is being said about them at all times. I think you can pick and choose some things. Like, I think Tobias Harris is a pretty, sensitive guy, and I mean that not even in like a negative sense necessarily. I just mean it in terms of like he's on Twitter a lot. He talks, often very in a heartfelt way about issues unrelated to basketball and things like that. But when it comes to getting criticized for his play by the fans, Allen Iverson handled that and I think understood it much better than just about anybody on the current Sixers roster, right? I mean, Bob will tell you this from covering AI and being around the team back then. Like, I still remember Allen saying things like, ain't got no friends with them pens. And it was funny, but it was true, and it was revealing in that he understood what the relationship was. He didn't always like it, but he got it. And I think the nature of media nowadays has changed that dynamic a little bit. I don't think it's just limited to Philadelphia. I think it's probably all over the place. I mean, look what's going on with Antonio Brown and the Buccaneers right now, right? Like he can fire back on Twitter or through his lawyer, however he wants to, and that's different from what would have happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Mike, jumping all over the place here with you also. You cover everything and have for a long, long time. Give me the state of the sports world in Philadelphia right now, an overall look at it and how you see it here in 2022 compared to what you thought it might be.
I would say, Bobby, it's mediocre, but on the better end of mediocrity than I thought it would be. My colleague Marcus Hayes and I have been doing dueling columns all week about the Eagles, and look at the Eagles are a perfect example of this, right? Like, if you had told us back in January when Nick Sirianni was kind of stammering and sweating his way through his introductory press conference, and the team was reconciling itself to the fact that they were going to have to trade Carson Wentz, that at this point they'd be 9-7, about to play a pretty much meaningless game against the Cowboys, and they already would have guaranteed themselves a playoff berth, you would take that. Same thing with the Sixers to a degree, right? They're playing better lately, even without Ben Simmons. Now, I think to a degree we're making too much of the fact that the Sixers are a few games over 500 without Ben Simmons, because the whole idea was they're supposed to be a championship caliber team this year, and I don't think they are. But in terms of the mediocrity of the four major teams, it's a better kind of mediocre than I probably thought it was going to be.
Mike, having deep dived Kobe Bryant, his career, his upbringing, all of that in this book, I can't wait to read. By the way, it's a gorgeous looking book.
Thanks.
How do you think
he didn't draw the cover?
No, I know, but it sells.
I mean,
you see that on a shelf, you're going to go, oh.
It is. It's eye popping.
Yeah, it's a very nice looking book.
Well, can I just say this? Let me jump in real quick, guys.
Yeah.
Two things that, if this book sells, the two things that are going to do it are the cover and the photographs inside. We have incredible photographs people have never seen before of Kobe when he was in high school.
That's
and I
awesome.
think if you page through it, that will catch people.
Are you saying your words, the skilled writing, is going to drag it down?
Yeah.
My word, in the marketing of this book, my words are a distant third.
It's called The Rise.
Yeah. So knowing Kobe as you do now, how do you think in today's day and age, he wasn't that removed from playing, but in the age of booing and then social media critiquing it for the next week and a half, how do you think he would have handled these type of situations? Obviously, his play was good enough to shut people up, but what do you think he would have thought about this current state of social media versus athletes and fans today?
I think he would have come at it from two different ways. I think on the one hand, he would have advised players and probably acted himself not to publicly acknowledge it all that often. And if you do acknowledge it, make sure you have kind of the upper hand when you do. Acknowledge it when you've just dropped 40 in a come-from-behind win, not when you've shot 6 for 25 from the field and people have been booing you. And then the other thing he would do is I have no doubt that he would take all of that criticism, whether it was from somebody like me or somebody like you guys or Charles Barkley or from, at Smitty06752 on Twitter.
He hates you, by the way. He tweets at you every day.
I know he does. He would have taken all of it and used it as fuel. I mean, he was doing that back when he was in 8th grade, 9th grade. Not that he was taking it from Twitter, but he was taking it from classmates and, people who didn't think he'd go on to become the best basketball player in the world and all that kind of stuff. So he'd be of two minds about it. I think he would say pick your spots to respond, but be aware of everything. He always was aware of all those sorts of slights and criticisms, and use it as kindling for the fire within.
You can pre-order The Rise January 11th, right? So
yes,
everybody
January
can go
11th.
get it right now.
Yep. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, anywhere you want to get your books.
Let me ask the point when in the researching of this story and the telling of the story that you said, I never knew that. I never knew that about him. What was it?
Oh, gosh. There were so many little nuggets like that, John.
Sure.
I'll give you one of my favorites because you're a Delco guy and you'll appreciate this. So after the Lakers acquired Kobe at the 96 draft, Kobe's agent at the time was Arn Tellem. I'm sure a familiar name to a lot of you guys. Grew up in West Philly and in Lower Merion Township, one of the most powerful agents of all time. And so Tellem was familiar with Kobe's background, playing summer league ball, Lower Merion High School, summer league games against Catholic League teams all the time, blah, blah, blah. So he's asking Kobe, about players in the NBA. What's it going to be like when you face Jordan? What's it going to be like so-and-so? And he gets to John Stockton. Now, John Stockton in 1996 is already like an 8-time All-Star. He's led the league in assists 8 times. He and Karl Malone are about to lead the Jazz to back-to-back finals. So he asks Kobe, what do you think of John Stockton? And Kobe says, I've played against guys like him before. In the Philadelphia Catholic League, and Tellem is like aghast. He can't believe it. He's like, Kobe, this is John effing Stockton. This is the point guard in the Dream Team. He's like, yeah, I played against guys like him before. Like John Stockton was the 5th kid off the bench for Monsignor Bonner, and Kobe had just reduced probably the best point guard of all time to a cultural stereotype, and he was 17 years old at the time. So. That kind of thing, that kind of wowed me. We all knew Kobe was driven. We all knew, certain qualities that he had. But to hear the way he was at that young an age was pretty revealing.
And Mike, a lot of people associate Kobe Bryant with just Los Angeles and being out there. And you I'm sure you heard this a lot. Oh, he's not really a Philly guy. Kobe amazed me when I would talk to him about remembering stories from growing up here. Just give an example of what kind of a Philly guy Kobe exactly was.
Oh, gosh. Well, he would go to, when he was in high school, he knew that he couldn't learn how to be a great player just by playing within Lower Merion Township in the suburbs. So he would go to playgrounds all around the city and play. And he had one friend who would accompany him. It would just be the two of them. And they would drive around playgrounds, West Philly, Ardmore, North Philly, everywhere. And the friend had 2 jobs. He was to rebound for Kobe while Kobe dunked and worked on his three-point shooting and his footwork and all that stuff. And he was to scream at Kobe while Kobe worked out. You're soft. You play for a suburban school. You're not black enough to play in the public league. All the kind of stuff that Kobe was already hearing as a teenager, he would have this friend of his scream at him while he was working out to toughen him up, to get him ready not only for the kind of teams that he was going to play in high school, but for the kind of environments and opponents he was going to face in the NBA. Because Kobe, from the time he was in 8th grade, was convinced, I'm going to jump straight to the NBA from high school. I don't have to go to college. This is not what I want to do. I'm going to make the jump. I'm going to play in the NBA, and I can do it without going to college.
It's a great story, and it's going to be a great book. You want to go pre-order it, The Rise. Go to Amazon. I just pulled it up on Amazon right now. Really easy to do. Go through the process. It'll be awesome. Mike, did you find any suspicion in all the Eagles players this week going into COVID protocol and the week when they have a game that means nothing?
Absolutely, I found suspicion. Look, the way the rules are set up, if you're asymptomatic after 5 days, you can come back, and you won't be tested again for a long, long time. So you might as well get tested as far out from your next game as possible. Take the chance that you're going to be asymptomatic, even if you might have been asymptomatic when you took the test, and then you come back and you're able to play. So yes, I absolutely am suspicious of 12 Eagles players all testing positive on Monday. I think you're going to see this, especially as the playoffs, approach. You're going to see teams and players doing this.
It's brilliant.
Yeah,
it's brilliant. It's a brilliant strategy, and it works.
The system.
Sure,
gaming the system.
Mike, good luck with the book, and come back and see us sometime soon. All right.
Anytime, guys.
Right,
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Sealski joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business keep you ready for what's next. Go pre-order The Rise.
Yeah.
It is a great cover.
There's great Kobe stories. I can't wait to read some of them. Like that one right there about John Stockton.
I told you that was
one of the best point guards of all time. Yeah, I've seen him a bunch.
The Donnie Carr story that he told us last year. Oh, my God. I don't know. Were you at the show then, John?
No.
Donnie Carr, a local legend here, went to camp. He and Kobe knew each other. And they go to camp, and he goes, say hi to Kobe. And he goes, Donnie, sorry, I'm not talking to you. I came into this camp as the number 2
I want to be the number one, right?
The ABCD
and he
camp.
locked himself in and didn't talk to one of his best friends the
and
whole
he jumped
camp.
Tim Thomas, who was at the time the number 1 that went to Villanova. He jumped him in that camp and became the number 1.
Such a good story.
Greatest honor. I when I look back on things I've gotten to do, one of the greatest honors ever was getting to interview Shaq and Kobe.
That's pretty cool.
And do the podcast. And Shaq said, I said, well, what are we going how do you want me to do this? He goes, what are you being paid for? Just do what you want to do. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? I got Shaq and Kobe. And he's like, and I got suggested to me as the best thing I could do, Dan Patrick.
Sit back and let him talk.
Stay the hell out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Drop it. And run. Drop it and run.
Shaq and Kobe will take it.
You've never heard me talk less. I promise you that. It just is drop it and run. And there's some really spooky things that Kobe said that after his death, I'm like, wow. He cared about legacy.
Yeah.
It's a great, go read it. The Rise, get it pre-ordered. You'll be able to get it next week. So we have some things coming up, including how much different is this year's Eagles team compared to their championship team? Plus, if I gave you an opportunity and a boatload of cash, what are you doing with it? We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
I absolutely love BetMGM, and I know that you'll love them too. You just got to give them a chance. But they're not just going to ask you to sign up and that's it. They want to give you something in return. They want to give you $200 in free bets for just starting out. So here's how you get that free $200. You sign on today with BetMGM, either BetMGM.com or the BetMGM app, and you register, and they're going to ask you for a bonus code. You type in Pat Egan 200. Your next step is to put $10 on the money line of any NBA game, any NBA team, doesn't really matter, because when either team in that game hits a three-pointer, you'll win $200 in free bets regardless of your bet's outcome. All for entering the bonus code Pat Egan 200. That's it. It's a free $200. You can use that $200 and you can spend it however you want. You want a long shot, you want a lock, you want a parlay selection feature, you want an odds boost. They have it all at BetMGM. Plus, every time you wager, you're earning M Life Rewards points through BetMGM that you can do online play. You can use it at any MGM resort nationwide. So they're always giving you something in return. So hop on today with BetMGM or the BetMGM app or sign up, register, and when you do and they ask you for a bonus code, don't forget Pat Egan 200. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued to non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. Free bets expire within 7 days of issuance. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Highway Casino Morgantown.
The John Kincade Show.
Say it. I'll say it. Loser, putz, dork, doof, dink, schmo, dingus, goober.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Kick off the new year with Xfinity and get fast, reliable internet for $29.99 a month for 24 months with a 1-year contract. And score 2 times the speed for the same internet price when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited wireless data. You'll save hundreds over Verizon. That's incredible speed at an amazing value, so you can keep new resolutions going strong. Plus, ask how to get $300 back and a 5G phone on us during the Xfinity Hello 2022 sales event. Don't wait. Go to Xfinity.com/sale, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 1/10/22. Restrictions apply. New Performance Pro Internet 200 megabits per second customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares monthly service charge for Xfinity 400 megabits per second to Verizon 400 megabits per second, each with 1 unlimited mobile line for a year as of 10/6/21. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of mobile usage.
Connecticut School of Broadcasting is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I'm Taylor Morgan, a proud CSB grad. The instruction from true media pros and the connections that I made spawned a career that's lasted more than 30 years. What you can learn in just 2 to 4 months at CSB Media Arts Center can set you on a whole new path. Train on site or online with classes in radio, TV, podcasting, video, all that is media. There's a campus in nearby Cherry Hill. Get your start. Visit GoCSB.com.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Rob Jenners, and I am a graduate of the Connecticut School of Broadcasting, which is now the CSB Media Arts Center. I've been living my dream in radio, production, and sports broadcasting for 20 years now, thanks to CSB with the nation's most successful sports broadcasting program. We're talking sports talk, play-by-play, color commentary, get trained and get coached by the pros in just 8 to 16 weeks with a campus nearby in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. CSB Media Arts Center. Visit GoCSB.com. csb.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ready for an oil change? We can help get the right protection at the right price. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Daily Protection or Valvoline Max Life High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP oil filter for just $28.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Vivid Seats. Your ticket to hold on to your hat, edge of seat sitting, bases loaded, 2 outs, half-court buzzer-beating, 60-yard Hail Marys. Hear that pin dropping? Can they do it? They did. For your team, it was nothing. Get tickets and earn rewards with Vivid Seats. Life happens live. Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. Did we mention the part where Wendy's biscuits are hot and buttery?
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, hot and buttery.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Esporta Fitness is a new sports club with premium fitness amenities starting at just $9.99 per month. Esporta Fitness gives you access to a workout community with features that include state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, and a functional training area. Get a free 3-day pass to an Esporta Fitness near you at welcometoesportafitness.com. That's welcometoesportafitness.com. Premium fitness for as low as $9.99 per month. Start today, subject to enrollment and annual fees.
Hey, it's Mike Missinelli here for Landis Block and Concrete. There is nothing like having a beautiful backyard. Think of how many things you can do with it. You can sit outside on a nice little patio, have a nice glass of wine, have a few friends over to cook on your Landis Block outdoor kitchen. Turn your backyard into a personal paradise with Landis Block. They're the resource center for all outdoor living. All you need is imagination, space, and a budget. Check out the photo gallery at landisbc.com. That's landisbc.com for Landis Block, jaw-dropping outdoor paradises.
Esporta Fitness is a new sports club with premium fitness amenities starting at just $9.99 per month. Esporta Fitness gives you access to a workout community with features that include state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, and a functional training area. Get a free 3-day pass to an Esporta Fitness near you at welcometoesportafitness.com. That's welcometoesportafitness.com. Premium fitness for as low as $9.99 per month. Start today, subject to enrollment and annual fees.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You may not officially be one of my endless cousins, but I do consider you part of our family.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
It's the John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. And from the reaction to some people on social media, the Adam Joseph Show, too.
He's fun.
People really enjoy...
I don't know anybody that dislikes Adam.
Adam has a likability...
Well, Connor.
Well, that's
Connor's
true.
Pissed.
Because he's gunning for his job.
Yeah.
Connor, in fact, asked where the dryer was in the building. He was going to throw his clothes in the dryer, make them a little tighter. Connor outside tomorrow. Our own Connor Thomas.
I'm expecting very little action.
Well,
beg your pardon. Well, it's only 2 inches. That's why. You're not going to get a lot of action with 2 inches, James.
You're really not. You're not going to have a busy dance card. Once the word gets out, it's only 2 inches. You know, everybody just sort of doesn't react the same. See all the double entendre that Adam misses out on? Hopefully he's taking some of these ideas, jotting them down.
He's just got to slum it with us immature radio guys, and you don't have to do that mature TV thing.
Well, the other day he was dancing around again. I said, oh, I'm cutting into, and they cut into like the first 10 seconds of General Hospital. I'm like, better not be preempting GH. Don't do it. By the way, check out the Tyrone Johnson Show. Live from Bet Rivers Sportsbook at Rivers Casino, Philadelphia. Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon, grab a leather reclining chair, watch your favorite sport on their 56-foot LED screen. Jamie, I am hoping your Draft Central will be hanging out and watching. Will absolutely be hanging out and watching everything on Monday night between Georgia and Alabama. I was trying to go down yesterday on the depth charts. How many guys are draft eligible from those two teams? Honestly, if Howie Roseman isn't at that game...
Is it 25?
It seems like...
I mean, the entire Georgia defense will be probably playing in the pros.
Hey, but I'm talking about this year's draft. There's a lot of guys.
It's probably around 20.
It's really, really... I'm so excited. I'm very excited for that game.
Monday's going to be great.
Me too. I can't wait.
It is great.
And a rematch, too. It's awesome.
You know what? That almost takes a little bit of away from
I don't.
me.
I think it gives more fuel to the fire.
Yeah? Okay.
Unless Alabama just steamrolls them again, then it's kind of like, oh.
Yeah, I wish these two hadn't met already.
I do, too.
I kind of wish it was like, all right, it was the collision course, and here it comes.
Well, I think it gives more ammunition to Georgia.
But
it increases their chances, right?
I had a bunch of guys telling me, well, Georgia doesn't deserve another chance at it. You know, thank God. Look at Michigan and teams like that deserve to go. And Cincinnati. I'm like, okay. And by the way, those people, there must be a Twitter outage. Because I went back and forth with Michigan, Cincinnati people and everything. There must be a Twitter outage. Because they haven't managed to round back after the ass whoopings.
Well, the reason
it was like Big Brother and Little Brother.
The reason I want the tournament is because I do think Cincinnati deserves a crack at it if they have that good of a year. Michigan deserves a crack at it. I think in Ohio State, typically a Clemson, those type of teams all deserve a crack at it. So I want to filter those 8 down to the best 2 to go up against the kings of the castle.
Here's what I'll say to you.
So Cincinnati could be eliminated in the first round if they catch Ohio State, let's say. So then Ohio State therefore becomes a little more deserving of a chance at the actual big title.
Here's the problem I got with it though. People who want an 8-team playoff. Tell me how you want the 8-team playoff decided. Who gets to go?
You'd have to probably give some buys.
No. See, no. Here's what I'm saying is, if you got an 8-team playoff,
well, then you have Alabama.
It can't be automatic bids. Because if that's saying, if we have to have more deserving teams in, we cannot have automatic bids. It must be the 8 most deserving team.
Okay.
So I'm fine with that. If you agree to that, I'd do it. Yeah. Because I'm watching anyway.
Because we're going to assume Alabama and Georgia are probably going to be there at the end anyway.
Many years.
And most times.
No, but I mean.
But get the most deserving candidates filtered down to them.
I've heard people say, well, they're going to expand to 8. So you need the 5 conference champions. Then you need the 1 non-Power 5 conference wild card. Then you have 2 wild card teams. Bullcrap.
I think more than 8 gets a little dicey.
It does, and you're talking about too much football for these kids. Then,
yeah.
If you're giving buys, who's having the competitive advantage?
Yeah,
all of that stuff. That's not.
Yeah, all those Michigan people, all the Big Ten fans that were clogging my timeline for weeks, they disappeared. I'm thinking there must be an outage.
Well, they got 2 defensive ends that would look good in green.
Yeah, and as I said to you before, they've got some players, that are awesome.
Ojabo's going to be on the Eagles' radar. Howie. Howie got a lot of good results out of Brandon Graham, and that quality player from a program like that, I think that means a lot to them.
Hey, in their victories this season, the Eagles haven't exactly faced a murderer's row of opponents. Just in victories. The record of the teams that the Eagles have beaten is a terrible 342. It's awful. By the way, do you know that playoff teams every year, more than half of them, face teams with winning percentages of less 500 in their wins? Just an interesting stat, ESPN Stats and Information. The average playoff team averages around 0.46 or 0.45 in their victories. So I said, how about the Super Bowl champion Eagles? Because everybody talks about them. Well, they had a much tougher time. The average winning percentage of their teams, where the Eagles this year is 36, for them was 43. 43%, the teams they beat in their Super Bowl season in the regular season. I mean, it wasn't like they were beating some murderer's row. That team beat Washington a losing record team twice. Giants, losing record team twice. Cardinals, not a winning record. Broncos, not a winning record. 49ers, not a winning record. Bears, not a winning record. Raiders, not a winning record. Their impressive victories were against the Panthers and the Rams. Both of them on the road. You remember that Panthers game? Pretty awesome. They beat the Panthers and the Rams. That's who they beat that year. And then the playoffs came and they were ready to go. But it's just the idea is that I think people want to say, oh, it's so terrible this year. The average playoff team, the teams that they beat, ESPN Stats and Info, is 45%.
I don't think
and this year's team is not.
Here's where I'll disagree with you. I mean, the numbers overall for the league say that most playoff teams beat up the bad teams. That's what you're supposed to.
That's how they make it.
To me, it's not about that. It's about the opposition's quarterback. When it comes to this year, I mean, Trevor Siemian, Mike Lennon, Jake Fromm, Gilbert Grapes, like all these guys. I went back and looked at the 2017 Eagles team. Now, some of these teams weren't successful in terms of wins, losses. But
you can't do that.
But listen to the quarterbacks they faced.
Okay.
Kirk Cousins twice, Alex Smith, Eli twice, Phillip Rivers, Carson Palmer, Cam Newton, C.J. Beathard, that was the layup, Brock Osweiler. Denver was a good team. They just had a bad quarterback.
They were 6-10.
Yeah, because they had Brock Osweiler as their quarterback.
They weren't. They had a good defense till the Eagles skewered them.
Dak Prescott twice, Mitch Trubisky, Russell Wilson, Jared Goff, Derek Carr.
Much better. Much better, but still not a lot
difference.
But no, I mean, Eli Manning on last legs. Absolute
that's
last
fine.
legs.
Kirk Cousins was really good. Phillip Rivers, Hall of Famer. Eli, Hall of Famer. Cam Newton, Carson Palmer, very good at the time.
Kirk Cousins really good?
I mean,
that year he was pretty good.
He had Deshaun that year, and
they were talking about.
What did they win? 6 or 7, I think.
I mean, Russell Wilson's a There's four Hall of Famers in there. I mean, the quarterback competition was just a lot better that year.
It's distinctly better. I mean, there's no argument.
This year was comical.
But the average NFL playoff team beats losing teams. They could do this with everything, and then they lose games against the better teams. That Eagles team lost to the Chiefs in the regular season. That was one of the teams that beat them. They lost to another good team, too.
Alex
Seattle.
Smith was pretty good that year.
They lost to Seattle.
That was the Aguilar needed a break after that. No, that was the year prior.
It was that Seattle game, that Sunday night game, that, what was one of their losses.
Yeah.
And then the other loss was 6-0 to Dallas.
Yeah, in a nothing game.
In a game they didn't care about.
The thing about that 17-18 team, they pancaked people. Remember? I mean, they would just put up some numbers. 51 against Denver, 43 at the Rams in the game. Where he got even the week that they had to start Foles right after Wentz got hurt, they put 34 up on the Giants, and
Now, the Giants were a 3-win team.
Yeah, I mean, but that offense was just really good that year. 27, 26, 34, 28, 34, 33, 51, 37, 31, 43. Like, they threw up some numbers.
Well, I mean, but as Jamie's saying, well, the Giants, they had Eli. The Giants were 3-13.
He's better than Jake Fromm.
The Giants were 3-13. The record for the Giants this year is what? They have 4 wins this year, right? Giants were better this year than they were that year.
Yeah, they had no offensive
line. And they had Eli Manning, and Eli Manning was at the last.
Well, Daniel Jones beat you.
Last beat. Terrible.
I mean, Daniel Jones is better than Eli in his last year.
Oh my gosh.
But I mean,
hey. 40 days up to 40 pounds. You've heard Cuz tell you about it. NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. With NJ Diet, go to 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. So the Powerball jackpot was $630 million last night. If you'd taken the cash option, you would have gotten less than $400 million, but roughly the $400 million neighborhood. Whew. If someone put $400 million in your lap and your phone rang, and one of the Philadelphia ownership groups said, Jamie, $250 million, you can buy into the ownership group. Would you do it? You just got $400 million put in your lap. But you got to make a decision pretty quick. $250 million, $250 million gets you in the ownership group. If a Philadelphia owner called you, would you do it?
Yeah, and it'd be the Eagles for me. I'd still have 150 roughly left, so I'd buy in. The NFL is the biggest cash cow there is. It's a guaranteed return on investment. It's dummy-proof. It's safe. Yeah, I'm in.
So you would?
Yeah, it would be the Eagles.
Would you? You don't have to, though. You can deny the call. You
no,
can say
I'm going to
no.
get like triple or quadruple my money in less than a decade. I'm in.
First thing that popped into my head when you sent that last night, absolutely. It would be the Eagles and the exact same thing that Jamie said. Because it's not just so you're investing in an organization, you're investing in the NFL, which, as Jamie said, money hand over fist is just going to come right back at you. So,
and here's the one thing,
I think I would too.
$250 million?
I think I could get by with 150 mil.
It buys you bigger share of say if you don't go Eagles.
Yeah.
If John Middleton makes the call to you and you go $250 million, it buys you more of a share.
Right.
But if that 200,
you get more of a voice.
Well, yeah, I would hope I'd get more of a voice because if they're not going to listen to me with the Phillies, then I'm out. Like if they're just going to do things the same ways they've done it, that's irritated the hell out of me, I'm out.
Pat, you get $250 million if you bought into the Flyers. You'd get a big say. You'd be more of a primary on.
I don't know if that would be a good thing though. But I would have a bigger say for sure, and that's something I thought of. Like initially, I went, "Oh, it's the Phillies." And my first thought was I'd buy into the Phillies because the TV revenue is always up, and I think the CBA. I don't agree with it, but I think you're right. Like, and CBA always favors the owners every single time. So that was my first thought, but most of the value in terms of like the highest valued teams are always usually NFL.
Yes.
So I'm torn because Jamie's right. You're going to get your money back quick.
But you're not going to be with the Eagles, you're not going to have much of a say. $250 million is not going to get you much.
What's their valuation now? It's like 1.3 or 1.4.
I'll higher than that.
Is it higher?
Oh, yeah.
I'll stick with the Phillies. Because their value is already pretty decent, and when that team is good, we've seen it before, the fans come out in droves.
Yeah, their problem is sustainability being good.
In the linchpin, Jamie wants to talk about Doc.
This is the linchpin.
Yeah, the Doc Rivers honeymoon's been over, I think, this season. And I thought Dan Burke did a really nice job when he filled in. I really liked his rotations a lot. He had Embiid play the entire first quarter the other night, sat him in the second quarter, but then had three starters still in when Embiid was off. I like the way he balanced things a little bit more than what I've seen from Doc. Doc is in a tough spot this year, no doubt, with the Simmons situation kind of dragging everything down. His rotations are weird to me at times.
Very weird.
Yeah. The sense I get from Sixers Twitter is Doc is not well liked right now. And the Dan Burke fill-in job he did, I think highlighted it for a lot of people. And Doc's going to be under some pressure here. And just or not, because of, you're missing a max contract player, honeymoon's over. He's going to be on the hot seat a little bit in these final months, and I'm curious how it goes.
On the hot seat, Bobby? Is that overstated?
Maybe not for his job, but in the court of public opinion.
Well put. Yeah, I don't know for his job because look, what's going to happen this year?
Well, they're not going to pay him to go away for another. What was it, a 5-year deal he signed?
Yeah. But I think the natives do get restless in some of the things that they see. And, as Keith Pompey and Doc Rivers went back and forth about why is it that your team plays down to opponents and then Burke comes in and it doesn't happen. But, I can't buy into a 2-game thing. I know what you're saying,
no,
Jamie.
I just like some of the rotations.
There's
I saw
nothing
from
better
him.
than to be an assistant coach and be able to come in and go and do what you want to do. And it works over a couple games against bad teams. That's fine. But I agree with you, James. This year's probably a pass because unless you make a move soon, you're going to have a team that you don't know. Yeah. You're going to have a team that you don't know. Even if you make a move in February, you're going to have limited time to get those guys ready for a playoff run. I think it went from this is a great hire to sitting back with your arms crossed saying, okay, what are you doing for me? Type of thing.
And I think the Pompey thing, look, both are justified in how they answered. I don't really care about that. But it shows that Doc's a little frustrated or irritated already.
Already?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I get the sense he's not having that much fun this year.
Yeah, I don't think he is either.
It's a hell of a way to start a season when every one of the questions coming at you. And Anthony was down there at Sixers Media Day. Is all about the 6'11" guy who decides not to show up to his job.
Exhausting if you're Doc.
Yeah, no question.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, the poor guy. Poor guy must be exhausted being in.
Well, you just don't want to deal with that negative.
That's what you're paid
presence.
for.
Not really. How
Yes,
many
that's why you
coaches
take
have
it
to deal
on.
with max contract players sitting out?
They know they're going to get fired. You know you're paid to get. You're hired to be fired. Yeah. You're getting paid millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, they deal with one little headache.
Oh, I'll switch spots with them right now. But the Simmons thing is a drag.
Yeah, it is. But I'm not doing violins for Doc.
No, I'm not either. I'm just saying the honeymoon's over.
How about you knock off the hockey line change?
Well, that's what we were just talking about. Those Dan Burke line changes. Dan Burke's rotations were better.
What they were?
They were. Well, they were more logical.
Yes. They were. They were logical.
So Doc counters last night with Embiid and Drummond on the floor at the same time.
I got to tell you.
And Miles Powell.
He's not what I thought he was.
No.
Now, you covered
Who, Doc?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was excited when they got him. I liked the way he handled players. I liked what I heard from players.
Like the dude's a smart guy.
Oh, sure.
The dude was a point guard. The guy, like, point guards make the best coaches, the whole thing. I just don't sometimes understand what he thinks. Like, what is he thinking sometimes with his lineup and strategy? I'm like, what's going through your head?
I think Doc, and this might be unfair, I think he has the look of a guy who's been drinking fine wine and dining at the best restaurants for too long.
All right.
He doesn't appear hungry to me.
That's interesting. That's a very interesting take,
Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni's hungry.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni's like attacking everything.
Yeah.
Doc's been there, done that.
Well, look at what phase of his career
There's
he's
a nonchalance, and
this
I
is
think
his retirement gig.
And I think that's a problem for me.
Fifth head coaching job, is it?
That's a problem for me.
Yeah.
And
you guys, that's a great point. You're right.
He's come out publicly and said he was going to take a year off.
Yeah.
And then he didn't. If you want a year off, you wanted to get away. He didn't.
And I'm not talking about being hungry. I'm not demeaning, or saying, being hungry. Like Nick Sirianni's not waiting for a meal. But there's something about when you're building your career, you're hungry. There's something about it.
Although I will tell you, like, I'll give you Andy Reid because
he's always hungry. Look at him.
He's a guy. He's a guy that loves it so much that it's his life. Like he can't imagine not doing it.
Yeah,
it's so weird.
And he never coached.
I kind of brought this up with Buck Showalter in the Mets last week. Like, to me, retreads has a negative.
Buck loves it like
he
Andy
seems
Reid
like
does.
more of a Reid type than just a Doc type. Not to say Doc doesn't love it.
I think you're right. Retreads do have a negative connotation. It's not fair because sometimes guys that second, third time around, you know
Belichick.
Second time. Exactly.
ESPN magazine did a
Belichick
cover
was exponentially better.
like 10 years ago, and they did a formula for the perfect coach, and it was a guy on his second opportunity.
That's it. I saw the same thing,
and it makes it work. I mean, it can work
because you know the pitfalls. You now know what not to do. Right? You now know how to. That experience is priceless.
Anthony Gargano's courtrooms, when you're putting an opinion or someone on trial or anything like that, that is one of the funniest things I've ever heard with your show. I cannot wait for that. I cannot wait.
We dig, brother.
It was a great time.
I can't. That was fun. I love the trial. The trial of
my father, the trial of Anthony R. Gargano, the trial of James Lynch Jr. coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be great. That is Jamie.
I got you Joe Marone.
Look, you got Joe Marone.
I got you the best lawyer.
Come on, you get the best in the business.
I don't even know what I'm on trial for.
Jamie, if you don't know what you're on trial for, then really that's what. I mean, that's part of the problem. that you don't know.
John, you may get called.
Now, character witness?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm going to be called by the prosecution? Am I going to be? Because I'd have to be a hostile witness, or I'd have to appear to be a hostile witness, just to give it in. Bob, I mean,
Bob
you don't know what Bob
I'll be
would
on
go
the
on
jury.
stand, though.
Yeah.
I'll be on the jury.
You got to recuse yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Great job, Anthony Gargano, who yesterday, Maria at the Downingtown Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, that was
hey,
awesome.
You're listening to the Cuz. My dad and my brother never turned that off.
Not her.
She didn't say she listened.
Right. When you said, I was going to say, but then she went, no, I agree. Yeah.
She said, my dad and my brother never turned that off. Well, we love her dad and brother.
Yeah, she's trying to turn it off.
She's trying to. She's like, let me get control. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Farron Electric. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives. Big storm coming tonight? Well, Adam tells you it's going to be a dust. They had 2 inches.
Yeah,
Probably
2 inches doesn't
is on
excite
average.
anyone.
We will be here tomorrow morning for you. Plus, Connor outside and more, and your chance to win Eagles tickets, courtesy of Miller Lite for Saturday night. John Kincade Show saying, have a great Thursday, everybody.
The John Kincade Show.
I know that most people find his calm leadership to be a gentle, soothing beacon at a time of great social